Mark Coconut.
Just say that.
Sure it's not
Yes. Nice to meet you. Mark. Right there. Oh, looking out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, um,
who sits in the heavens. Your perspective is perfect, your perspective is greater than ours, and your wisdom is beyond ours. Lord, I pray you, the wonderful counselor, mighty God, eternal Father, Prince of Peace, will you bless each one of them today, that they might have wisdom that comes from above. Lord, thank you for your wisdom, which is pure, it's peaceable, it's gentle, it's reasonable, it's full of mercy and truth. And may it bring forth for all those living in Doñana County that which is good for all. I ask you, Lord, to guide them when they don't know what to do, and to give them a very broad and proper perspective on every issue that they have to deal with. And Lord, I bless them with your ancient prayer. And I say, Lord, would you bless them and would you keep them? Watch over them. Would you make your face, Lord, to shine upon them? And would you be gracious to each one of them? Lord, lift up your countenance upon them and give them your peace, your wholeness, everything that you are, Lord. We need you. We need you in the midst of our county. We need you in the midst of our state. So I bless these people who have been put in this position. And I bless them that we might be blessed in our county and that we might be able to bless those all around us. And please bless all, Lord, who are within the borders of Doñana County. And I pray this in the name of Yeshua. Amen.
Thank you very much. That was very nice. I appreciate it. And now, if we could have Judge Baca lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Judge Baca. We will now move on to roll call of the commission members present and determination of quorum. Amanda?
Commissioner Murillo,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Shaujo Hernandez,
Here.
and Chair Chaparro.
Present. We do have a quorum. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. There are no changes to today's agenda.
Thank you, County Manager Macias. We will now move forward with public input. Is there any member of the public that would like to step forward to the podium and address the commission? And if you would please sign the book to your left as you're facing the podium, it would be much appreciated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Imagine, if you will, that we've been lied to. You don't have to imagine. You know that we've been lied to. The thing is to what extreme? Our American history has been seriously compromised to the point that I was led to believe that our founding fathers were deists. A deist is somebody that believes God created the world, he walked away and he left it to man. That would not be the case, and I can prove that to you. So Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created, operative word, created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:26, then God said, let us make human beings in our image to be like us. They will reign over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, the livestock and all the wild animals on earth, and the small animals that scurry around the ground. Then we go over to Galatians, and it says in 3:28, there is no longer Jew or Gentile, slave or free, male or female. You are all one in Christ. This is what our founding fathers wrote. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men were created by a God, equal. We just talked about that in Galatians, that they were endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Our founding fathers believed in that. But since the mid-1800s, we've been told that man it's all about man. We are so superior to those that are before us, but yet, how did can't think of the name. Pyramids. How did the pyramids get built? Ancient languages, Greek and Roman, much more sophisticated than new languages. Up to the 1800s, we had a lot of respect for our founding fathers, our elders. But from the 1800s on, the philosophy has changed to where men are smart. Ancient times, they believed in, our founding fathers believed in a God, and they followed that. And like I said before, as long as you've got one thing to focus on, everybody can march in that direction. Thank you.
And so there might be some people listening in on Zoom. Would you please state your name?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Mark B.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jim Hurst, and let the record show I'm unarmed. And thank you. I know you're not allowed to address comments, but as a member of the public, I am. If you want to know what our founders thought about God and all that stuff, read Thomas Paine. He'll tell you. Age of Reason, common sense are diatribes for a secular government. A deistic government, a theistic government means royalty. It means God's appointed ones to rule us. That's what theism means. It comes down to priests and kings, and America's done with that. Now my comment. Good morning, commissioners. I voice my support for diversity, equity, and inclusion. As much as the conservative elements of our society object, this citizen wants you to adopt these three words: diversity, equity, and inclusion, as watchwords of our policies. I want a society where all people and all of our races live in harmony. I want a society where all people and all races have equal opportunities. I want a society that recognizes the worth and potential of every individual. As a student of history, I know that such societies are not a result of chance. I know how unique it is for a nation to aspire to the creed, all persons are created equal. I know that racism and other prejudice are all too common and that they permeate our society unless we make a concerted effort to remove them. In the political rhetoric of our day, we hear many disparaging words about the dreaded wokeness. Though the term is most often undefined, it seems to mean a consciousness of racial disparity in nearly every area of our community, in education and government, business, religious institutions, etc. If this is the case, please, commissioners, be woke. Defend and promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Travis Dempsey. I'm the superintendent of Gadsden ISD. I'm just here today. I'm seeking a partnership in terms of possibly being able to staff SROs within our district. It's a heavy lift. I don't want you to think that's solely on your budget. You know, obviously Gadsden ISD has a budget that we'd love to partner. We just are not, as a public education institute, we're not poised well to manage that, and we seek that partnership. I've enjoyed working with Mr. Macias, and we'll continue to do so. And hopefully we'll have some time today to maybe address those things in your budget meetings. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Is there any other person that would like to make comments before the commission? Thank you. We'll move on to staff input. Mr. Macias?
Madam Chair, just to alert the commission that the Senate Bill 310 that deals with our, not just our crisis triage centers, but crisis triage centers across the state in terms of being able to accept those that are taken into custody involuntarily, that has passed both the Senate and the House and is now sitting on the governor's desk for action.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any county officials input? County elected officials input? Anyone? Thank you. Then we'll move forward to commission input. Commissioners, any announcements? Oh, just one announcement from Commissioner Murillo and myself. We had a meeting with CRUA last night, and we had elections, and I am humbled and honored to be elected chair. So that's the only announcement I have. Commissioners, anything else? Thank you. Then we'll move on to minutes. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to accept the minutes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any changes to the regular board minute meetings for February 28th, Commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, the motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chairwoman, may we go to that, the next item of business as a pet showcase?
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you for reminding me. I was checking things off. We will now go on to Pet Showcase. Thank you.
Just because I had been practicing my reading, so I didn't want to lose the opportunity. All right, so on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, for those that are here in the audience and those that may be viewing these proceedings virtually, the commission takes advantage of every meeting to basically advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. And our dog of the week is JJ. He's 1 year old and he's a male. I'm truly a family dog. I love people and I can even get along with other dogs. Unfortunately, my last family had to surrender me because of the one thing I don't like, or maybe like too much, are cats. I really enjoy nice, easy walks on the leash, and I am oh so lovable. I know it's easy for me to go unnoticed in a shelter environment, but I promise I'm a precious gem worth loving forever. And this is JJ. Our cat of the week, who's looking very fashionable or ungroomed, one or the other, is Abby, and she's 5 years old. I'm a gorgeous girl with a luxurious long black coat, and I have a fabulous personality to match. Just on that description alone, I'd like to meet this cat. I'm initially shy and timid, but I open up very quickly and I love being affectionate. Neck scratches and head bumps are my favorite. I have good looks and a great personality, so I'm the total package. I'm ready for my forever home to spoil me for the rest of my days. So, Madam Chairwoman, there are adoption events that are occurring, and I just noticed this. It's an adoption event at Bud's Cannabis. I'm going to call them and ask them if they'll throw in a few free joint if you adopt an animal at this event that's coming. I didn't realize this is the first time I've seen an event at those facilities. So again, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, we want to encourage everyone to consider adopting either JJ or Abby or some other animal that will capture your heart at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. So we will move forward to presentations and proclamations. It's the Jetport Air Cargo Study Update by Ms. William Province, Jetport Manager, and Mark Kokenauer. And I think I pronounced that correctly. And Commissioners, if we would just please allow the completion of the presentation before we ask questions. Thank you. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bill Province, Airport Manager. In 2018, we completed a airport master plan, and as part of that master plan, we did an air cargo study. And since then, we've rebuilt the runway. We actually have a capability of doing air cargo operations. So we decided to do an update to that air cargo study and to the aviation forecast, and we have completed that. And so we have, Mark will be doing the presentation, Wendy Ranieri did the aviation forecast, and Elaine Pickering is with us today. She's from Bohannon Houston, our engineering consultants. So, Mark?
Good morning, Chair Shapiro, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. Again, my name is Mark Kokenauer. I work for a consulting firm called J'Aviation. I'm here to give an update on the air cargo study update, or a briefing. Just walk you through a little bit of our process, a little bit of the background and the results of our study. First, we'll start by outlining our project team and stakeholders. The study update was led by Bohannon Houston. Air cargo analysis was conducted by J'Aviation with assistance from Wendy Ranieri Consulting. The study got kicked off in July 2022 and is concluding at this moment. We had biweekly calls since that time involving a number of stakeholders, including the county, the state DOT, and the FAA. So a lot of the stakeholders were involved and up to date on the process throughout the study. A little bit on the study purpose. One, assessed air cargo demand. As Bill mentioned, this was an update to a 2016 effort that assessed air cargo demand in the area. So a lot has changed in those 6 or 7 years. So we wanted to document that change and see where the demand stands today and in the future. Number two, we want to identify the critical aircraft for any demand that exists. Critical aircraft being the largest, most demanding aircraft for cargo purposes that would operate at the airport, the Jetport, excuse me. And then from that critical aircraft, we determine facility needs. To do that, we undertake a process that involves looking at the air cargo industry, the air cargo market overview. We assess current conditions at the Jetport and in the area. We forecast that demand into the future and then identify over that 20-year horizon what facility needs would be required at the Jetport to support that air cargo aircraft activity, and therefore make recommendations. So a little bit about what we considered. The study had a wide range of inputs. We looked at the air cargo industry, the trends globally, nationally, regionally, and locally, looked at the types of carriers, the types of airports supporting air cargo in the area. We looked at the assets in the Borderplex area of New Mexico, Texas, and Mexico. We looked at the existing facilities here at the Jetport. We looked at air cargo demand based on the manufacturers in the area and the prospective users of the Jetport, one of them being Burrell Aviation. And we also looked at, did an analysis of common air cargo aircraft to determine what would be the most suitable for air cargo activity and the demand identified. A little bit on air cargo industry overview. Most of you probably observe FedEx, UPS, DHL, Amazon planes when you fly. Air cargo is the most expensive mode of transportation, so it's typically reserved for lightweight, time-sensitive, or perishable materials and very high value. Some examples, certainly not an all-inclusive list, include automotive, pharmaceuticals, medication, computers or electronics, medical equipment, and telecommunications. A lot of these items are manufactured in this area. Domestic air cargo has seen growth of about 2.5% annually in recent years, and the FAA projects that this growth is expected to continue over the next 20 years. One important note is e-commerce has grown significantly over the last 7 to 8 years, particularly with the COVID pandemic, which exacerbated the need for air cargo to accommodate e-commerce, the boom in e-commerce and online retail activity. So up to 20%, up from 5% as recently as 2017. Types of air cargo airports and carriers, there are a lot of different airports. Many serve different air cargo carriers and different roles for those carriers. You might not know that 60% of all air cargo globally is carried in the belly holds of passenger aircraft, large and small. So this is an air cargo activity that's quite common from airports the size of El Paso all the way up to DFW, larger international gateway airports. The most prominent, as I mentioned, air cargo activity is done by FedEx, UPS, DHL. They rely on their hub airports, which are at Memphis, Louisville, Kentucky, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Chicago, Rockford. International gateway airports such as JFK, Chicago Air, Miami International, Los Angeles, DFW, Houston, those support significant volumes of passenger belly cargo and also international throughput on the integrated express carriers. But also smaller airports, such as those in the area, El Paso, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Austin, San Antonio, Tucson, those are considered local market stations, which support the local demand. They are not hubs, but they support local demand for air cargo in the area. A little bit on the types of air cargo aircraft, large to small. At the large end, we've got Boeing 747s, MD-11s, Boeing 777s. Those are typically reserved for accommodating international air cargo. At the middle tier, we've got Boeing 767s, Airbus A300s, 757s, Boeing 737s, which mainly accommodate domestic cargo. We've also got, as one of the American Airlines images implies, passenger aircraft, as I mentioned, accommodate significant levels of air cargo tonnage. Smaller turboprop aircraft, of which there are many, many kinds, also are important to the integrated express carrier networks. They serve the more remote, smaller communities throughout the Southwest and across the country. And there are many different types of aircraft that serve that market. An interesting note, dovetailing on the e-commerce growth, is that a lot of the integrators are looking at new aviation technologies such as electric aircraft and vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to significantly augment their small feeder airport network. We've got an image of a UPS eVTOL aircraft here. So the jetport does not exist in a vacuum. We need to consider airports in the region that are capable of supporting air cargo. So we looked at over 10 regional airports with some degree of air cargo to understand who are the carriers, where they're flying, what are their trends, and what are the facilities required or that they have to support this air cargo. And what we found ultimately was that in this area, of which there's significant air cargo demand, El Paso was really the only other airport supporting local demand. And from our findings, we understand there are constraints around El Paso. So as assets around the area, there are quite a few which are listed on the left-hand side of this slide. A lot of the assets are intended to support the major manufacturing that occurs across the border in Mexico, known as the maquiladoras. This is a robust manufacturing operation. The blue areas you see around Juarez are just areas of concentration, but are not exclusively all of the maquiladoras. These generate significant levels of air cargo, and this is expected to continue to grow in the future as manufacturers bring investments overseas to near shore in Mexico. One of the most critical findings we found is that these maquiladoras often have to shut down, or they have a cutoff time of early afternoon, 3 p.m. or so, to make a flight at El Paso International. Oftentimes, they will drive a longer distance to use the Santa Teresa Port of Entry to access El Paso despite being a further distance, and that's to take advantage of the shorter crossing time for commercial vehicles, especially in comparison to the competing ports of entry in Texas. So this signifies that there's significant levels of air cargo passing right by the jet port on a daily basis. So that's just a little bit of the background of the area and the study. Ultimately, what we found was of the potential users, which we held dozens of interviews and surveys with economic development officials and businesses, both with existing and potential interest in the area for air cargo demand. Near term, there's a need to move electronics, pharmaceuticals, lubricants, and apparel from Mexico throughout the United States. The jet port is optimally positioned to support this. Longer term, the demand remains strong for freighter activity from Asia. Foxconn is a major player, and their freight forwarder expediters expressed a great desire in the future to fly freighters directly from Asia to supply not only Foxconn, but other manufacturers. We also found that there's interest in the area for electric vehicle battery manufacturing and computer chip manufacturing, investments in these manufacturing facilities in the area. So that only increases the long-term demand to support the jet port's planned crosswind longer runway. Ultimately, Burrell Aviation identified 8,000 to 10,000 annual tons of annual air cargo throughput, specifically at the jet port. So once we establish that baseline demand, we translate that into annual aircraft operations. So because that's a range of 8,000 to 10,000 tons, we come up with several high, medium, and low growth scenarios to project that out 20 years into the future to determine how many operations that translates to, not only once activity gets started, but also 20 years in the future. So our methodology is consistent with FAA forecasting. Ultimately, this results in an absolute high scenario of 912 737 operations by 2042, or using a larger aircraft, a 757, 560 annual aircraft operations per year. As Bill alluded to, this study was also an opportunity to update the general aviation forecast. General aviation activity is the jet port's primary business. So what we consider was single engine, multi-engine jets and helicopters, both their based aircraft at the jet port and also annual operations. As you can see today, there are 130 aircraft based at the airport, representing about 25,000 annual aircraft operations. To project into the future, we consider historical trends. We surveyed pilots and conducted interviews with the users. We looked at industry trends and projections, which tie to aircraft operations. And we also looked at socioeconomic data, which are correlated to aircraft activity. So bottom line, by 2042, general aviation activity, this does not include the cargo activity. These are just general aviation users and growth at the jet port, will grow to 150 aircraft by 2042 and about 38,000 aircraft operations. Critical aircraft, which is the largest aircraft again, goes from a mid-sized business jet to an even larger business jet. And the percentage of total operations, jets as a percentage of operations, will increase from 16 to 23%. So now that we've identified our baseline demand and projected that out into the future, we need to understand how that fits with the facilities we have at the jet port. This is just a quick overview of the existing facilities and then the planned facilities in the blue shaded areas. Zooming in on the Burrell Aviation facility, they've got 143,000 square feet planned air cargo warehouse facility, nearly 700,000 square feet of apron area, and additional areas include for aircraft maintenance, cold storage, and distribution. So the ingredients for success for air cargo are present here in the area. There are very few other areas with this mix of economic activity related to manufacturing that generates air cargo demand, both today and strong projections in the future. There is a port of entry that is growing very rapidly in terms of truck crossings. There's a massive amount of industrial park area that is existing and planned around the jetport, much of which has existing logistics, transportation activity today. There's a rail facility, significant highway infrastructure, including a planned border highway connector, all in the immediate vicinity of the jetport. So finally, we come up with some recommendations based on our findings. So first, we want to widen and strengthen the existing runway 10-2A to accommodate Boeing 757s. So we widen it from 100 feet to 150 feet and strengthen it to accommodate about 500 annual takeoffs and landings. We also recommend an FAA obstruction evaluation for airport airspace analysis. This allows us to identify the exact building heights and setbacks, aircraft parking positions, so aircraft tails don't penetrate important airspace surfaces. As air cargo activity gets established, we recommend reevaluating the need for air traffic control tower and aircraft or airport firefighting facilities on the airport to support this activity to ensure safety and efficiency of the airport. We also recommend establishing a precision approach for runway 10, which is planned per the current ALP. And as air cargo activity grows, continue to evaluate the need for that longer ultimate crosswind runway 321. Also continue coordinating with the FAA on the air cargo forecast. Because activity is not existing today, they cannot comment. So once air cargo activity gets established, revisit the forecast, have the FAA buy in and approve the forecast. Also, a critical piece is to continue to promote the jetport. There are a lot of interest in the area that are not necessarily all coordinating with each other. Local economic development, state economic development, Bill wears a lot of hats, he's got a lot of roles. He needs some help promoting the airport. So we recommend networking in the cargo industry, attending conferences, excuse me, putting together some promotional material for the jetport. A few things this study actually did produce were a brochure and a 3D video, which we will show in just a little bit. So quick findings and conclusions for our study. The area is served by manufacturing that generates air cargo activity today. There is a need for more air cargo infrastructure to support it. The sanitary support of entry offers advantages in the area, which is why air cargo throughput is moving right past the jetport today. There is robust infrastructure, including interstate and rail access. Industrial parks are already heavily occupied by logistics firms. The jetport's existing and planned facilities are geared towards supporting and are appropriate for air cargo activity. And there are lots of economic incentives, or not incentives, but initiatives to support air cargo and develop the area's interest in air cargo. Advance this slide. So this is a 3D video. Right, what you're seeing right now is the jetport as it exists today, and keep your eyes on it. It will change. This is the near-term development with that widened runway and strengthened runway, along with the Burrell air cargo development with a few planes parked out there. Note, our initial demand does not foresee 4 aircraft parked there, but ultimately that's what the goal is to get there. We've also got the East Hangar development and some of the midfield development there as well. So the jetport, again, as I mentioned, there's very few areas in the country that have this level of activity with interest in developing air cargo facilities and infrastructure. Combined with the available land and the existing infrastructure, this area is really primed to take off, pardon the pun. We've got one more little snippet, and I would encourage you to prepare your questions. I'm open to questions at this point. This is really our last slide. But note here in just a second, we will render the future crosswind runway 321, so you can get an idea of what the ultimate configuration of the airport is. And of course, there would be development along that runway. So I thank you for your time. I'm open to questions now if you have any.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. Commissioners, does anybody have any questions? Mr.
Madam Chair?
Kokenauer? Commissioner Sanchez?
I just had a question, and I know when we went back and looked specifically at what we were targeting, what it was up to, or had recommended the widening of the runway to accommodate a 757. Would it, I know we're kind of, maybe, I don't know if it's considered overshooting, but what would be the anticipation of going even to a 767? And the reason I say that is like, say, for example, Amazon, it just seems like 757, while I know the repurposing of many aircraft has been particularly for air cargo, and that's where 757s come in because they're basically almost all retired, it seems like, from a majority of airline fleets. But 767s are continuing to age and be reutilized within cargo. We're seeing, obviously, they have a larger capacity. And take Amazon, for example, that uses 737s and 767s. Would it not at all be advisable for us to look at possibly looking at some point expanding to 767s or to be able to handle that type of weight and aircraft?
Yeah, Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Sanchez, thank you for the question. I'll start by saying 767s are the backbone of integrator fleets, and they're still used widely in passenger aircraft airline operations. As those retirements grow in the future, they will be converted to freighters in increasing numbers. So the 767 is a very viable aircraft. 757s are no longer being manufactured, but they're very, very good performing aircraft in terms of their capacity and their takeoff performance, which is well suited to a higher elevation and hotter climate such as the jet ports. So to your question, a 767 can operate on this expanded runway. It would just not be utilized to its fullest capacity. The runway is pretty much at its maximum length, so we cannot extend for that to increase the aircraft loads. It would be worth potentially examining strengthening the runway further, but I think it would be more beneficial. I think the demand is skip that 767 interim step and pursue the ultimate crosswind configuration. But first, I think the message we got from interviewing the manufacturers, shippers, and expediters particularly is get something going first. And 757s and 737s are the primary backbone of air cargo fleets, and they exist in pretty great numbers. Designing for a 767 would be overkill at this initial stage.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
it does.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very good. Looking at the projected flights are coming in and out over the year, it looks like the 757s, you've got 560, I think.
That's correct, in the max scenario.
737s, 912 for the year 2042, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If that's the whole year, I think that averages out to a little over 4 flights a day. Is that correct? Or we expect more?
Yes, that's correct. We ran the model at Monday through Friday operations, so no weekend operations. Typically, air cargo is a Monday through Friday operation. So yes, that's 960 operations divided by, 260 days a year, weekdays a year.
I did 365, so I didn't
Correct.
exclude the weekends.
Yep,
So still, that's probably more like 6 flights a day, something like that?
sure, or less, yes.
Okay. I have a problem with that. I'm just wondering if that's what we're planning for and if the costs we're talking about and investments or that, because at 6 flights a day, we probably wouldn't use our own tower, would we, for landing? Will we build our own tower?
At that level, it would be advisable to consider building your own tower, not beyond the vert tower that currently exists.
And then what about, I saw a lot of individual aircraft, personal aircraft. We still have a lot of those going out, I think 154. I don't know the right
That's
number.
correct. That's the
Okay.
projection.
And 154, is that 154 a day? Well, it's obviously a year, right?
154 based aircraft. So these are aircraft that are occupying hangars and spaces at the airport. That annual operations grows from 25,000 per year to, I think, 35,000 was the
Okay,
number.
well, that would justify, certainly justify Tower to have that many flights coming out a year.
It would. And interviews with the main users of the airport supported not only building a precision approach, but also consider investing in a tower as well.
Okay, now I understand, I know we've invested in widening the runway and we've already invested or committed to investing in widening the runway, increasing the tonnage, and also lengthening the runway. Will that accommodate the 767s and 757s as we already have it planned?
Yes, the widened runway at 150 feet, designed for the strength of a pavement strength of 255,000 pounds, which is a 757. That's optimized for a 757. The 767 can still operate, but not at its maximum takeoff weight.
As I remember the discussion, and somebody have to refresh my memory, as I remember the discussion, we were talking about making the investment in widening the runway, increasing the size of the taxiways, that we were trying to plan that for a 777. Did I remember that incorrectly?
That's correct. That is not our initial goal right here. We're designing, the design aircraft that this study is recommending is a Boeing 757. So a 777 would be a much heavier, wider aircraft that completely changes the design standards for lots of aspects of the airfield. We are not recommending to go that big at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions by any other commissioner? I have a couple of questions, please. And just to follow up with Commissioner Reynolds and what he stated about possibly having our own tower in a few years, what's an approximate cost of that?
I would hesitate to venture a guess on that. That's not my specialty, and we didn't evaluate that exactly. But I would love to tell you, but
All right.
apologize.
Next question. I understand in the past, Texas had still been stopping international commercial vehicles coming into Texas. Is that still happening? And that's why they're choosing the Santa Teresa port of entry? Do you know that?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair?
Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez, sorry.
I was just going to ask the county manager if he might address that issue with Texas DPS stopping. Are they continuing to stop the freight coming in and out of Santa Teresa and/or the Texas ports of entry?
Well, the regular reports that were coming to me were from Jerry Pacheco with the Border Industrial Development. He has not communicated that that is a continuing activity. I would have to give him a call. I'm unaware that it is still continuing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah,
Commissioner
Madam
Reynolds?
Chair, I'm just curious as to the significance of that for the airport. Not that I question, I'm just kind of figuring out the connection on that question.
I was just wondering, I know that we had addressed it at a previous meeting, and that it made the port of entry in Santa Teresa much more attractive, plus the wait times and the other crossing areas. And I thought, well, just take advantage of everything we can.
Yes, our study was aware of that sort of activity, but there wasn't hard data to, actually put in our study and quantify.
Madam Chair, I share your concern about, first, the excitement about, enthusiasm about using our crossing because it takes less time to get across. But I also share the concern about our freight still being stopped at the Texas border, which is our only option leaving that area from the border crossing, which is why I'm trying to support with New Mexico Department of Transportation the extension of the highway up to Anthony in some way. Pete Domenici. So I'm trying to support that because that's the only way we can bypass Texas stopping us from delivering cargo. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Kokenauer. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners, and Chair Chaparro.
Commissioner, so I was going to say,
Madam Chair, may I respond to your question and Commissioner Sanchez? According to Mr. Pacheco, they are not stopping any of the trucks, but they have apparently decided to do a permanent stationing and diversion at the Bridge of the Americas on the El Paso side, which is leading to more traffic coming through the Santa Teresa port of entry.
That's good for us.
It's good for us. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Anything else, Commissioners, before we move on to the consent agenda? Thank you. Would any commissioner like to pull any item off of the consent agenda for further discussion? All right, then we will go on to consent agenda items 3, 4, and 5. May I have a motion, please?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Thank you. Then we will move forward with agenda item number 6, the budget work session. Ms. Stallwood? Yes.
I don't know if the commission would like a short break, since we're now going to go into a constant, we're just a little bit earlier, we were anticipating 10:30, but we're now at 10 o'clock. If we could perhaps just have a 5-minute recess, just a short recess, just to make sure that we're ready to proceed. I'm not suggesting that we're not. I'm sure Ms. Dawood is. But since the plan was to go straight until 12:30 and then take a half-hour lunch, I would suggest that perhaps a 5-minute recess would be in order at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I did get an indication from 2 other commissioners, so we will be on a short break, and the time is 9:59. you. We're back in session. And we will commence with the budget work session. Ms. Starwood, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Today, we will begin the FY24 budget work session. We'll discuss the budget calendar, which was presented in January, the assumptions that we have used for our revenues and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. We'll look at the overview of all department requests, and that will be followed by presentations, first from elected official departments and then from the remaining departments. So we had our budget kickoff meeting on January 5th, and on 10th January, we presented this calendar to the BOCC. We had requested all departments to give us their submissions by 10th February, so Budget Office could review the submissions during the rest of the month of February. During the month of March and April, we were going to do budget meetings with all departments and the management to go over their requests. So we have our session today on March 14th, so we were not able to start our budget meetings yet. We have plans of starting them from tomorrow. And a preliminary budget is due to DFA on 1st June, so it would be presented on May 23rd, this last meeting in May, to the BOCC for approval. So at this point, the Budget Office has not completed a full review of all the requests. Our initial review was done. And this presentation would be, we will show you the unfiltered requests as they were submitted by departments. These charts on the left show us the total revenue and expenditure history for the last 5 fiscal years. From 2018 to FY22, we have the actual numbers. For FY23, we have a projection of how we expect to end this year. The first line on the top, the blue one, is our total revenues. Below it, the yellow line is our total expenditures. So as you can see, our revenues have been higher than our expenditures, except for FY18. The total revenue and expenditure also includes restricted funds and grants, like the American Rescue Plan Act and other money. The graph on the right shows just the general fund history. The third line we have in total revenue and expenditure history is our GRT, the gross receipt tax. That has also been consistently higher than the prior years. If we look at our history, from FY18 to 22, we have seen about 16% increase in GRT. For FY23, we have put in about 4%. The GRT also includes the equalization distribution. And the last line at the bottom, the blue line, is our property taxes. There is a steady increase of about 3% every fiscal year. The graph on the right shows only the general fund history in millions. And as you can see at the top, the blue line is our general fund revenues, which has been higher than the general fund expenditures, the yellow line below it. We also transfer out from general fund to other sections. The third line at the bottom, the red line, is our transfer out schedule. So money is transferred out to detention, utilities, roads for roads initiative, also for capital purchases and capital projects. Here is our cash reserve history. The line at the top is the total cash, which also includes ARPA and different grants and restrictive funding like Flood Commission and Indigent. And as you can see, at the end of FY22, we ended at $183 million, which is the highest cash history for the county. The blue line at the bottom is just the general fund cash reserve, which has also been growing. We expect to end this year at $75.69 million in general fund cash, of which we are required to keep a reserve of about $20 million, 3/12. These are our assumptions for both revenues and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. So the first column shows the FY23 and 24 description, and then we have the amounts. So for gross receipt tax, we are expecting $11 million more from what was budgeted last year. Overall, we have incorporated 2% increase. Equalization tax, we are expecting a decrease. In FY22, our equalization was $6.76 million, and that's what we had budgeted for this fiscal year. Initially, tax and revenue had not given us anything, it was zero, and after we contacted them and there was a correction which needed to be done, they gave us 4.29 million. So for FY '24, our equalization will be 4 million. So we are showing a decrease there. Property taxes, we expect an increase of 2.4 million, and interest income, 1.3 million. The total revenue assumption is 11.9 million. There could be potential effects for property tax rebates for low-income property tax payers, which we might see towards the end of FY '24. That has not been incorporated. HB 367 could also reduce the GRT for professional services once it is finalized by tax and revenue. It's still not scheduled so far. On the expenditure assumptions, these are the increases, 7.7 million that we have incorporated in the budget. 5.7 million is for the position book update, which includes the pay increases during FY '23, 5.6% for health insurance estimated increase, and we are budgeting unfilled positions at step 3 instead of step 1, union unfilled positions. Union step increases is 1.7 million, and potential retiree payout, including their vacation and sick leave payout, is 342,000. This slide shows the county-wide sources of revenue. The first column shows the budget which we had adopted in July 2022. The second column shows our FY '24, the upcoming draft budget, the revenues that we are estimating. The third column is the difference, and then the last column shows the change. Throughout the presentation, we'll be following the same guidelines. So as you can see, our GRT has been, the estimate is 20% higher than what was adopted in last year's budget, in the current year's budget. GRT, we are expecting a decrease as we had received 6.7 in FY '22, but this year we received less, 4.29, and for FY '24, we are estimating 4 million. Property taxes, we also see a 5% increase. Fees and service charge includes a detention, about 11 million, utilities, and El Paso Electric franchise fee. There would be a difference of about 1%. Under miscellaneous, the biggest amount is the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund for 4.7 million, because of which we see a big increase of about 67%. PILT, which is expected at 3.48 million, is also included in miscellaneous. The taxes we have here are gas, flood, and cannabis tax. We are expecting about a 5% increase. For penalty and interest, there is a slight decrease. This is for late charges, 3% based on what we have been receiving this year. Investment income, we expect a considerable increase, 103%, based on the investments done by the Treasurer's Office and reports from them. For state distributions, fire, EMS, and law enforcement protection, there would be about a 1% decrease. Grants, this includes all grants, and the amounts would change as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, as many of the grants would be, the projects would be completed and revenue would already have been recorded. So whatever is left over for multi-year grants would be carried over to the next fiscal year. On the next slide, we have the revenues only for general fund. So here, the gross receipt tax is expected to increase about 19%. Equalization, since we received it less this year, we are budgeting 4 million. Property tax is about 5% change. Fees and service charge, the main one is El Paso Electric franchise fee in general fund, about 5%. In miscellaneous, we have PILT. The reason for the decrease is that the Murvda building was sold during FY '23, and we wouldn't be seeing that revenue in FY '24. Penalty and interest tax, the difference is about 1%. Investment income is expected to be higher, so we would see an increase of 63%. Grants in general fund are BLM illegal dumping grant, and overall, we can see about a 6% change in general fund revenues. Next, we would start looking at expenditures. These are some of the highlights of our overall expenditure for FY '24. The unrepresented pay increase of 5.25%. The impact on the budget is 1.6 million. The union agreements and step plan changes, the budget impact is about 2.7 million. The 5.6% estimated health insurance increase impact is 400,000. The FY24 union step increase, 1.7 million. And unfilled positions are, union unfilled positions are being budgeted at step 3 instead of step 1. The impact on the budget is $775,000. Vacancy factor, currently we have taken 7.2 million based on the current fiscal year's budget. We would be analyzing it and we'll update it when we get close to our prelim in the next few weeks. And new position requests and new capital requests are not included in the expenditure FY24 budgets that we would be showing right now. Once these are approved, they would be added. So this slide shows the county-wide expenditures. So this includes general fund as well as other funds. Personnel costs are higher, about 11%. This also includes overtime, callback, incentive pay. Operating costs are 19% higher. Again, these are the unfiltered requests that were submitted by departments during budget meetings. Many of the items are revisited. Debt service is based on the schedule. The difference is about 1%. These includes our GO bonds, NMED, NMFA projects. Capital outlay, here we are only showing the capital projects that were already started in this fiscal year and are in process. We have not included the new capital requests. That's why we see a 59% decrease. And again, as the projects get closer to completion, the amounts would change. State distributions are EMS, fire, and law enforcement protection. And the grants include all grants for the county. And again, this number would change as we get closer to to the end of the fiscal year. The actual numbers, carry forward balances would be transferred to the next fiscal year. Next slide, we have only the general fund expenditures. Again, the personnel and operating costs see an increase of about 10-11%. Capital outlay here are those which are already in process, and in the next slides, we'll go over the items as well. The grants in general fund is the BLM illegal dumping grant. So this slide shows the summary of our FY24 revenue and expenditure budgets. So our total FY24 revenue was $249.86 million. Our expenditures are $309 million. The difference is $59 million. If we take out restricted funding as well as capital projects which are in process, the budget deficit is $3.52 million. So right now, these are unfiltered requests. This is usually happens at this stage in the budget process, and what we try to do is match our recurring revenues to recurring expenditures, so we are not in the deficit. Our next 6 slides would be about capital projects. The first one is about the capital projects which we are already working on currently from our unrestricted funds. So for DASO, we have the crime scene unit and the fleet build. For utilities, we have grant matches and transfer station monitoring wells. Community development has their land development software. So the total is $2.89 million, and as we progress till end of June, the amount that would be carried forward will change. Now we look at the new capital requests from unrestricted funds, and when departments would be doing their presentation, they would talk more about their capital requests. We are going over a list of all of them, so you can see all the capital requests followed by the position requests. So for DASO, there are cameras and fleet replacement. Clerk's office has the ballot sorter. Detention has a water control system, boiler replacement, slider replacement, shower inserts, security fencing, carpet replacement, sprinkler, adult roof replacement, parking area, drainage improvement, and the tile replacement. For engineering and roads, some money has been allocated, $5,000 for CES fee related to state appropriations. Facilities has the mower, the Hunter 14K, trailer, ATVs, ground maintenance equipment, baseball park lighting, and bond fee for grant projects. For fairgrounds, arena groomer. And for IT, the requests are For access controls, battery replacement, fleet has the EV charging station, vehicle replacement, road equipments, and OEM has the radios. So the total from unrestricted new capital request is 13.14 million. Moving on to capital requests for restricted or designated, which is HHS funds. Detention, it's 410 for their projects. HHS has vehicle replacement. Fire excise tax has projects for fire, vehicle purchases and radios. Jetport vehicle replacement and flood projects, equipment and vehicle. The total from designated fund is 15.8 million. Now we have the next 4 slides on position requests for FY24. Again, the departments would be discussing these when they do their presentations. For DASO, there are 63 positions, which include program manager, deputies, grant assistant, public information officer, school safety officers, sergeant positions. For probate office, there is administrative assistant part-time. Fire has 15 positions, which include lieutenant firefighters, technician, and deputy chief for recruitment and retention. Facilities and park have an electrician and plumber position. Animal control has a live evidence technician part-time, PIO administrative assistant, and OEM volunteer coordinator. The grand total for unrestricted fund new position requests is 6.63 million. Moving on to restricted fund position requests for HHS, there is contract administrator. Flood commission has project manager 3. The total is 153,000, and we have a reclassification request from flood from engineering technician to project manager to 15,808. These are the requests for external agency funding. So the first 4 that we have, spay and neuter, food resiliency, La Opinion, and MUVDA, are the same as last year. These 4 are funded out of PILT. For MUVDA, the request went up from 2 million to 2.135 million. The difference is 133,000. County Extension Office, we received the request late on Friday from 154,000. They're now requesting 238,000. The difference is about 174,000, 68,000 of which is for a full-time position. South Central Regional Transit District, from 825, it went up to 970,000. The difference is 145,737. Metro Narcotics remained the same at 325,000. For Animal Services Center, the current fiscal year, the request was 1.75 million. On Friday, we received the request for 2.389 million, the difference of 991,000. This also needs to be reviewed and added and discussed. Film Lost Cruises and Hatch, we have not received the request yet. We are expecting by end of March, they might be similar to their current request of 95 and 10,000. USDA Wildlife Services increased from 41 to 43,000, 1,500 difference. And Downtown Las Cruces is the same, 50,000. So this brings an end to a budget overview for FY24. After this, we would start with departmental budget requests. If you have any questions at this point, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Dawood. Do any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Dawood?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Dawood, I had a question. I know in the very first, one of the first slides, when you reviewed the unrestricted funds, you had indicated that, or the overall, let me get back to the budget assumptions. You'd indicated on gross receipts tax that we're looking at an increase this year of $11 million. But when you go down I think the next slide here, you show 13 million, or sorry, one up, not the general fund, but the sources of revenue. You show $13 million. What's the variance, and what is the reason for that $2 million variance?
Yes.
Because I think when I look at how you had it laid out above, you talk on the reduction in equalization tax of negative 2.8 million, that matches up. The property taxes were 2.4, that's exactly the same. and the investment income or interest income is 1.3 million, so that matches up. So I'm trying to figure out, why does GRT 2 million less?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the difference is really made up of pass-through GRT. So the budget assumptions includes county use GRT. The pass-through we have is spaceport related, passes through the county, and we send it to the spaceport, and we hold on to a certain portion to send to them. And we also have Medicaid intercept that we bring in, or we have to record on the books, and it goes to the state.
So that's where the 2 million, is for those restricted funds?
Yes, around 2.1 million.
Okay. That's right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions by any other commissioner before we commence the presentations from the departments? Commissioner
Madam
Reynolds, I
Chair.
know you're pushing that button.
I know, well, I'm trying to find the question that I have, the information. What I remember is that you actually did an analysis to say we were going to be over budget by roughly 8.5 million. Is that what it was? Or I'm trying to get to that slide, to give you exact numbers. Okay. 3.52 and 59, okay, it's on slide 89. Page 89, it shows that we have revenues for FY '24, 249.86, expenditures 309.15, showing a 59, it looks like 59,029.29.
Commissioner, what page are you on?
I'm on page 86, 89 of the presentation. And
It's
that's,
slide 12.
And the slides aren't numbered on this page.
Yes.
There you are. That's where I'm at. Thank you. Anyway, looking at this, it shows 249 million, 309 million. Does this incorporate any of the stuff, or include any of the stuff that you talked about that we've already identified for capital projects? Is that how we got here, or is there additional capital projects we have to add to this expenditure?
No, this does not include the new positions and new capital project requests.
So there was a whole list of capital project requests you just went through. I think it totaled something like 11, 15
Yes.
million. So those are not included in this number.
No, those are not included.
Okay, so now if we look at the reserve, though, we have enough reserve to cover all these additional requests, and this does not include any impact on our reserve balance, does it? On page 12.
Right now, this 3.52 deficit, yes, would come out of reserve if it's approved as is.
Correct.
But so what DFA does is, their recommendation is that your recurring revenues should match your recurring expenditures. If expenditures are higher, they send like a warning saying that you're dipping into your reserves. But yes, right now, the impact would be 3.52 as.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding correctly. The 3.52 that we're currently looking at is what would be taken out of reserve.
Yes,
And since we have a reserve balance, I'm looking at the reserve balance, looks like it's estimated to be 75.69 million. So we have enough reserve balance in order to accommodate the request that you've shown us at roughly 15 million.
yes, we
Okay,
do have
that's
reserve
all.
balance.
Just-
We are required to maintain 20 million of that.
And yeah, we have 20 million is reserve, and then out of our in reserve cash, we have 75 million, so that leaves us another 55 million to work with in order to increase the budget, is what I'm reading, if I'm understanding correctly.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so the main point for this slide is to show our reoccurring revenues and how our reoccurring expenditures match up. So currently, with department requests, we have an imbalance of 3.5 million. So we do have the reserves to cover that, but one thing to remember is that is recurring expenditures. And so that's going to be ongoing for future years if it was to be approved as is. And of course, there aren't any new position requests in there until there's a recommendation from management, it comes to the board, and the board approves that, and that would be additional on top of the 3.5 million.
Well, I also read, correct me if I'm wrong, that we also expect an increase in total revenue, of ongoing revenue of about 11 million. Okay, so our additional recurring revenue increase is about 11 million. So if we look at the recurring costs and keep them under 11 million, we won't have to take reserves for recurring costs, but the 75 million we can use for capital improvements that are being requested. So there's two different funds we can work with here. And I want to make sure that I understand that as we go forward, so that when they make requests, I can put the capital more into the reserve, and I can put the recurring into the $11 million that we have. It's an expected increase in our revenue. Okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave, What is the amount that we have to keep in reserves? Can you remind me again, please? I didn't write that down.
So it is 3/12 of our general fund expenditure budget. So for fiscal year '23, that is around 20 million. And as the budget sits for FY '24, that is around 21.5 million or so.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioners, any other questions?
I'm
Commissioner
sorry, could you,
Sanchez?
I just want to make sure, and by the way, I apologize, Madam Chair. Lucio, if you would state your name for the record.
Lucio Luttrell, Budget and Research Officer.
Thank you. Can you repeat exactly what you just told the chairperson?
So the county is required to maintain a 3/12 reserve on general
okay,
fund
got it.
expenditures. We also have a 1/8 reserve requirement on our road fund. And so that one is typically not an issue. General fund is the big one.
Okay, and now the next question, and I just want to make sure, and I think with all these questions, I'm just trying to frame before we start getting into the department level discussions on what the requests are. So with the increase or the assumptions, there would be an increase of 11.9 million for revenue. Expenditures along that we talked on, personnel would look at about 7.7 million, which leaves us with about $4.2 million of determining where that would go for the recurring expenses. And then in the end, we've come on the slide that's up here on slide 12 has indicated the budget deficit of $3.5 million. So just trying to understand, and I think I'm just for myself, and I'm sorry if I have to make you repeat, but I just want to make sure I understood it. With what you were explaining to Commissioner Reynolds, this budget deficit, is that at all under the, I'm sorry, we had a cute disruption in the back. So the $3.5 million, is that with these requested, all the requests from the different departments that we would have to, I guess the deficit is $3.5 million, already assuming the 4.2 million surplus, well, we'll call it surplus for now, and with all the requests in.
So not all of the requests. It does not include the new position requests, but it does include the remainder of their operating requests, overtime, callback, things like that.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, before we proceed? And if I might just remind everyone, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, for pointing that out, because people are maybe viewing online or wherever they're viewing from, or maybe out in the gallery, but if you would please introduce yourself when you approach the podium so that we have a good record. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, can I make a statement real quick?
Of course.
Absolutely. I want to, I know this is the first time that we've done this, at least since I've been on the commission. So I just want to say thank you, Asma, Lucio. I know we're just at the beginning, and you and your team have done, I know we've asked to kind of pull things up than what we normally do, so I'm appreciative of that. To the departments, thank you for pulling this together. One of the things that when we asked for this was that we wanted to make sure that we could understand what are the priorities for each department. What are you looking for going into the next year, and what are the next steps for each of your departments and where we're going to take the county to? And I know this is, like I said, it's different. It's going to be, at least what I'm hoping, my view is that this is going to be a learning process as we go through it, because this is the first time. So understand, have patience with us as we go through this. It may not be perfect, but I want to make this as a learning process as much as we can and have an open discussion with you and the different, within each of the department leaders, to have a better understanding, like I said, of what it is you're trying to accomplish, so that, we can best try to support you and figure out how we can make this happen. So, but thank you, Madam Chair, for
Thank you,
allowing me to.
Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair, with that being said as well, can we come up with, because how many departments are we hearing from today? Quite a few. Can we come up with, are we asking questions during the presentation, after the presentation of every department? How do we foresee this working?
I foresee the presentation and then asking questions immediately after the presentation. And if we can just jot down our notes somehow so that we don't make it tedious for the presenters and limit the interruptions to their presentations.
Again, Madam Chair, I think what we have communicated is for the departments not to take more than 15 to 20 minutes in terms of their overall presentation, and then it opens it up to questions by the board. And of course, we're not putting any limitations there, although I do want to encourage you to, make the questions very concise, and I've encouraged all of the responses to be in that form as well if we're going to get through everything today.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, does that answer your question?
That's perfect.
All right, thank you. Let's move forward then.
So now we will begin with the department presentations. There is a standard format which all departments would follow. The first slide will show their priorities. They will talk about FY24 priorities. Then there are some highlights or points they would like to talk about related to their budget. And the third slide is their budget request for operations. So we'll begin with the elected official departments first.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I just want to say to everyone here, I agree with Commissioner Sanchez and also Madam Chair. Thank you all for all the effort and the quick response to our request to put this together. And we don't expect to be perfect, but we do appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair Chaparro, Commissioners, my name is Milton Duran. I'm the budget analyst contracted by DASO. My comments will be representing the Sheriff's Office. First of all, I want to congratulate the Commission on this first time ever. It's long in coming, and I appreciate the effort and certainly the patience that you have shown to listen to all these presentations. I'd like to first make an opening statement and then stand for questions, or if you chose, I'll do a brief overview of our positions. First of all, the law enforcement entity is unique. It's different from other entities in that it has several challenges. Most of our dollars are spent in two big pockets, personnel and in capital assets. In the case of personnel, there's a growing concern, there's a growing pressure on qualified candidates to fill these positions, not only in the United States, but in our state and our county. And if you look at cities like what is happening in Portland right now, what is happening to Vancouver, Chicago, there's a growing pressure on the candidates to maintain their composure, to maintain the fulfillment of their duties. The other item is fixed assets. We have fixed asset requirements that are usually large. It is a growing concern with the price changes that we have, the supply chain issues. I can tell you that our cars, when we get them, whenever we get them, we're happy to get them. But there's a delay on that. There's a delay on parts. We're unable to fix our cars as promptly as we would like to. So those are the pressures that we have as an entity that's growing. If you'll go to the priorities, we're looking at expanding job positions. We have some very specific needs, very specific talents and specialty areas that need to be filled, and we'll go into the detail if you choose so. We have deputy positions that need to create to fill those specialties. We have a request from the public school district in Gadsden to fill SROs. We have a need to have a CALEA accreditation manager to fulfill the requirements to qualify. We have a need for a public information officer, and then we'll have some discussion on some of the expenditures. In terms of personnel, if we go to slide 19, if we can. Can I get off script or not? Oh, okay. We'll look at personnel costs, for example. We have a request of 17 million. That's up 1.1 or 1.7. Fuel is holding on at 800,000. Fuel was unusual this year. As you remember, the fuel costs were sky high for a while. They've come down to some extent. It is anticipated fuel costs will go up again during the summer. The coming back of the economic climate in China is having an effect on fuel. Vehicle maintenance, as I told you, we have a continuous problem in getting parts. That cost is reflective of some of the price increases for inflation. We have a slight decrease in data systems, contracted services in our holding. Ammunition was unusual. Ammunition last year was very high and unable to be delivered. All of our vendors were asking for delays in fulfillment of our orders. You see an increase in that because we've gone to a twice-a-year qualification for our officers. Training is something that is very important, particularly when they're using arms. And so we're going to a 2-time qualifications per year. Then that'll account for some of the increase in the ammunition as well. Equipment under, we went a little bit lower. Capital leases, we see a general increase in inflationary increase in our leases. In transportation of our prisoners, we're at the mercy of the courts. We're doing whatever we can to mitigate some of those costs. We're working with some of the other agencies in the state to do intrastate transfers. The complex problem is when their prisoners are remote, like in the larger cities in the U.S. So our transportation costs is something that we have to deal with, and you'll see an increase of $100,000 on that. So overall, our budget proposed went from 19 million to 21 million, an increase of 2.0. One of the things that we anticipate in terms of personnel, we're requesting 26 SROs for our school district. That is reimbursed 100%. So if you'll see the totals in personnel, that should be reduced from the total because that is reimbursement. There's other reimbursements that don't show up in this presentation because they hit the revenue side. We also have grants that we get that in effect reduce our outlays on our actual budget. Those are also on the revenue side that are not shown on this budget as well. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez.
On the support. They've asked me to review the support. This is our support office. This is a smaller budget. It's 5.1 versus 5.4. It has a very slight increase, mostly having to do with personnel. We had a decrease in telephone. You'll see a $100,000 credit. Accounting has requested that we reclassify our telephone costs to leases. So you'll see the corresponding increase in leases of $93,000. So the net effect is to offset the cost in telephone. The remaining operating cost has a slight increase. So we have an increase of 6% on law enforcement. Pardon me, on support services. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez.
So,
And when we're talking about a slide, Commissioners, could we please indicate the page number of the slide so that we can all follow along? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I apologize. So at the bottom, it does say that this table does not include new position requests on both 29 and 30 as far as the slide numbers go. But for anyone that is watching, we do have the sheriff's request for new positions. Sir, if you can go over those positions, I don't know if you have, if you can just go over, because you did mention the CALEA program manager, and then you do have several others, court personnel, deputy drone, deputy dispatch and such. Can you just go over those really quick for us for the record?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hernandez, yes. If you'll refer to slide 19. There's a summary there. The first item that we're asking for is a CALEA manager. As I mentioned, to get, continuing our process to get certified, it does require that we have a manager in place. We're asking for 6 deputy court costs of 480. As you're aware, some of those costs are reimbursed as well. We have a request for a deputy for dispatch. There's a continuing traffic issue because of the number of calls that we're having to answer. So we're asking for a deputy on this dispatch services. We're asking in capital, we ask for drones. So the deputy for the drone operators, there's a position of 4 to cover 24 hours, 7 days a week. We have a request for deputy patrols of 18. There's an increased volume of calls that we're having to cover. As a result, there is a need for spreading, and some of the patrols a little too thin, so those have been added. We also asked for a recruitment. That's our cadet class of 10. And then we have 2 traffic deputies that we need. The grant assistance, you have seen that the benefits of grants defray some of the costs that we have in our budget, so our grant activity is very important to us. We have a need for a public information officer. And you go to the next page, we have school safety officers. There's the 26 that will be reimbursed by the district. Then we have a sergeant for the range master. As I indicated, we're doing qualifications twice a year, trying to get 160 officers qualified. It does take some scheduling, and range master is needed, and then one final position of traffic sergeant. And again, of the total 6 million there that you see in the bottom, the second item, the 2.084, really should be deducted because that's reimbursed item. So the net effect is somewhere in the middle of 4.3. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you. So your 2 biggest staffing requests are 26 officers for school safety officers, public safety aides, and then 18 patrol deputies. Okay. And out of those, patrol deputies is for increased mobility in the county, is that correct? Safety?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. Mr. Duran, you mentioned reimbursements, and you kind of skipped over that. So can you be clear or clarify where the reimbursements are coming from and to which positions they would be applied?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, the way the accounting system and budgeting network that we have doesn't allow for revenues or reimbursements to reduce the cost on the expense side, but we do get credit for the revenue coming in on the revenue side, which is not part of this yet. But we get reimbursement for court services, for example. We would get reimbursed for transportation of prisoners. We would get reimbursed in the case of the school officers. We would get reimbursed there. But again, those reimbursements, the income side, is shown on another schedule that is not on the expenditure budget as being presented today.
Turn off my microphone. So the additional deputy patrol, you're asking for an additional 18, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And that's in addition to the vacancies we have now?
Madam Chair, the vacancies, let me go back to our January 15th, the work session that we had in Dasso. We had a total of 30 vacancies at that point. If we delete the reserve for the cadet class, if we remove the reserve for lateral movements, we delete those applications that were in process, we really had a net, out of those 30, we had a net of 6 true vacancies. That represented about 4% of our total staff complement of 160 plus officers. So to answer your question, it would increase our total staffing. But again, as law enforcement, we're not at liberty or have the pleasure of being reactive to issues. We have to contemplate and anticipate the needs of the county on a longer process, a longer view. And therefore, some of these officers are going to be needed for what the demand may be a year or two in the future. But again, the process of filling these positions is difficult, and it does take a long lead time. And for that reason, we're asking for these new positions.
Thank you for your response, but as I recall, it was more than 6 vacancies, and so you are requesting that we tie up that money for 1 or 2 years until those vacancies are filled?
There's an adjustment in the budget. It's referred to as salary vacancy factor. In our budget, the vacancy factor anticipates that you will not fill the positions and you may have turnover. So there's a credit to our total cost of personnel. In our case, in the law enforcement, it was 1.6 million, 1.8 million this last year. There's another 400,000 in support. So approximately 2.2 is used to reduce our overall budget.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Mr. Macias, is that a true vacancy, the 6 vacancies? Or do we have a different number?
Madam Chair, when we talk about vacancy savings, it's because rarely will a department be able to maintain 100% of their positions filled throughout the entire 12-month period. So you do build in a vacancy savings, but the ongoing issue here, and I really don't understand why there isn't any kind of agreement. But right now, what we show is that there's 42 vacancies in the Sheriff's Department. There are 10 deputy positions that are vacant and with no anticipation or identified occupant for that position. There are 7 detective positions, and normally a good number of those get filled from the deputy ranks, which then opens up the deputy's position and adds to that. But there are 10 deputies right now, 7 detectives, 1 sergeant, 2 lieutenants, 1 captain. Those are vacancies. And there are the executive secretary, again, the undersheriff. Those are political appointments. And there's 17 civilian positions, 4 court security, and 13 other positions. There's at least, of the 17 positions, there's at least 7 professional standards investigator, 2 intelligence analysts, 1 transcriptionist, 2 court security and transport, 1 doc tech. Those really aren't even in the recruitment process. So yes, there is this ongoing difference of opinion. I believe that there's certainly support to suggest the larger number of vacancies because at the end of each fiscal year, there are unspent funds, and the biggest number comes from unfilled positions or vacancy savings.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And along those lines, I know you're requesting additional deputies. Is there any thinking of reopening the substation in Chaparral?
Madam Chair, I'll have our major respond to that.
Good morning. John Day, Major of the Dunn County Sheriff's Office. Madam Chair, from watching this occur over the last couple of years, there seems to be somewhat of a misunderstanding on how our positioning works and how we do our hiring and how we fill our ranks. When we open up for an academy, we have to have a certain block of open cadet positions or open positions for deputies. So we try to run a 20-man academy every year. So we block out 20 spots within our position control roster to be able to hire into those positions. Now, if we get 15, or we get 12, or we get 18, depending on where they land, those leftovers we fill with laterals as soon as we can get them. And our law enforcement side of the house, when I just checked with my staff, we show 10 officers' positions that are open. We just had 2 leave in the last 2 weeks. So we were at 8, we're at 10 now. That is not accounting for open academy positions, which we're trying to fill at this point in time. We have 4 laterals in the process to hire at this point in time to bring in. And we've been roughly reaping about 10 open positions. When we come to that's deputies. When we come to detectives positions, the 7 open detectives positions, we currently run on our shifts at least a minimum of 2 officers per district. We're 7 districts. We move for 14 officers out in the county at all points in time. We've historically, over the last 6 months, kept that pretty consistent. There has been some times where we have not been able to meet that. And we do that not only for officer safety, but that way we have, because our districts are so large, we have a quicker response time. So when you call the Doña County Sheriff's Department, our average response time is 7 minutes. That's pretty good, considering the size of these districts and the spread that our communities have throughout Doña County. We would like to increase that response time, decrease that response time by increasing having officers more readily available on patrol. For the 7 open detectives positions, if I filled all 7 detectives positions, remember, you guys last year gave us 2 detectives positions, but 0 deputies positions. We are a structured hierarchy. So for you to become a detective, you must be a deputy. For you to become a sergeant, you must be a deputy or maybe a detective. If you become a lieutenant, you have to be a sergeant. If you become a captain, you have to be a lieutenant. I cannot promote people into the detectives positions if I strip away deputies from patrol, because who's going to recover the calls that come in? Who's going to respond and keep that 7-minute response time when you need somebody to show up? I know that we have bubbles, I say, in the cheese. So we're not one solid block yet, because we have all these little spots within our promotional process. So we keep trying to fill and fill and fill. As there has been some contention between the sheriff's office and county management on the hiring process, the human resources, I feel very optimistic that we're going to streamline those processes to be able to rapidly move these promotions forward. We're scheduled to promote through a testing process in May of this year for detectives, sergeants, and lieutenants. We were able to come to an agreement. I appreciate Human Resources assisting and getting us to be able to have an outside independent individual come in and provide unbiased promotional processes, which is a first, really. Been here 20 years. It's a first. It's pretty interesting to see this happening now. I'm looking forward to those filling up, and then we will be able to backfill with deputies from out in the market to be able to get them in. It's a very big challenge to hire lateral officers right now and to hire for cadets. The city of Las Cruces just opened up a $35,000 incentive. It's a very interesting game being played on the checkerboard of how do I get police officers into the sheriff's office or away from our competitors. When we looked at these drones and we bring in technology to assist us, to provide us with an increase in influence within Doña Ana County, we're trying to be more technologically advanced. Drones have made a huge impact with the city of Las Cruces and the recovery rates and detections of stolen vehicles and criminals that are operating out in the county, within the city. And please know this, the criminal element flows between the city and the county like water across a sheet of paper. It doesn't care about the little lines on the paper, it just goes across the paper. So as we look around what's happening with drone engagement, we received capital outlays to purchase drones, which we're in the process of doing now. We did a very thorough T&E of several different drone companies, and we've identified one that will be operable within all of Doña Ana County to include federal airspace, because that is a problem. You can't use Chinese drones in U.S. federal government airspace. So now we need to be able to put people behind her to fly the drones, because they're not autonomous yet, so we kind of need that. In addition to, as we look forward to the future, the CALIA accreditation, which I'm very happy to say that we're closing rapidly on that, which is going to be a boon for the county for insurance purposes. We're looking forward to that process completing itself here rapidly, I'm hoping by summertime, really. As I'm looking at the court deputies positions, we ourselves with the courts have talked about the increased need has occurred at our court systems for security and for law enforcement. We've been in conversations with county legal as well as with the courts on wanting to slowly, through attrition, replace these civilian court security officers with deputies. I have 3 open positions there currently, looking at trying to move those deputy positions or move deputies into those positions. And that is because our courts are coming more and more under attack within this country, including within this state. I don't know if you recently are aware of this. We've had individuals run their vehicles into the district courthouse. We had to put barriers up. We've had individuals assault lawyers, assault and batter victims of crimes or witnesses, make attempts of death attempts on judges. It's just becoming more and more of a need there for us to actually have certified law enforcement officers there. When we look at the school system, that was a heck of a point of a contention over the last electional cycle of us having school resource officers. There was a request to at least put 1 deputy there to cover 26 schools. That was a plan for failure by putting 1 officer there to cover 26 schools. When we made movements and conversations with the School Board of Gadsden Independent School District, and thank you Superintendent Travis Dempsey for being able to support us on this, they want security. They want an officer there. They want somebody there with a firearm to protect their children. We did some research on this project. We know there's some legislation going through on a school marshal program. There's current laws that are on the books for how to have armed security. And we were able to come up with a plan that's going to be able to cover the needs of Gadsden Independent School District, as well as needs of any other jurisdictional schools within Doña Ana County. That does not necessarily put a full-time law enforcement officer within the school, but puts a highly trained individual in the school that will be able to address any concerns that come in, which leads to this range master position. Because we want to put people inside the schools that are highly trained and armed and know how to use and handle a firearm appropriately. And that's going to require more shoot time, more expenditures of of ammunition, and more usage of having that range master there to instruct and teach these individuals how to do this, because unfortunately nobody comes pre-programmed. So is there any other questions on these? It's kind of like to explain what we're looking at for this and how come we're moving forward in
I
this
have
direction.
several questions still. So on the school safety officer, public safety aide, and this may be more of a legal question, but aren't the officers supposed to be certified law enforcement officers? Am I correct, Mr. Gooden, on that? I may have read it somewhere, and maybe I'm wrong, but.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it gets complicated. If it's anybody other than a certified law enforcement officer, it gets complicated having those individuals there. There are some very specific requirements that they have to undergo, having been prior certified law enforcement, or that they undergo certain training that meets a certain level. But that's really more, the way I read that is more looking at it being that they are actually employees of the school district at that point in time, as opposed to a safety officer or a school resource officer that is actually a county employee providing the service to the school, whether the school reimburses or not. I think that's the plan, is that the school would be providing reimbursement for that. But anytime, once you get to the point where that is somebody other than a certified law enforcement officer employed by a law enforcement agency, it gets very complicated as to what's required.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gooden. I thought it,
And Madam Chair, I believe, Mr. Macias just asked, I believe if they're a county employee, they need to be a law enforcement employee there. There's been talk about, can we make them something similar to the court security officers? I don't think so. I've read those statutes over and over again. We look at them, and there's some disagreement between us and DASO, between legal and DASO, as to exactly what would be required in that circumstance. But it is a very complicated system.
well, I would guess one would follow a legal opinion of the statute instead of just another opinion. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Commissioners, any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez?
With that, with the school safety officers, 26, and I see that we have the Gadsden Independent School District superintendent here. Can we, because that is a large number, it's almost $2,100,000. What does that program look like? And then how many, it's one officer per school, how many schools are you looking at? Kind of what does that look like? As I'm not 100% familiar with the Gadsden Independent School District. So maybe if we can have you and the superintendent talk about this a little bit, what the plan is, how you guys are gonna do this, what recruitment looks like for those positions, and then how does County HR work with DASSO to kind of fill those positions in a more timely manner to help out?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, let me try to do my best from the school perspective to try to answer those questions. We currently have 23 campuses. Now, just a recent update, we're doing some school consolidation, so that's already reduced to 21. And so we got a little bit of changes there, but I want everybody to think of this as a multi-year project. This will not happen overnight. And at the end of this year, if I get 3, I'm gonna be thrilled. But I am gonna budget the $2 million so that this is not on the county's financial backing, it's on the school districts. So now the partnership, what I'm trying to create is that partnership so that the county focuses on the law enforcement training piece of it, which obviously I have no knowledge ability to do. And I focus on the teaching, reading, and math, and our parents feel like they're sending their kids to a safe environment.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
so
Murillo.
The 2 million is going to be strictly on the Gadsden School District. It won't be half the sheriff and half the district. That's all from the district. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So to follow that up, and I'm trying to connect the dots here. You're asking for certified law enforcement officers for court security. Why not for the schools? Are the judges more important than the kids?
No, ma'am, that's not it at all. They're all equally important. The ability to be able to cover the needs of 23 from Gadsden Independent School District. Now remember, there's other school districts in Doña Ana County. You also have Hatch School District, and then we have Garfield Elementary, which we're responsible for. We have Las Cruces Public Schools, in which we have 2 or 3 different schools within Doña Ana County that are part of that process as well. And so we look at how to do that coverages, and part of the law, in which I'm sure Mr. Good and I have a disagreement with, is that when you read the law that came out of it, including also the new school marshal law that's currently in legislation, it says either is a certified law enforcement officer or is a retired certified law enforcement officer or is a law enforcement officer who left in good standing after 3 years. And so we feel that we have a very large open pool market in El Paso that we can hire out of that were certified law enforcement officers once they've retired from that system and bring them over to us in this capacity, especially in the South Valley area, to cover school districts. So we've looked into this, and we believe that will be a very good source to be able to fill those ranks in the South Valley area for the southern schools.
Thank you. I have a question for Superintendent Dempsey. So how many law enforcement officers are you requesting for your school this year, Superintendent?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would be thrilled to get them all. I want you as officials to understand that this is a long-term process. And again, at the end of the day, if I have 3 by the end of the year, I'm going to be thrilled.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Murillo.
Mr. Dempsey, and do you have an idea of which 3 schools are the top priority for, like, if we were to get 3?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, our main priorities, from a school perspective, we have 2 potential threats, if you will. Threats from the outside and then threats from the inside. The majority of our lockdowns and safety-related items come from the inside. And so our secondary schools and high schools are our priority internally. Now, we understand that our elementaries as well, which are very spread out, those are the threats typically from the outside. But we feel like that our secondary schools are the most vulnerable right now.
Madam Chair, Commissioners,
there's been reference to the School Marshall Act. I've looked that up. There's two bills that have been introduced, both of them titled the School Marshall Act, HB 254 and HB 283. Both of those were referred to the House Education and then the House Judiciary Committee. Neither one of them has even received a hearing in the House Education, its first committee of referral. The likelihood of either one of those getting anywhere, getting through House Education, House Judiciary, and then go to the Senate by Saturday at noon are very highly unlikely at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. And I'd just like to thank you, Superintendent, and I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Department and our county staff. This is a very important issue to those of us that have children, and so I believe we all have children up here, and so thank you for working together. I know that we'll move forward to a path that will hopefully address your concerns, Superintendent. I am in the court system, so I see what's going on down in the valley, and it's alarming, especially with the drugs that are coming in. Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments, questions?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds?
Go ahead.
Commissioner
No,
Sanchez?
Commissioner Reynolds, go ahead.
Flip a coin?
Superintendent Dempsey, I have a couple of questions. And then I have a couple of questions for Mr. Melton. The security officers in the school also require different training, if I'm not mistaken, because they're not allowed to touch the children until there's an incident. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. And the training protocols, again, that's where I need to lean on the expertise of our Sheriff's Department and Sheriff's Office to go through those protocols. But there is very specific training for SROs.
One of my concerns, I don't know if the rest of the board shares my concern, but one of my concerns is this. As a deputy officer, their encounters each day are about 20, maybe 30 on the high side. Being in the schools that have some 300 or 400, 500 children, provide them the opportunity and the need to possibly have many, many more encounters. Okay, so I'm hoping that you all have worked this out already and that you plan to carry all the liability insurance for these officers.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that definitely is a legal question. Anything that happens on a school campus, I'm liable for. If it's a county officer, anything that happens with a county officer, I'm sure the county's liable for.
Well, see, and therein, in my opinion, kind of lies the rub for me. The rest of the commissioners don't have to agree with this. My concern is this. Since they have so many more encounters, even if we leave them there and we take all the responsibility as a county, it's going to increase our liability insurance much more than probably the $1 million, $2 million you're offering for the employees. And also the risk, if we have one incident and we get sued, I'm sure being a minor, we're going to probably be in north of $5 million. So my concern is before we enter into this agreement, regardless of what the resource officers are called or what they do, is that we have a good understanding from our risk manager, Steve Meyer, and also legal, Mr. Gooden, to help us understand exactly what our risk and liability is so that this board is well aware of what we're stepping into here. If I had my way, just because of the risk, I'd prefer that you guys, you actually hired all the people and managed all the staff and took all the responsibility. So we have the resources, we have the training, we have the people. So it makes sense to capitalize on that from your perspective. From my perspective as a county commissioner and also one that sits on New Mexico board when we do all the risk, I am concerned that we're going to go down the road here, and I want to make everybody aware that this is a very sensitive issue. So training for these officers is paramount. The understanding of exactly what their limitations are is also paramount. And we need to have a real good oversight committee, either from the Sheriff's Department, Schools Department, Board, whatever the same, to make sure that the incidents that do occur are almost impossible to avoid. I'll give you one that really scares me the most. If the officers are not allowed to touch the students, 3 students could actually possibly, hold down one of our officers and take their weapon before they've had a chance to even respond. I'm concerned about that. 3 football players, 3 whatever, okay, or 4, if they decide to take that action. and then that could be really catastrophic. So this is a very sensitive issue from my perspective, okay? I don't expect any answers. I just want to make that public. Thank you very much, and I hope we can work this out. I hope it works well, and I think you're absolutely right about putting them in the middle and high schools to begin with, where your inside risk is the highest. And I'm hoping we can work this out and make it work, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Well, I still have a couple more. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean
Sorry.
to cut you off, Commissioner.
Okay, on slide number 19 and 20, you actually listed the positions, and at the end, at the bottom of slide 20, it actually shows that the total is $6,386,000. You'll notice that the probate office and fire are also listed here for their personnel, and that takes about $1.3 million off of it, and the 2.084 takes that off of there. Then the total amount that the sheriff's department's looking at is about 3.3 million, to correct the numbers. Okay. On page 29, you have a calculation error. Under item under item equipment, under 5K, you're actually decreasing it by $50,000. You're showing a 100% increase in the budget. That's actually a 19% decrease in the budget. So there's an error on your slide. Other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sanchez.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds, were you saying that there's a decrease in the
Yes,
budget?
if you look at line item on equipment under 5K, it shows that in 2023, it was 263,000.
Oh,
2024 is projected to be 213,000. That's a decrease of 50,000, which equates to a 19% decrease in change in budget.
got it. Thank you. Mr. Duran, actually, I guess this would be, well, I guess, let me just say this, whoever, if you want to respond, great. I have issues with adding, I think going to Commissioner Reynolds' point about the SROs, while I'm not against the SROs, my concern is adding this many positions to the budget without having an MOA that's been approved by the GISD board or that nature. So we're going to be committing funds without any type of revenues coming in for reimbursement. So I would think, at least my take is that if and when the GISD school board approves that within their line items, we can add it to our budget and the roster, and then, then we're covered. But I think without that in place, I would be concerned with adding 26 heads. And if the agreement is to add 3 in this first year, then we can add 3. I think that's where, at least I could see that transaction happening, and I don't know that I would support adding that as part of this initial budget request. So however we want to deal with it, work with, like I said, I support absolutely having the SROs in the school. I just want to make sure that we have an agreement in place, because I know even Commissioner Murillo had asked, how is that reimbursement going to happen? And we're talking hypotheticals. So until we have something concrete, then I don't support having in the budget at this moment. But the question I have, the 25 fleet replacements, we're talking $2.6 million. What has been the rate that we've been replacing fleets over the last few years?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, it's about that same quantity. A lot of, or some of those units are carryover from last year. If you recall, we had a similar budget item last year. They went unfulfilled in totality. So there is a carryover element.
Okay.
Again, we're at the mercy of the industry, and that's negotiated on a timely basis by our fleet manager.
Okay.
And perhaps that question should be asked of them as well.
Okay.
And one other comment, just addressing Commissioner Reynolds' concern on that line item. I was just informed by budget that that's just a typo. It should be considerably less.
Milton, that's what I expected, but I wanted to make sure that it was reflected correctly on the document, so we were looking at the right information.
That is
Thank you.
correct. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
I still have a couple more.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting, just wanting. I'm used to the court system, so we push cases along.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. And I guess the question, this is more to maybe either to Ms. Dawood or the county manager. we talked earlier about having a vacancy savings or a vacancy amount that we're taking, but as we've carried all of these heads on all, I mean, this is not just for Dasso, this is across the entire county. At what point do we just remove those positions from the roster versus continuing to say we have continue to have these vacancies? I guess what I'm asking, what's the practice? And because we carry this vacancy rate, but if we're not ever intending to fill, I mean, in a case like this with Dasso, where we've had discussions about vacancies, but, looking across the broader county, what point do we continue to carry these positions over and over and over? We never fill them. And so why do we continue to carry costs if we're never going to fill a position or haven't filled a position, say, in a year or two?
All right, so let me respond, Madam Chair, if I can, and then I'll ask Ms. Dawood to supplement it in some way. The vacancy, it isn't really kind of specific positions that cannot be filled. These are positions that are created by the county commission, and the expectation is to fill those. The vacancy rate comes from the inability to maintain 100% occupied positions. That rarely is accomplished in any department because people come and go, employees come and go. So that's what's factored in as a vacancy rate and anticipation that you can't fill all 100%. Therefore, you don't have to budget up to 100% of all of the positions being occupied. So that's historically the way you get to interpret a vacancy rate. All of these positions can be filled. The reality is they won't stay filled. There'll be other positions that vacate. They'll have to go through a recruitment process. You have those overall savings based on the historical ability to maintain all of the positions. And what happens many times in some specialized areas, you can't get them filled because you can't pay at the level that will attract individuals, so they stay vacant for longer periods of time, although one should be optimistic from my perspective. After the commission approved the union agreements and the compensation level for the unrepresented, it should be easier because we are far more competitive now to basically be able to fill positions. So I don't know if Ms. Dawood wants to give a little bit more explanation, but historically, you cannot fill all of your positions, so why are you budgeting 100% of that money?
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I think this is a perfect leadway, I think, for number one, when we have these positions, I don't think, and Commissioner Reynolds, I mean, I know we've all been, with the exception of the vice chair, we've all been here for a little more than 2 years. In our tenures, I don't think we've ever reduced the head count. We've never evaluated the roster to determine or reduce positions. We have added, departments have come to us for reclassifications or they come to you for reclassifications. But I guess that's where you kind of hint at the fact that there are some positions that were created, who knows when, that maybe we should be evaluating whether they're still a valid position within the departments. So I know that's kind of a future, but I think it's something we should look at. The other thing, though, I think exactly like you said, when we're trying to recruit, and I think Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez had asked this earlier, and I don't think we got an answer to it. How does HR help, say, in a case like this, Dasso, to recruit? How do they help the other positions that we're struggling in? How does HR work to recruit for these positions? Because I understand there's some challenges on some of these, but I think if we look at approving these positions, I think as Major Day has indicated, these are positions that they're going to have to go out and recruit and have to get people to fill. And I think the goal is exactly that, is that you want to reduce your response time so that way people in our county are feeling that response from DASO. But, and I think if we were to look at filling these, how does, and I see Ms. Haynes, and I appreciate you coming up, how does HR going to be working with DASO to help make sure we're recruiting, and even in the El Paso area, out of state, to make sure we're recruiting some for these positions?
And Madam Chair, if I just might interject before Ms. Haynes gives you the detail, the sheriff's office has a full-time recruiter. They focus on recruitment. The follow-up activity is where Ms. Haynes' operation comes into play, but I'll let her describe the separation or the division of responsibility.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioner. To answer your question, how HR assists DASO with recruiting, basically, as Mr. Macias had mentioned, DASO has their own recruiter. They decide where to advertise, to go to job fairs, to really seek out candidates for those positions. Where our office becomes involved is once they've already been through the process, they've gone through all their testing, then we review, make sure everything's in line, and then move the hire forward. But one of the things that HR also does is we work with the department's public safety, especially with DASO, to make sure that the hiring process for safety officers is consistent and streamlined, so that way at every step of the way, the targets are met and the information is moved forward as well as the candidates.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I appreciate it. I think that's just, we have so many vacancies here in the county. Not like I just think, I know we have struggles with the pay, and so we obviously that's been working to be addressed with, as Mr. Macias had mentioned. I just want to make sure that, as we're working across the county, that it's in a synergistic manner and not in a way that it becomes a hindrance with each other. So thank you, Ms. Haynes. Okay.
Commissioner Sanchez, if I may, while Ms. Haynes is still present, thank you for answering the question about DASO having a recruiter and such. Something that I can see from the outside looking in, now the inside kind of looking in, is that we need to do a better job at making the county look more appealing to those inside the community, outside the community, in El Paso, surrounding areas, to bring people in. And I think that's something that DASO's recruiter as well as our county HR can do to congeal, if we can. And maybe that's something that we need to figure out, is how to make the county look like the place to be, where you want to go get a job, where you want to spend the next 10, 15, 20 years, so that we're not having this constant issue with retention. So that might be something that we need to look at, and if that's something that needs to be reflected in the budget, so be it. But I think that would not only just help DASO, but every single department in the county. So that might be something that we need to look at as a commission as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. Commissioners, any other comments before?
Madam Chair, just the last comment, I promise.
Certainly,
This one.
Commissioner No, you don't have to promise. We're here to learn. And so we thank everyone, all the department heads, everyone. We are here to learn.
No, and I appreciate, I know this has gone a little longer than we anticipated, but I appreciate Major Day and Mr. Duran, I appreciate it. I guess my question as we move forward, and I know we're not here to we're not going to be trying to make sure everything in the end adds up right at this moment. I know this is just a direction that we're working with Ms. Dawood and the county management. The number of patrols units, I don't know, I think my only question is, if we go through, is that the right number for this year that we think we could theoretically fill, or is there a chance, those can be phased in? Because I think I share the vision of where you want to go and understand. I think that's going to be one of the things that I think we should evaluate. And like I said, you don't have to answer now. I just think it's something that as we kind of go forward, I just want to make sure that if that's, obviously, I think the overall budget request is an increase of 22% for DASO. I'm not opposed but I think, when I think the county manager is trying to make the numbers, when we're trying to work with, I think that's something that we could evaluate, but I understand and I support where DASO wants to go with trying to make sure that you have a larger team to be able to address, especially in the districts, as you have noted, how large districts are. Because I know in my district, we hear from our constituents, they want more of a presence from DASO. And so I think as we kind of see the numbers of crime increase, this seems to be, the direction, if that's where, I think you all are, working with DASO, if that's where the direction we need to go, then I think it's something we should look to evaluate and support with this. And I think going back again with the SROs, I think as long as we have something in place with GISD, I wholeheartedly support that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I have a question that was unanswered earlier. I was mentioning the Chaparral substation. I know the area well, and I know that officers will pull from that area. Do you have plans in the future to open up that substation in Chaparral? And is it within a year, 2 years, or not at all?
Chair Chaparro, that is not an answer for me to be able to give you. That's up to the Sheriff, Kim Stewart. We currently do run full operations in Chaparral. Our officers have utilized that station to be able to reports or to be able to have some sort of rest area or use of a restroom. We've been pushing them also to the community centers as well, because I think the roof blew off the station in Chaparral about 1.5 years ago. So it's not been open to the public for a while. We've been running most of the things out of Anthony, but I believe that the sheriff will have that opportunity later in time once we have our staffing to an appropriate level, so we can probably look into that.
And may I suggest, also in my district, we had some meetings, and there is a community center in Oregon, and the residents in that area are very encouraged by your presence, but they would love to have the officers take a break at the community center and have their presence known there because of the issues that are happening.
And Chair, with 18 more officers on the streets, they'll see a lot more of them around those community centers and
Well,
down those areas.
let's get them recruited, Major Day. We'd love to be at 100%. I think I speak for all the commissioners. If we could have you staffed, the Sheriff's Department staffed at 100%, it would make me very happy. Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to have another question for Human Resources.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Actually, I don't think I have any questions for you.
You're done?
I think so. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Can I call you Meg, or what's your last name?
Commissioner, or Chair Commissioner, Meg Haynes, you can call me
Okay,
Meg.
Ms. Haynes. Ms. Haynes, thank you. You were saying that the sheriff has their own recruiter. So who sets the requirements for the positions? The sheriff's recruiter or the sheriff's department?
The job requirements for
Yes,
each
ma'am.
position, it's in consultation between the Sheriff's Department and HR and the county manager.
Okay, so how much experience do you all have specifically hiring officers in those positions? Because I would believe that a person who's had 30, 40, 50 years hiring officers would be much better suited to hire and decide what their people are. So how do you do that? What do you do differently than she does?
Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioner. Basically, their recruiter takes the position and recruits based off of what's been approved in the past. So, oh, okay.
So I'm going to jump in if you don't mind, Commissioners. Since Meg is relatively new in the position, I have more of the historic context of how that has worked. Job descriptions have to be based on what is actually required to perform the position. So it's not simply a matter of determining what we want the qualifications to be. It's required that they be what is necessary to perform the position. And so when HR gets a request to look at qualifications, we go out and do the research to see what the industry standards are. We look at our peers, we look at other counties, and there are federal sources that give what the normal educational and experience requirements are for particular positions. And so it is in consultation with the department that's hiring as well as those sources.
Okay, so why would the, I mean, I know industry standards are fine to look at it, but I mean, I think every community has some unique requirements. And so looking at industry standards is fine if you want to say, you know, what is the median, but if you're looking for exceptional or don't have the money to pay for exceptional, I think that that would be something that I would expect that the recruiter for the sheriff's department would be better attuned to do. And am I wrong, or do you guys actually hit the median and say this is where we need to be, or do you consider exceptional requirements for the position?
Commissioners, there are two criteria. There are the minimum qualifications, and then there are the preferred qualifications. And that's where the department has more discretion from the pool of candidates that they have to decide who the exceptional requirements are. But anytime you start building requirements that are outside of what is required to perform the duties, and those duties are articulated by the department, so they're telling us what is going to be performed by the person in that position. But anytime you get outside of the norms, it's very difficult to validate why certain thresholds are necessary to do the job. And so you run the risk of disparate impact and disparate treatment.
Well, along the lines of what Commissioner Saljo Hernandez said, I mean, when I was actually a supervisor, manager, director, and looked at hiring over 500 people, HR never told me what to look for because they had never done my job. So I'm surprised that you feel like it's necessary to be involved in the process when other departments are hiring as far as telling them what their requirements should be. I know consistency, I'm okay with that. If she says all deputies are this, then all deputies you look for should be this. But if she's saying a lieutenant or somebody, or even the officers at the Gaston School have to be this, I don't know how you can improve on that requirement. That's my confusion, by the way. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's my lack of understanding of what you guys provide.
Madam Chair, let me respond.
Yes.
The sheriff's signature is on every job description as it applies to the sheriff's office,
Okay. And so
which
you're
is
saying
basically
she approves
indicating
every
that that job
position?
description
Okay.
is what the sheriff believes should be in the position.
And so if she approves it, that's all that's required?
No, everything, all of the approvals come through then ultimately HR and then to the signature of the county manager.
So I'm just curious about the other departments. Does the detention center also have a recruiter or any other departments?
Yes, the detention center has their own recruiter. Let me see, what other department? Just
Those
those
are the
two.
only two departments.
Sheriff and detention do have their own recruiters.
Yeah, because that's a very unique skill that is not, I don't understand how to hire deputies or detention people, frankly, even though I was trained in the military to be a police officer. One more question. How many vacant positions do we have at the county right now, if you just took the total? Or how many positions do we have authorized?
We have approximately 950 positions authorized. About 150 are vacant, and that fluctuates, of course, with detention and DASO and public safety when we're adding fire positions. So there is some variation.
Okay, so the 150 positions that we have, do we actually budget 100% for all those positions, for all 950? Because I think Mr. Macias just said that we shouldn't, and I'm wondering if that's what we do.
Commissioner, we do budget for each of the individual positions, but finance does have a vacancy factor built into the budget based on what is the typical turnover rate. The last couple of years have been a little bit different during COVID because there was a hiring slowdown in a number of areas while people were working remotely. So I think the number of current vacant positions are a little bit misleading from what they have historically been.
Okay, well, Commissioner Sanchez was actually asking the question, and I don't know what this board should be looking at. Should we, if the sheriff says she may need the 26 positions for the Gaston School, and since we normally budget 100%, maybe we should consider all those positions in the early budgeting as well, if that's what the county does every year. Am I right, Ms.?
Commissioner And,
No,
Mr.
he said not to budget 100%, but yet that's what we always do. So we need to, as a board, decide what we're going to do. Are we going to budget 100% for the 950 positions? Are we not going to budget 100% for 950 positions, and how do we calculate that?
Well, I think this is a learning process, and I don't think that's a question that needs to be answered at this exact moment. I mean, we still have other departments that we have to hear from and other needs. I think it's a very good question, Commissioner Reynolds, but I think we're premature on making that decision at this time.
Oh, I'm not asking for the decision. I'm just saying this board, I think we're responsible to determine how we're going to proceed with the budgeting. Do we, not right now, but I think this is something as we do this process, when we get to the end of it, we should have some understanding as to how we handle funding of positions. Are we going to do it 100%? Are we going to do it based on what the projected need is or the projected fulfillment is, and then fill in later, as Commissioner Sanchez says? And I think that's really on us, is all I'm saying. And so, and I'm getting different answers about how the process has been done in the past and how it's supposed to be done. And we just need to think about trying to ferret that out at some point in time.
Thank
Doesn't
you.
have to be today.
So,
Thank you.
and if I may ask a question, when was the last time that the HR policies were updated? Was it, so
Madam
you were a
Chair.
commissioner then?
2019, yes, November.
All right, any other questions, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Murillo?
I believe we were supposed to have an MOA with Mr. Dempsey, and we were going to have something March 23rd. Is that correct? And I am full support of the school safety officers because a lot of constituents down the south having all the issues that we've been dealing with is very, very appropriate to have our safety for students, right? So we were having talks about having the MOA, as Commissioner Sanchez had explained. We were planning it on the end of March. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't recall any conversations around a date on that, but I would be happy to do that, you know.
But March 23rd, you weren't supposed to bring something in? I was told.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I wasn't aware of that date or
Okay.
anything of that
All
nature, but I'll be happy to, you know, this is a very important project to me as well, obviously. And I will make myself available at any time we need to work on that.
Okay, so we can do an MOA. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Anything else, commissioners? Mr. Duran, I believe you can sit down and have a drink of water.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I think the area of job descriptions does have a problem, and there needs to be a lot more communication between HR and DASO, because there is a concern about those points that you raised. And my final comment is, I think our budget reflects transparency, our proposal. Certainly, it shows some temperance and hopefully some deep thoughts. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yeah,
yes.
just to respond, I don't know if there's a problem. I'm just saying, I'm sensing from discussions from Human Resources, Fernando, and that there may be some confusion about how the process is done, is the reason Commissioner Saljo Hernandez asked the question, and Commissioner Sanchez is asking questions about the process as well. So I think we're all just a little bit confused about what the expectations are and getting different information from different areas. That's all.
Thank
But
you.
thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds. And my
Thank you
last
very
comment,
much.
Mr. Duran, because it was brought up at the last commission meeting, I've always supported the Sheriff's Department because I work very closely with them and have since 1999. I see them almost on a daily basis, and I compliment them whenever I can. I haven't worked with all the deputies, but maybe 60 to 70% of them, and they show commitment to their jobs, and they show a commitment to this community, and I mention it to them every time I see them, so just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Your comments are welcome and commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will, does anybody need a break before we continue with the county clerk presentation? Nope. I'm sorry. Come on up to the podium, please. Ms. Zamora. And again, for the record, if everyone can identify themselves for those persons that may be listening in or viewing from another area.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Hello, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. For the record, my name is Caroline Zamora, and I'm the Chief Deputy County Clerk. Janice Hiron is passing out some additional information for you all. I want to go ahead and introduce, Thank you, Asma. I want to go ahead and introduce our team led by these amazing women. Of course, our clerk, Dr. Amanda Lopez Askin, Angelica Valenzuela, right here. She's our recording and filing supervisor. Janice Hiron is our Bureau of Elections supervisor, and Brandy Delgado and Amanda Gomez are our amazing administrative team. I also want to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank Asma and the finance team, and especially Lucio and Eric, who always answer our questions and take our calls and come and meet with us. They're very, very helpful. So our fiscal year 24 priorities are, of course, building our new warehouse. That is one of our top priorities. We also plan on purchasing an absentee ballot sorter for faster ballot processing. And of course, our office takes pride in supporting our staff through professional development. Let me go to our next slide. There we go. So on this slide, of course, we're going to lay out some of the highlights. Our capital outlay requests, we plan on purchasing an absentee ballot sorter for faster ballot processing. Janice just handed out some packets with some more information about that, and she can answer those questions if you have any. Again, our office takes pride in professional development. In fact, today we have several staff members who are taking New Mexico Edge courses, also other courses and other conferences that our staff will be attending. And because COVID restrictions are being limited, we're attending more, and so we're traveling more, so we plan on an increase there. In fiscal year 2024, we will be administering 2 elections, and statute has increased the pay to election officials. Again, that's state statute increase, which of course we believe in and support. The public and our election officials and our team are the backbone of our elections. We also have a small increase to a lease that's non-capital, and that is for our printers and copiers. Other election expenses, again, we have 2 elections coming up in this fiscal year, the regular local elections in November and then the primaries in June. The next item, we also anticipate an increase in the amount of rentals. And again, with travel for professional development opportunities, we do plan on more rentals there. Also, we plan on an increase in rentals for the moving trucks for the voting tabulators. And we anticipate, again, 42 voting locations. Let's see. Our last item is we have been informed by our landlord of the current elections warehouse that the rent will be going up, and we are working on that contract. We are currently working on that contract. So here's another breakdown. Of course, you all can see we do plan on that increase for precinct judges and clerks, and that's due to statute. But do you all have any questions at this time? That was really all we have for you.
I have a question, Ms. Zamora, and you mentioned that there was an increase in pay to poll workers, and I don't recall off the top of my head what the pay is per person.
Janice, can you answer this one? Okay.
Good, are we still in morning? Yes. Good morning, Commission, Madam Chair, Commission, Amanda Lopez Askin, Doña Ana County Clerk. Statutorily, we pay $200 for Election Day. You're looking at me. It's actually going to head up to $400. So we will be more than, it kind of depends on what role you play in the election as well. If you're a presiding judge and basically a supervisor at each site on Election Day specifically, then you make more, then you also get paid for training. So it can be up to $300. And then there's also incentives for what we call basically somebody that brings the results, anything that carries a vote, you know, in terms of our cards, provisionals, absentee from each voting location. We like to get those in as soon as possible, so they get an additional $25. So HB 4 and Senate Bill 180 are currently moving very quickly, and it looks like, knock on wood, that they will be passed, and that does increase election official pay up to $400 for the day, for election day, right? So if you think that they start at 6 a.m. and sometimes can come in at 11 at night, although it is, $400 sounds like a lot, it really is, doesn't even cover what the service that our community does for us. And let me ask Janice if I'm missing anything, because she is my great detail person, yes.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro.
Good morning.
Janice Giron, Supervisor of the Bureau of Elections. So the only thing I can think of that Amanda might be missing is that we also had to increase our number of poll officials due to statute for same-day registration that now goes not only through early voting, but also on election day. So we have 42 sites, which means we needed to add another 42 election officials to run that same-day registration.
Would you repeat those numbers again? So you have 40 at this time?
We have 42 election day sites, which means we needed to increase the election officials by 42 in order to cover those positions.
Thank you. Any other questions by any commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez.
Madam Chair, I didn't know if, I know we talk on building rentals here, but on capital requests, I noticed that there was the request for an absentee ballot sorter for the clerk's office, but I didn't see any note of your continuing project for the clerk's warehouse and kind of where we stand on funding for that. So, there we go.
Madam Chair, Commission, as it stands, we received $1.7 million in last year's capital outlay request. Although I have heard some numbers, I'm not going to officially state what we received this year. I know that I have been in Santa Fe very often and talking to many of the legislators, encouraging them to fully fund it. I'm hopeful that is the case. And if the commission would like to add the remainder of that, we would be more than happy to add that to our budget. So I will definitely keep that in mind. But I also think that we need to figure out what we have currently before we can move forward. And Mr. Macias and I and the team of folks that will be working on this are working on setting up a next steps meeting. And hopefully at that point, we will have a really great idea of the totality of the capital outlay that we have been awarded.
Thank you, Dr. Askin. And I think that was where I was kind of curious to see, and I understand that the allocations for capital outlay have not, have still got several steps here for them to be in the end approved by the governor. So I'd love to see kind of as we go into the next steps of our budgeting process for us to take a look and see what would be needed to continue the process so that, if there's when we look at that, Mr. Macias, I don't know if that can be something we can probably take a look at, not right now, but maybe as we move through the process to see what's going to be needed to continue that warehouse process, especially since we approved the site selection at the last meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, again, I just want to make sure we're here early. I don't want to over-focus on that, but we're here early. So we haven't even had our round of discussions with the departments. So by the next step from here will be oriented to the preliminary budget. So by that time, we will have had a lot of discussions. There could be certainly changes that occur. This is an opportunity to give some direction, but I don't want anybody to look at it as this is the budget proposal for FY24. We have a lot of room and time, and we'll be having additional discussions. There'll be additions, there'll be subtractions, and then everything will come back to you again for the preliminary budget here, approval.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And that's what I'm saying. I think that as giving, I guess, a direction, I would like, I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of the commission, but for that to be taken into consideration as you're building the preliminary budget. So,
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Madam Chair, Commission, I would also just like to add this more than happy if you have more questions connected to our budget. It seems pretty straightforward. We're asking for a little bit of an increase connected to our absentee machine, which I think is modernizing what we already do. People are great, but they also, human error is always a factor, and we always have to do what we can to minimize that. And I think the purchase of an absentee sorter would be exactly what we need to minimize that. I would also like to say, Ms. Zamora mentioned this initially. I so appreciate the work that Lucio and Eric provided and the support they did, but also I want to give credit to my staff. And we talk about the powerhouse women that work in our office. I say this often, and I'm not to disparage myself in any way, but if I disappeared tomorrow, which I hope not to, the work would go on. The work would go on because we have a team of people in our office that would make sure that that happens for our communities, and they would do it at a high level every day. And I would encourage all other elected officials and department heads to always remember our place in our worlds, in that we lead departments, but we cannot do with that. We could not do what we do without our staff, day in, day out, doing the work that is so vital to keep our county running. And I would also like to, I'm going to take a personal point of privilege as I do have the mic. We talked about incentivizing. We talked about making Doña Ana County a place in which individuals want to work. And one way, and I've mentioned this to at least a couple of commissioners, we could do that is if we had some kind of daycare center. If we had a daycare center on site that we could have moms, dad, grandparents, siblings, et cetera, be able to bring their kids every day, maybe even visit them at lunchtime. You have breastfeeding moms that would be really vital for. It would be innovative, it would be forward-thinking, and it would be an incentive for people to feel like their workplace is supportive and that they want to go to every single day. It would also help with keeping people here for at least 18 years of a child's life. So that's kind of out of the box idea, but I would encourage you to consider things that are out of the box, because if we can't necessarily meet the salaries of other large organizations, we can do other things, and I just wanted to put that out there. I also would like to thank Caroline, who has stepped up in such an awesome way the last 5 months in working in our office and connecting with our team. So thank you. Are there any other questions for me?
Thank you, Dr. Askin. I do have a question. With the purchase of that absentee sorter that's supposed to be faster and more accurate, how much time will that save your staff in staff hours?
There's a
per
great
election?
breakdown, I believe, in your folder that Janice Hiron, again, my detail person, created. And Janice can jump in if she likes. But there's a breakdown, return on investment. We love those ROIs, right? That's very specific to budget. And I think it's pretty explicit in how much time it would save. That would also obviously cut down on our overtime. We are, with the addition to 6 staff members, those FTEs that we received last year, frankly, you can see our morale lift. You can see people having mandatory overtime. It really doesn't exist anymore. It's almost as voluntary. And so we definitely appreciated that support last year connected to those positions, because it helped our department incredibly feel like a place, I believe, that we haven't been 100% staffed, but I can tell you we've been almost that for near 2 years. And I think that's exceptional. I think part of it is that we've worked to create an environment in which employees want to come to work. We have our faults, for sure, as all the departments do, but that's something we focus on and work hard on.
Thank you, Dr. Askin, and I just had time to read this, and it's very concise. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, on slide 32, you actually mentioned that the cost is increasing for your rental truck. Have you considered or done the analysis to see if it's justified to actually purchase a truck, since you have to use it every other year and also for other times?
Madam Chair, Commission, we purchased a truck when we realized that a couple of years ago. So I think we're always open to the idea of purchasing additional truck. If you would like to amend our budget to add that, we would love it.
Well, my thought is if we've already bought one truck and able to justify that and your rental costs are going up, I would certainly say we look at the cost for the rental truck in last year's election, anticipate what the costs are going to be based on the increase, and if it justifies a purchase, present it to us, and I'd certainly like to consider it.
Madam Chair, Commission, that will certainly be something that we will look at as we continue to work through this process. Thank you
Because
for the suggestion.
We have a little more flexibility on capital with our exit, with our revenue than we do with recurring costs and operations. So we have a little bit extra capital budget. We could probably come up with a truck with the 75 million we have, we're holding, if you could justify it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner
Clerk.
Reynolds. Any other questions or comments from the other commissioners? Thank you so much, Dr. Askin,
Thank you.
Ms. Zamora,
Appreciate you.
Ms. Giron. Well, it's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Assessor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Gina Montoya Ortega, newly elected assessor, as well as along with my Chief Deputy Assessor, Mr. Ruben Reyes. Thank you for having us. Hopefully, we don't take as long as everybody else has. Our budget is pretty straightforward and simple, being that we are a newly elected administration. We're pretty much sticking with what we've seen until we get in there a little bit further into the dirt and see what else we might need. Our top priorities for FY24 are staff development. We would like to ensure that we are not violating state statute in any way. So we would like our staff to have future development training in EDGE, Tyler software, which is a software that we use in the assessor's office, manufacturing home assessment training, assessment administration, personal property training, state statute training, and affidavit training. So lots of training to get our staff all on the same page to ensure that we are not violating state statute. The second thing that we have is accurate property taxman assessment, which we would like to maximize revenue generated by ensuring proper assessments while maintaining the highest degree of accuracy, efficiency, and customer service. Once again, ensuring that we will not be violating state statute. We would like to also fill our vacant positions. By us filling our vacancies, we can provide exceptional customer service as well as meeting deadlines in a timely manner. We would like to plan a reappraisal for our department, which would actually bring in revenue that we believe that our county we have been missing. We'd like to modernize our equipment, which would enable our office to take advantage of new technologies by improving the efficiency and the method used to gather, process, and analyze data to the fullest, such as tablets out in the field. Right now, the appraisers actually go out, do what they've got to do, and then come back in and enter everything, which is, yeah. So we would like to do an experimental type thing with the tablets and see if that would help. We also are looking at that we need a new plotter and scanner. We have a lot of, what are the map?
Plats and maps.
Plats and maps that need to be scanned, and currently the plotter scanner that we have is not working. We would like to increase the knowledge base for the employees in the assessor's office. Right now, per Senate Bill 324, this would empower all staff with appraisal knowledge. So currently, only the IAA courses are offered to the appraisers. With the State Senate Bill 324, this would also offer incentive pay to anybody in the assessor's office, which in turn would be a benefit to the community, because now we have anybody that works in the office, whether you're a doc tech, you can actually have the more knowledge to assist the taxpayers of Doña Ana County. Records filing initiative, it would refine the process and structure of the office, increasing productivity and efficiency. Currently, property record cards are hard copies. So if we needed to actually pull a property record card, they would actually need to go back to the vault that we do have and pull that documentation hard copy. And last but not least is process improvements by electronic submission to business personal property forms. We are currently in the process of getting ready to send out our NOVs. So we have, our doc techs up front are working very hard to get those business personal property tax forms entered, which doesn't make sense. The taxpayers will provide the information on a, once again, hard copy document, and then our DocuText will take this and try to interpret what the taxpayer is trying to put on there. We feel that if this is a document that would be electronically filed, there's no need for us to actually try to figure out what they wrote. Some entities do actually type them up nice and neatly. There are those entities that actually still handwrite the information in. So some doc techs can't tell if it's a 2 or a 5 or a, so once again, it's not being fair to the taxpayers. And so, yeah. Anything else? I don't know if Ruben might have a few things he'd like to add.
Just to iterate on what Ms. Ortega said, our personal and property forms are handwritten and delivered, which causes our doc techs to double entry. The taxpayer is filling out the form, hard copy, mailing it in, then our data entry techs will go ahead and put it in there again, which there's cause for human error, such as transposing, missing data. So we want to digitize this form and have it populated by the software that was bought a few years back that we're currently using, which is Tyler Eagle, which we do have the capability to do. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of talking to Tyler to acquire that module. That will speed up the process, be more accurate as we're entering this information. Second of all, speaking of updating our software, Tyler has been saying, and our IT department has been asking us for about 6 years to 8 years to update our server. We experienced some problems the last couple of weeks with the server going down and having to call IT and Tyler to reboot it. Again, we're meeting with Tyler and IT to resolve this issue. We're getting the numbers. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have some figures that we can present to you as far as that goes. But we are in dire need of a new server and the updated software that comes out. By doing this and getting the training that we need for our staff with Tyler Eagle, we can use this software to its fullest, which was the intention of when it was bought. According to our staff, as we came in, the software is being used at probably 65%. So with the training, the upgrades, and the software, we can use this hopefully for what it was intended to. Of course, this is in collaboration with IT and the treasurers, because the treasurers and the assessors work hand in hand with Tyler. Also, to reiterate on the incentive pay, there's a Senate Bill 324 that's being passed. It was passed by the Senate and just recently passed by the House, which will allow anybody in the assessor's office, an employee, to take these certification courses. Prior to that, it was just appraisers, designated appraisers. Now it will be every employee in the office, which is great. With this comes along an incentive pay. Right now it's $7,500. The incentive pay will be increased with this bill to $9,000. To $9,000. So that's something that we have to look for, because if it does pass or it gets signed by the governor, it will go into effect this July 1st, 2023. And as Ms. Ortega said, training is something that is prevalent to fair and equitable market assessment. Our vacancies, we do have a few vacancies that are vacant, one appraiser, a couple doc techs, but we're in the process of seeing with the reappraisal on the canvas of the county that's desperately needed. The last one was in 2016. This will bring more assessment. As you know, the county and the city as well have been growing exceptionally, not only with commercial, but with residential. We only have currently we have 3 commercial appraisers. We have about 7 residential appraisers and 2 mobile home manufactured home appraisers. We have approximately 20,000 manufactured homes on the rolls. We know there's more, but we only have 2 appraisers taking care of the whole county. We only have 7 appraisers with the growth that is coming in. We only have 3 commercial appraisers with 1 vacancy, and then we only have 1 land appraiser that is coming up on retirement. So we would like to reassess this. Since we're a newly elected administration, we would like to assess this to give you a better determination of what we need. If we lose our land appraiser, you know, we need somebody to come up and have them start training now so we can fill that position, along with a couple of data entry people and appraiser assistants. And the way the cities and the county is growing, we have a lot of assessment that we can be picking up if we had the extra staff, and we can give you some better numbers once we put our plan into action.
I have a question, if I may. So I know that there's a lot of growth on the East Mesa. How many assessors do you have? Is it by district that you,
It's actually by area for the residential appraisers. So for example, on the East Mesa, we have neighborhoods, and so many neighborhoods are in an area. So we have Area 4, Area 5, for example. We only have one appraiser per area for that growth. Now, for the commercial, we only have 2 appraisers at the time. Well, actually 3 with a supervisor for all the growth that's going on in the East Mesa for commercial. And that's not including the rest of the county. So everything's broken up in area neighborhoods. And we have some neighborhoods that are areas that are larger than others, but each area only has 1 appraiser per area. And we have 7 areas within the county.
and so I know that you've mentioned that you don't have your complete request, and how much reduction in employee time will be saved by purchasing tablets? So the appraisers are entering the information as they're on the property itself.
Yes, Madam Chair, that would reduce significantly. I'm going to say probably about 65%. The way we're doing it now is hard copy, property record card, appraiser or the appraiser assistant does the data collection out in the field, writes everything down, has to come back into the office and type everything into the Tyler software. If we had the purchase of tablets and had the effective modules that Tyler does offer, we can go out in the field with the tablet, fill out the online form and the information that we need. Once that's entered, it goes straight to our system. So there's no double entry.
And reduces errors.
And reduces errors, yes, ma'am.
How many tablets would you anticipate needing, and how quickly is the rollout and training?
We're hoping to get the training as soon as our protest period is coming up. We're mailing out notice of values March 31st. Then our protest period hits. That means anybody that has a question or doesn't agree with their assessment can come in and protest it. That ends May 1st, I believe, this year. So after that, we're hoping by the end of May, June, we'll have some kind of plan to get some training going. And we're possibly hoping to see how many more appraiser and appraiser assistants we got. So right now, to answer your question about tablets, we're looking at about maybe 15 to 20 tablets to get it going.
And also, before we actually do make the actual purchase of the tablets, we'd like to roll out a trial basis. Does it make sense for us to go and invest that money in tablets, and then, because we would have to incorporate the software that we currently use, how we could get that to go into the software that we currently use. So it's just a lot of every day, 5 days a week, many, many hours. We've been here every day, all day long, trying to just figure things out, as well as some of the issues that we did run into. So to give you actually specific dates, and it's a little difficult, but we would like to try it on a trial basis. In addition to everything, in addition to everything else that, we like Mr. Reyes said, that we do have the NOVs being sent out. So we're going to have people that are going to come in and want to protest. And so we would have the appraisers dealing with these issues as well. So, and this is going to go through to September. So to say that we were to get the tablets tomorrow, we probably couldn't do anything with them right now.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just have a few questions. Do you know about a roundabout number what that capital request would look like for the tablets and the software?
Without getting Vice Chair, without getting a accurate count or seeing which type of tablet we have that works possibly better with the software. I mean, we have Apple iPads and we have Microsoft Surface tablets that we can carry out there. We're waiting on a recommendation from Tyler as well to see what they would recommend, as well as our IT department, to make this transition a little bit smoother. So to give you an accurate number or even approximate, I couldn't tell you at this point. I'm sorry.
No, thank you for that. And then out of curiosity, I kind of reviewed the Senate Bill 324. How many level 1 appraisers do we have in the county right now?
I believe we have just 1.
Okay, and appraiser 2 certifications?
We have 3.
3, okay. And then how many, 3?
Actually, we jump up to 4.
We go to 4.
And
How
the
many
rest,
4 do we have?
We have about 12 that are 4.
12 4s, wow.
14, and I can get you a better count here shortly.
Okay, and then when we do submit that, under personnel costs, maybe we should have a subheading to show the compensation pay from the county to those certificate holders so that we have a proper representation of what that pay looks like.
Right, we can get that for you, but
Okay,
also this
perfect.
is a great thing about Senate Bill 324. It doesn't affect the general fund that comes out of our 1% funding. So the certifications will be covered under the 1% that the assessors get, so that won't be out of our general fund.
And also the incentive pay would be at the discretion of the county commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Commissioners, any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair,
Commissioner
thank you.
Reynolds.
Looking at your plan is to actually do staff development, and is that, where's that covered under your budget that you've listed here? Is it under personnel costs? Is it under operating costs? Where'd you put that in the budget?
That is under our, I'm sorry, it's under our data system, other operating cost. Yes. There you go.
Sorry, that's the page.
Yes. Thank you.
So it's under other operating costs?
Yes.
And you talked about the SB 324 certification courses. Where do they get those courses at?
They're offered online and in Socorro. Right now, because of COVID, they were offered online, but they're going back to an in-person class, and they usually hold them in Socorro.
And who actually offers those?
Property tax.
From the
are-
state?
Yes, tax and revenue through the property tax division.
Okay, and does that cost anything?
Yes. Each course costs anywhere between $200 to $300 plus the cost of traveling, or if we're online, the cost of a proctor. Also, they offer materials at certain discounts, so you can pay anywhere from $25 to $50 for the materials per course.
Okay, and so is that in the budget yet or not?
Yes, we
Operating costs?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long does it take to get certification? How many courses? You said 200 to 300 each?
They offer them, well, during COVID, they were offering them quarterly. Now, if they go back on in person, they do it once a year, but we can ask property tax to offer a course online at any time, but we don't know what the cost is. So the way it usually works, Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, is they offer the course, whichever course is 102, 101, for example, 300 mass appraisal in July, August, in that area. And then if anybody fails the course, they can go ahead and retake it. They have a chance to retake it in the fall, which is around October, and then they won't be offered till the following year.
Okay, so if you have, I assume you're planning to train maybe 8 to 10 people, would it be possible to get them to come down and do a class here?
Yes, we can get the numbers and do that. As a matter of fact, Ms. Ortega was discussing that with PTD and the IAAO person in the property tax division about that possibility. Also, we do online continuing ed, which is part of the IAAA courses to keep up the certifications.
Okay. Let's see. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions by any other commissioners? Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Macias, the time is 12:23. Is this?
No,
Commissioners-
Madam Chair, let me impose upon the commission and see if we can't finish with the treasurer and the probate. That way, we're done with the elected officials and we can start with the departments.
that all right
So
with
if we
you,
could go,
Commissioner?
they should be relatively short, I hope. So if we could go forward with the treasurer's office.
you.
Since I think the food is coming, but not quite here.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm sure the treasurer's going to take at least 40 minutes. He always does.
Only if you ask questions, Commissioner Reynolds.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Commissioners, Marisol Richardson, Chief Deputy Treasurer. So this morning, we have the priorities and initiatives. One of the main priorities that we have is obviously maximizing investment revenue. So we focus on safety and liquidity. We need to make sure that we have enough money in the bank to pay our bills and that we are making proper investments. Our second priority is effective tax collection, getting those bills out and getting proper and timely posting of payments. Financial management is a big one. We have to basically ensure the proper posting of all payments coming in, timely bond payments, accurate financial reporting, access to financial reports, and making sure we're maximizing cash flow. Community trust and transparency, that goes hand in hand with all our priorities, is making sure that the public trusts what we are providing information to them and getting out into the public and giving them proper information. This current year, we're focusing on technological modernization. So we're looking to invest into an investment software. Currently, we do everything on spreadsheets, and it would make sense to have just-in-time information to provide and analyze information. We're also looking at a new ERP system, so our office is going to have staff on board to help with that implementation. And we're also looking at expanding payment options, so kiosks, improving credit card payments. Staff development is big in our office, so we're looking at growing the office's knowledge base. Basically, we want to make sure that we are keeping on track with economic changes, practices in other treasurer's office, staying up to date to changes in tax and legislation law. We have the same priorities for 2024. In addition to, we are looking at next year doing some more community outreach. So we want to expand offices, try to give access to rural areas, participating in informational community events, such as giving information about the mobile home initiative, risk of fraud, delinquent taxes, taxes paid in advance, budgeting, money management. So we're looking at really getting out into the community and giving people information. So we have a very simple budget. Overall, the treasurer's budget, operating budget, increased by $15,000. We are looking, as I said, in purchasing an investment software, so we were asking for an $11,000 increase from last year. The proposal was included in last year's budget at a lower cost, but due to staffing levels, we weren't able to implement it. Now that we were looking at the cost of getting that software, it is a little bit more. As stated, we're also looking at investment in staff development. We did try to keep in mind the budget, so we increased our training costs by $4,000, but we reduced our overtime request by $4,000. So basically, we will not offer overtime to staff. It will be paid in comp time instead. In looking at our other operating expenses, we saw that there was increases, but I think we could absorb them. So we pretty much left the rest of the budget flat to ensure continuity of services. So overall, our budget, you can see in contractual services, the $11,000 increase, and in travel and training, the $4,000 increase. You can't see the offset in overtime because the personnel cost includes the 5% increase given and the health insurance cost increase. Very simple request. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Do the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Of course, I have a question. The community outreach, you said you're going to use it, basically kiosk in order to do that for the community outreach?
Not for community outreach, it's more for modernization. So we're looking to see if we can maybe implement a kiosk so people, when you see the lines, people that make credit card payments can make it in the office. So we're going to look and see what something like that would, what a program like that would be.
Are you just going to put those in the county building? Or are you going to put them around the community?
Initially, it would just be looking at the county building. So it would be looking to see what a program like that would cost.
Okay, I'd like to, personally, I'd like to see if you've considered having other remote locations where they can actually pay their bill, and possibly having a cashier visit maybe Hatch and Sunland Park maybe twice a month take that?
So we will be looking
Okay.
at expanding office access to other areas. Previously, we had where people could drop off payments, but that's something we will be looking at. That's also why we're looking at getting our staff trained up so that we can get them out there in case there's questions.
And the last thing I think I'd like you to consider, if you haven't, is maybe offering hours other than your normal hours, possibly half-day on Saturday, or maybe go over 2 hours, or maybe go to a different schedule so you can stay open a couple hours after people work, because from a perspective of paying bills and actually dealing with cash with the county, I think you guys are probably the most critical resource for that and for actually reaching out to the community. So if you haven't considered that as part of your plan going forward in development, I'd like you to at least look at that and give us some idea if that makes sense. If it's something you can do easily. Personally, I'd just like to have the community outreach be a little more available. That's all. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Ms.
Reynolds. And
Marisol.
following up to what you said, Commissioner Reynolds, I know that your office closes Fridays from 3 to 5. And I was here a couple of Fridays ago, and I had people approach me because they didn't know where to go, and your office was closed, and perhaps coordinating with the assessor's office, because that was really the only place to send them at that time, and I don't believe they were able to be helped. So maybe speaking to Mr. Macias regarding that, either one of the Maciases.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Eric Rodriguez, County Treasurer. Yes, our current schedule during our off-season, off-tax cycle is Monday through Thursdays. We actually open 30 minutes later during the Monday through Thursday, so therefore accomplishing that accessibility to our taxpayers after hours. The only reason we do not go until 6 is because then that just requires looking into the security concerns and making sure that we have security for a longer period. So it was just more efficient for us to do it that way. Now, in order to accommodate also my staff from having to work extra hours, not to mention the low traffic that we get on Friday afternoons, we're testing this off-season tax schedule, which allows my staff to go home a little early on Friday afternoons. Because in terms of productivity, Friday afternoons were just very low. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that during tax season, when we are busy, that we are closed on Fridays. We adjust our schedule back to our tax cycle to where we're open until 5:30 every day, Monday through Friday. So we're providing more of that accessibility to taxpayers. But it's during the off-season. It's just those 2 hours that our office is closed on Friday afternoons. Again, that's an alternate schedule, working with our staff and working with the community to make ourselves more available during the week, and then being able to close a little bit earlier on Fridays.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, and thank you, Ms. Richardson, for the phrase that just hit me, keeping the budget in mind. And even though we do have the extra money, as Commissioner Reynolds stated, we don't know what's going to happen next year because of several bills that are going through the Senate regarding gross receipts taxes. But thank you for that comment.
Madam
Thank you
Chair.
for your presentation. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, one last comment. I would appreciate it personally, and I think the board may as well, for you to make recommendations to us if you would like to change your schedule to meet whatever requirements are necessary for what you do at the treasurer's office. And then I know that that's something we can approve if you need it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more elected official here. Judge Baca. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Chaparro and county commissioners. I am newly elected probate judge Judith M. Baca, also known as Judge Judy to many people in the community. I'm here today to just request, I think, a small amount, hopefully. I mean, there's probably no real small amount, but I'm wanting to see some additional requests for my office. So for fiscal year 23, the priorities at that time were a special project priority, which was contractual services to import digitalized files into County Fusion. My understanding is that kind of got stopped, and part of that was due to COVID and I guess the fact that there wasn't, I guess, much movement going on with that. But it is a priority because it does need to get done because the probate files, they've accumulated quite a bit and a lot of them need to be digitalized. So that is an ongoing project right now. So that still needs to be continued. And my understanding from my probate clerk is that the contractual services, I guess there was some, they were doing some, the prior judge was doing some research into the cost for that. And I guess they kind of came to a standstill because there was a couple of agencies that they were looking at. And I guess that just kind of got put on the back burner. So I want to make sure that we pick that up again and we get that done. It needs to be done. Professional development for probate judge and staff. As the newly elected judge, I did attend several trainings, already 3 since I've been here, and I've come to realize that it'd be real important for my clerk to attend these trainings as well. My understanding is she's only gone to maybe 1 training per year, and so she needs to have some professional development and continue to learn some of the changes that are going on, not only with the probate office, but also with the counties within our state. And so I would really like to see her attend these trainings as well. And also to be able to attend the New Mexico EDGE classes. And it's difficult for her to do that on her work time right now. So we're wanting to go into the next item on the agenda, which is to get an additional part-time staff for the probate office. I'd like to see, and I've just put it down as an administrative assistant, to assist the probate clerk by providing front office support to the public. Right now, my probate clerk, she has to answer phone calls, she has to respond to emails, as well as processing the cases for me, and just having a lot to do. And when she's not there, the work does get backlogged. So I'd like to see if we could get somebody in there part-time. They could probably do a flex share with the space, with her office and within my office. We also need to purchase additional file cabinets for storing the probate files. We're almost to capacity with our last cabinet there, and I need at least 2 more cabinets to put the files in at this point. So I guess now we'll move on to the highlights. So that would be an increase of about $6,884 for the in-state travel for both the probate staff to attend professional development and training. That would include the clerk and myself. I would also like to request a part-time administrative assistant for the office and increase for the office equipment of about $2,000 to purchase the 2 6-drawer lateral file cabinets to accommodate storing the probate files. My understanding is we have some old files that are currently stored in the clerk's vault, and they told me that room was full to capacity. The issue we have with the probate files is they have to be stored in a fireproof vault. And our vault is small. We have our current files. I think maybe we're looking from the year 2012 up to current, and so it's pretty full in there right now. I'm not sure if the clerk's vault, that they said they might see about making some room, but they're not sure if they can. And in that case, then I need to see what we would do to be able to store files in a fireproof vault. So we're looking to do that. Just this current legislature, the session, they passed Senate Bill 248, which would allow other judges to sign for an absent probate judge. And so in the absence that I might be off for a long period of time, that means that a district judge would be able to sign orders on my behalf, but that still makes my clerk have to do the work. So she would still have to make sure she gets those files to the district judge as well as processing the files. So that's why it would really be helpful if we could get an administrative assistant to help with the phones, processing other paperwork. My understanding is there's a backlog of some other post-probate work that needs to be done with the files, the old files that are in there. And my clerk has not had the opportunity to be able to catch up on that work. So by having an assistant, that would help her out a lot. She works 30 hours only, and that's her choice for personal reasons. So having that additional assistance to help in the office would be very helpful. On the budget request, there shows the difference from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. There was a decrease, I think, because there was a period in time where she was not here when she went to another job and then later was rehired as a temporary. And when I came on and I offered her the position, then we worked to get her on full-time, permanent. So she is back to being full-time permanent. So I think that's why there's that decrease showing there. The contractual services have to do with getting the files digitalized and taking care of that. And then, of course, the increase in travel and training. There shows that increase, and the office equipment is the other increase. Anything else stays the same. So I thank you. There's open to questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Judge Baca. And I was just wondering, I know that judicial college is afforded to the other judges, and I'm not certain if it's afforded to the probate judges because it's an excellent college.
Well, right now, I know we have the probate affiliation, that we can belong to, and they offer once a year a conference that's strictly for the probate judges, and it has to do with any updates or changes having to do with probate. And I just attended that one and with my clerk. But there's other trainings in New Mexico Edge, which my clerk was not aware of, is something I would like for her to also have the opportunity and take the advantage of taking those classes as well. We learned a lot at this last conference that we went to, and things that we didn't know about probate. So that's why I felt it's really important to continue to have professional development and to include the staff, as well. So I'd like to have that opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, any questions for Judge Baca?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Madam Judge, I just had a quick question. I know you just talked about needing more file cabinets or to be able for storage.
Yeah.
And I think one we just discussed with, or at least brought up with the assessor's office, was the digitizing of things. Is there an opportunity that we can look, and I think there should be hopefully across the county, at how we reduce the amount of paper that we keep here at the government center, whether that's, maybe putting out an RFP, something that, American Document Services, Iron Mountain, where we digitize what we don't need in-house at the moment and still could meet the state statutes for record retention?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, the one thing with probate files, they have to be maintained, the hard copy, for forever, indefinite. So you can digitize them and have them that way, but as far as the actual files themselves, they do have to remain as hard copies. And I think that's in the statute. I'm sorry, I apologize for not having that information readily available.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were to use an offsite storage, I think they meet the requirements for security, fire suppression, and even, we can recall them when you need them. But in a case like that, I don't know if that's something that there's an opportunity, like I said. So I think always keeping the paper files here, I wonder if that's an opportunity for us. Like I said, it's not just your department. I think it's across the county, how we minimize the amount of actual paper copies of things we have, because I think it becomes harder. As much as I I have all my notes here to write on paper.
Right.
In the end, when it comes to accessing, files, historical files, it's so much easier historically. So that's why I ask when we're looking at possibly a cost of having to purchase more facilities to store or equipment to store here on site. I'm just wondering if there might be opportunity for that in the future.
And I'm not sure, Commissioner, how that works as far as the cost for storage is out of our budget, because I'm not familiar with that yet. But I just know that right now, what our needs are, here in the near future. So that's why I went ahead and included it in this budget.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions from any other commissioner? All right, thank you, Judge.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And is that all right with everyone if we take a half-an-hour lunch break? So we will reconvene at 1:15?
And Madam Chair, there's lunch
you.
available upstairs.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, we're in recess at 12:45 to reconvene at 1:15. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in session, and I apologize for being a little tardy. Director Baker, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. I'm Director Baker of the Detention Center, Chair, Commission. I'm here to talk about our budget request for this year. Our FY24 priorities is we are going to be renegotiating our federal daily rate for housing of federal prisoners, replacing our water distribution system. We're working towards recertifying under the Prison Rape Elimination Act, of course, continuing staffing improvements, cell door locks, key slider replacements, proceed with stainless steel shower inserts, and expand medication-assisted treatment for opioid abuse disorder at the detention center. A lot of our planned capital projects surround that. We have the water control replacement, we have a boiler replacement, the cell lock key slider replacement, stainless steel shower inserts. We have some security fencing due to the train energy conservation measures project. We have a lot of new equipment in the back, and so if we're doing a facility evacuation, those equipment is exposed to the detainee population, so we're wanting to fence it off so that we don't have to worry about it as much, as well as the administration area carpet replacement, in-ground sprinkler system replacement. Our adult facility roof has reached the end of its warranty period, so we're looking at potentially replacing that. The back parking area, because of all the heavy equipment for the train project, is in disrepair, so we're looking at replacing that and doing some drainage improvements, as well as replacing the tile floor in the adult facility. Most of our operating cost increases are due to contractor costs, including care and feeding of inmates, data and facility maintenance, and security equipment. And we've tried to balance that by reducing some of our other operating costs as much as possible in areas like communication, records maintenance, and office and safety supplies, polygraph fees, and ammunition. Our revenue is forecasted to go up about 6% next year. Since we're in the process of getting ready to renegotiate the federal daily rate, that may go up. It's still very preliminary, so that is what our current projection is based on our current per diem rate, as well as the increased number of federal prisoners we've been housing recently. Most of our expenditure increase come in the form of personnel costs. Because we've been able to hire more staff, of course, the personnel costs associated with that is going to go up, as well as the care of prisoners. Housing additional federal prisoners comes with additional costs because there's certain things required under the federal performance-based detention standards that require us to comply with in order to house federal prisoners. We also cover the juvenile and medical sections, the personnel costs, of course, and the feeding of prisoners for juvenile section, and the medical services contract are the big changes for those areas. We also manage the correction fees fund that generates about $286,000 annually. Those usually go to things, various projects that come up, either like if we have an HVAC system that needs to be replaced or other items that aren't normally covered by the normal capital projects. And with that, I will stand for questions.
That was very quick. Commissioners, any questions for Director Baker? Commissioner Reynolds.
If no other commissioner does, I do. The Corizon contract, when was it last negotiated?
7 years ago, we are going to be going out for RFP towards the end of this calendar year, and it should take effect in July of 2024.
Okay, so is this accommodated the FY24 $7,780,000? Have you accounted for that negotiation? Or do you have any estimates from them what it's going to cost?
No, it does not, because the FY24 request is going to be taking us to the end of this current contract, so it's just the current year CPI increase. We should have an amount in for the FY25 budget.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, just a quick correction. Is it Corizon or Yes Care?
It's Yes Care.
I'm sorry,
Thank
Yes
you.
Care, sorry.
Okay.
It was Corizon before, yes, when we first got the contract, now it's Yes Care. The other question I have is, you're showing two budgets here in a way. You've got budget request, and you've told the income, total revenues, was 17,831,587. I assume that's to pay from the state and the federal government for taking care of the prisoners. Am I correct?
Yeah, most of that is care prisoners we house for the city of Las Cruces, the federal marshals, and a number of other entities. That also includes the juvenile revenue for housing juveniles for basically the southern half of the
Okay,
state.
have we renegotiated the contract with the state yet, or is that still in the process? Because I understand that even at state level, for New Mexico Association of Counties, we recognize that the $75 a day is not enough. Has that been increased?
What we get from them is a allotment for housing their prisoners. Can't remember what the terminology for it is. The money we get for the feds for. It's primarily for APO and for the parole and probationers, and that amount isn't subject to our renegotiation. That's a state level. They decide how much each county is going to get, and they have a formula that they plug in, and that's how much we get for it. And then we supply them bills, and basically that's offset by the amount that we're supposed to get.
Okay, so how about with the city and the state?
The city, we've recently increased costs for the housing for most of those individuals. We were down around $130 a day. Now it's about $200.
Okay, so we are increasing
Yeah,
the
we are
revenue we're
slowly
bringing in. Because I noticed that your entire budget appears to be closer to 30,000 or 30 million, 33 million. But the way you reflect it here doesn't actually show that, because you're offsetting, I guess, the costs with the first budget item, saying that what we're collecting is paying for probably half of what we're paying out. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, because I have three budgets. We have the adult detention center, the juvenile, and the medical budget under the detention center. And so, but the revenues are all combined into that top number there.
Okay, but you're not breaking your budget out to that detail. Do you plan to later?
Our budget is broken down to that. Each of our budgets have separate lines. It's just all under the detention center umbrella.
Page 46.
Right, I'm looking at it there, and I'm not seeing it broken down between adult, juvenile, and different types of.
Page 45 shows the adult.
Commissioner, if you'll look at if you'll look on page 45, it starts at the top, adult section expenditures.
I missed that.
And then if you go to 46,
I see it.
it says juvenile, and then it says medical. So yeah, the three budgets are there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you, Director and Mr. Macias. I didn't see those headings, and when you said it, I didn't hear you say it either, so I guess, thank you. All right, that looks better, thank you. All these maintenance costs that you got for repairs and stuff like that, the replacement cell locks, that seems like a lot. Is all that stuff, that's not normal? I haven't seen.
No, those are, the age of the facility, it comes time to do a lot of these projects. So that's why these are the capital expenditures, because it's time to do those type of things. Since the facility is about 27 years old, it actually ages faster than a normal building does because it's 24/7, 365. So a lot of these expenditures are expected for any operating jail over time. So that's why we're looking at working on those things as we go along.
Okay, you don't have the detail on personnel. How many people, employees do you have, or detention officers?
Detention officers, we're at 173. Vacancy, we probably have about 40 vacancies at this point.
40?
40.
40?
It fluctuates. Frequently, we bring on additional staff, and then, a couple resign and go on to other positions elsewhere. And so it fluctuates, but we've staffed about half of the vacancies that we had at the very beginning of the, staffing crisis that we experienced. So we're about halfway staffed from there. And if we continue like we're going, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year or the end of the first quarter of this next fiscal year, I'm hoping to be at least 90% staffed.
Okay, and where are you now? 75?
About 75.
75? Okay, well, you're not in the lowest bracket, obviously, for the whole state, but certainly still 75 as a concern.
Yeah, we stayed out of the 50% plus, and then we were briefly in the 40s. Now we're in the middle of the road, actually on the better half of the middle of the road in the like 24% vacancy rate.
So what do you, what do you think is the challenge that you have for filling those vacancies? I mean, we heard from the sheriff, we heard from other departments. What do you think your challenges are?
It's a very unique position. It takes a very specific mindset. A lot of individuals don't wake up when they're in high school thinking that they want to be a detention officer. It's a great job. It has a great career potential. It has a great retirement. The county has great benefits. It's a great working environment. We're a really good team and a family, but you don't think of it as a job prospect. I can tell you when I went into corrections, I didn't think of it as anything other than something to hold me over to the next thing. I got into it. I loved it. I felt like I could make a difference. It's really trying to get people who are interested in making a difference and can tolerate being behind closed doors with the detainee population, you know, for half their life.
Are you looking for the same criteria that the sheriff's department is? I mean, people who are officers, people who are already trained to be officers, or are you looking for a different set?
We do look for laterals that have correctional experience, but we're looking for people, our requirements are not as stringent, but they're not far off. So we do look for the cream of the crop because these are people's lives that we have to care for. So we don't want just anybody who's going to come in and just go through the motions. We want somebody who cares and wants to make a difference and pays attention to detail, because when you don't do those things, bad things happen at the detention center that no one wants to see.
And when you bring in a new class, how long does it take and what size classes do you bring in?
We generally run academies between 5 and 10 individuals. We could run them bigger, but then it delays their hitting the floor. When they first come in, they go through about a 2-week training program to be able to work a pod control station until they can get into the academy. Then they complete the academy. That's about 6 to 8 weeks. And then they go into an FTO process where they're teamed up with an experienced officer to make sure that they understand all the work. And so it's basically kind of the EDGE method. The officer explains it, demonstrates it, then they expect the new officer to demonstrate their learning, and then they evaluate them.
Well, I appreciate several things that you do over there. One is keep us from having any kind of lawsuits, which has been really good. I like the team effort, the team idea, and the way that you actually approach managing situations that get out of control. I think that's very effective. And just in general, I think we have the best facility in the state, and I think it's due to you and your team. And I want you to make sure they think I know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments, questions? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
Chair, I just have a question on the personnel costs for medical section. The $645,000, what does that equate to exactly?
That is for my personnel. I have 173 officers. According to the position control roster, they're divvied up between the 3 different budgets. So as we fill in individuals, they will start filling in those slots. And that's why the amount goes up, because right now, a lot of our vacancies are in the medical and juvenile section. But as we start filling those in, they're still working in those areas because they're needed positions, but that may not be their PCR number. It works for the budget, but for my purposes, any officer is exchangeable with any other officer.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Any comments? Director Baker, I just wanted to thank you. I had a very detailed tour of the detention center this year, and I am very impressed by the way you and your staff are running the detention center. And I did specifically see the needs, and so I look forward to meeting with or touring different departments throughout the year. But yours was very detailed, and I appreciate the care that you take of our inmates, but especially the juveniles, because it is sorely needed in this county. So my thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I forgot.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Is your cafeteria functioning now?
It is actively being put together, and so it should begin food service within a week or so. And then we will be totally back to full operation, hopefully within a couple weeks after that. Right now, we'll still have a rental freezer and a cooler while they get the walk-in freezers and coolers functioning correctly, because when they sat fallow for a while, there's a little bit of startup issues when you have a complex piece of equipment that just sat there idle for way longer than it should have.
Well, I didn't hear any rumors of any problems because of the remodeling. I assume that nothing happened that out of the ordinary you couldn't handle.
Nope, and it's looking quite nice actually right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you, Director Baker.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Michaels.
Good afternoon, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. So just as the folks before me, these two columns illustrate the priorities for the current fiscal year and our priorities for next fiscal year. You can see we are still focused on COVID and the effects that COVID has left for people and communities. So the first two priorities for this fiscal year address COVID and COVID-related to disparities, especially with mental health. As part of the ARPA plan, we also looked at any medical bills or the burden of the illness on individuals to assist people in paying those hospital bills if needed. We looked at, again, the number of mental health providers that we have in our community. We looked at continuing our funding for our very successful opioid overdose prevention projects, and then continuing to focus on the community resource centers and use those as places that people can access healthcare services. And several of those are going to carry on to the next fiscal year. Again, we're looking at the long-term impact that COVID has on people. We continue to look at building our workforce, specifically the psychiatric residency program. So we've had some great success, and we'll probably be able to check that off the list next year. That program will be established and running. The next two priorities for next year are to look at both our healthcare assistance program and then in general across our health fund. We haven't done a real focused strategic planning process in our department in well over 5 years. So it's time to look at those two projects again and create a strategic plan for our department and those two funding sources for our department. Again, because of the opioid epidemic and a lot of the funds that are coming to local governments, we will be creating an implementation plan for the opioid settlement funds. We will continue to look at increasing utilization at the Crisis Triage Center. And then finally, to check off the list for next year, there's been some changes in how the ambulance services are going to operate countywide. So we are finalizing an MOU with the City of Las Cruces and hopefully be executing a new contract with an ambulance service provider. So the impact to our budget and part of our FY24 request includes one new position, and this position would be responsible for our healthcare assistance programs, so it would be paid out of those restricted dollars. That position would be responsible for about $8 million and a new program that we want to start called Doña Ana County Connect. Over the years, when we have done needs assessment and looked at strategic planning across the county, one thing that always shows up in the top priorities is care coordination and how do we connect people to resources. I'm sure most of you have worked with organizations where someone's job is to create a resource and referral guide, and you end up with all of these paper resource and referral guides that every organization is spending time creating, and then they are all out of date as soon as you print them. So this Doña Ana County Connect will help automate that system and will create a network of providers that are able to upload their information, and it'll be a closed loop referral, so we know we made a referral and we'll know if the individual followed up. The other need for creating that new position is the growth in our department. So we have 3 positions currently responsible for all of our contracts and grants. So this would be a 4th position completely dedicated to the contracts and grants related to the healthcare assistance program. And you can see the growth in our department. In 2015, we were monitoring about 44 contracts, and it's increased to 70. Again, in 2015, we were responsible for about $1.3 million in grant funds, and that has grown to $5.6 million this current fiscal year. The other increases in the healthcare assistance program or the indigent fund is related to the amount of money that we have to send to the state for the safety net care pool. And again, the ambulance service, the system that was designed is going to cost us more, and we're not sure how much yet. So we did include more money in the budget, but we don't have a final dollar amount for that cost. In the health fund, we're also looking at growth and expansion, again, related to behavioral health and jail diversion, all under the Stepping Up initiative. So a lot of these projects are in partnership with the detention center and community organizations. So you're familiar with our assisted outpatient treatment program and our law enforcement assisted diversion program. We want to dedicate resources to make sure that those two programs and others like it continue. We also are going to look at expanding youth services, activities, recreation, academic, social development activities for young people at the community centers. And then again, we're going to continue to focus on COVID-19 and the health disparity that it really created in our communities. As part of that, we want to pilot a mobile community resource center. So have a van that can drive around to where we don't have buildings. I don't think we need a physical building in all of these small communities, but we do need a presence in all of those small communities. So it'd be really nice if we had a mobile community center that we can take to some of these areas. And then again, an increase in the county-supported Medicaid, and that's just a flow through, but we have to budget the revenue and expenditure, and both of those are anticipated to increase next year. So here's the summary of our health fund. You can see there is the largest increases are in the Medicaid Intercept. Again, that's just what comes in and goes out. And the other big increase is the lease, and that would be for the mobile motorhome or the mobile community resource center that we would lease, and that is appearing in that line item. Some other operating costs are again related to the program expansions around youth services, jail diversion, and health disparities. One exciting thing that we're doing around the health disparities is partnering with New Mexico State University, the New Mexico Department of Health, and the Southern New Mexico Community Foundation, and we are in the process of filling a postdoc position at NMSU that is a health equity position. And that person would be dedicated to working with our local health council and our department and looking across the county at health disparities. We also have not included there, but part of the health, or another fund within our department, we have grants. So not included in there is the almost $5 million in grants and the local DWI distribution fund and the Crisis Triage Center Operating Fund that will support operations of the Crisis Triage Center and the mobile crisis response. And the other fund that we're responsible for is the Healthcare Assistance, formerly known as the Indigent Fund. And you can see here, this personnel cost does not include the additional position we are asking for. The Safety Net Care Pool is the fund, the funding that goes directly to the state, so they dictate how much we have to send, so there is an increase there. We increased the ambulance services by $525,000. Again, that was a good guess. We are receiving proposals now, so we'll have a better idea probably by the end of the month what that actual dollar amount is. And then a small increase in other operating costs related to the indigent fund. Again, this does not include the additional staff position we're asking for in that one. That's our overview, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels. Commissioners, do we have any questions of Ms. Michaels? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you. I know you mentioned like last year's priority was to use ARPA funds for some of the healthcare bill assistance. Whatever happened with those monies?
Commissioner Sanchez, Madam Chair, we polled all of the hospitals. We kind of did a mini needs assessment and tried to find out if there was a need, and there was not. Between the federal government and the state government, any personal bill related to treatment of their illness was covered. So people were not experiencing a burden as a result of the illness. I'm not sure where those funds were reallocated to. Okay. They haven't been reallocated yet.
Okay, and I think that's what I'd be kind of curious to understand, and maybe for a future discussion for the board, that where we might be able to use those ARPA funds or reevaluate what ARPA funds we still have and and possible uses of those. The other question on the contractual services, you had that increase of 305,000 that went up to $2.8 million. What was that again? Maybe I missed it. I know I saw the AMR ambulance and understand that $500,000 increase, but the 300,000?
Here in the Healthcare Assistance Fund, the contractual services, the increase of 305, that again is related to the jail diversion type programs, behavioral health type programs, youth services. So it's just the funds that we put in contractual services to be able to go out and seek additional support for those types of programs.
Okay. And just another note, and like I said, also for maybe some other time, I would love to understand, as we kind of move forward and continue moving forward with the CTC in understanding how work is going with the City of Las Cruces and our law enforcement partners to try to continue to make sure to utilize them. You know, one of the other options, and I know the city fire department obviously has been they're utilizing the fire department. Is there any opportunity also in the future that maybe, and hopefully not throwing Chief Cherry under the bus, but is there an opportunity for us on the county to do something similar where, you know, we're like I said, I think when we always look at DASO, but is there opportunities because very often our fire department is one of the first responders to many of the calls as well in the county. So just kind of in the future, I would love to understand that going forward. But I think that's, in terms of the budget itself, I think that's the only questions I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner
Madam
Reynolds?
Chair. Yeah, on page 48, I wanted to clarify line number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Line number 3, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the,
I think a specific question.
okay,
Line number 3 says overall growth of 44 contracts of 1.3 million grant funds in 2015 increases to 70 contrast and 5.6 million
that's
in grants. I
just
think
a
that's
typo, Commissioner. It should be contracts.
I thought so. I want to verify that because I didn't know what a contrast was, except otherwise. Okay. You didn't have anything on your priorities about dealing with the opioid and fentanyl settlement funds. Is that not a priority yet, or you just didn't put it on there?
Commissioner Reynolds, it is one of our priorities to create and implement a plan for the use of the opioid settlement dollars.
Okay, I missed that.
Yes.
Again. Other than that, do you have any idea what AMR actually collects in revenue in the county on doing the transporting?
Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair, I don't have current numbers on that. We usually get a report from them that talks about their payer mix, but I don't have current numbers right now. I can get that for you.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because if we're looking at contracting with another organization potentially, then I think that in the discussions of the contract, we have to be sure to include those numbers to suggest that the county doesn't bear the entire burden of the cost of a service with someone else. So the transportation revenue that they get based on insurance payments, we definitely need to deal with that and understand it so we can negotiate properly.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair. The county is the supplement. We supplement the operation of an ambulance company, and any ambulance company that operates here is expected to bill any third-party payer to reduce the amount of subsidy that we have to produce. Obviously, we know that there are still a number of people that are uninsured or underinsured, and we also know that we have to pay for ambulance service 24/7, but they can only bill when they're out on a call. So that's why the supplement is important.
And one other question. In some communities, there is actually an indigent pool that's allowed for people to have ambulance service if they don't have insurance and can't actually cover the cost. Do we have something like that, and do we plan to have something like that if we go to another service provider?
Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair, absolutely. The Indigent Fund or the Healthcare Assistance Fund is exactly that. Okay. So we do have the 1.8 million request for next fiscal year out of that fund. And that not only covers people who are under or uninsured, it also covers, again, that subsidy for operations.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments or any questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Michaels.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chief Cherry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Shannon Cherry, Fire Chief for Doñana County. I wrote good morning because I was hoping that I was going to be this morning, but it's good afternoon now. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the priorities for the fire department. Now I'm on the right slide. So the guiding principles for any fire department should be surround three basic ideas, which is life safety, incident stabilization, and property conservation. And starting in 2018, with the restructuring of the fire department, the county commission and the county management at that time kind of gave a very clear directive on moving forward and achieving those goals. And since that time, we've taken, there's been a lot of support in building the fire department to meet the current needs for the county, as well as the growing communities that we all recognize are happening, as well as the infrastructure of businesses that are trying to come in. And so with that in mind, the life safety, incident stabilization, and property conservation, these goals are the highlights of those principles that we're trying to obtain. Interestingly enough, there's three key areas that we have the ability to affect right up front, which is personnel, equipment, and training. And those just so happen to coincide also with something that I know is important, is our ISO audits that we understand was affected back in 2018. And so by affecting those three areas very specifically, we can help control the outcome of what our next ISO audit will be. And so to discuss the priorities, if you look at FY23 and FY24, they really are a continuance from one year to the next. If you looked at, in FY23, we broke ground for the fire station that's down in Anthony, and that remains to be a project that is on our priority list because it's not due to be completed until December of 2023. We identified other sources in 23 of like wildland urban interface practices. We've continued to move forward with those types of grant fundings. If you've driven up and down by some of our fire stations recently, you'll see our new fire danger signs that was part of that project, as well as education materials that have been out in the community through various sources of media. And we've actually moved forward with another round of grants that has been accepted for that priority, which was a $25,000 grant from the New Mexico State Forestry that allows us to create an interoperability plan with the state forestry and accomplish a set of goals to identify risks assessments and as well as put plans together, action plans together in order to meet those needs in the future. Enhanced fire and EMS training. We did a lot of that over the last several years, and I'm going to talk about another way we're going to meet that in my position requests. The ongoing fire cancer prevention, that's a priority that is going to be always in place. Where life safety isn't just about the community, it's about the safety of our firefighters and EMS responders, because we have to keep them healthy in order to continue to serve the community at full capacity. And so we've taken great strides in putting things in the stations such as exhaust removal systems, extractor systems that are geared towards cleaning their protective equipment so that when they put it back on, it's not still covered in those carcinogens. And we've made great strides in getting those in almost every station. And fleet replacement, I talked a little bit about the fact that equipment is a big piece of ISO. And so over the last year, we've taken delivery of over 11 pieces of new apparatus to serve the community. And now with those new pieces in place, we're able to start reevaluating how we approach our fleet maintenance. And so this year, we've kind of shifted that, our fleet replacement priority into more of what I'm calling a refurbishment. We're identifying fire trucks that have the potential and the capability of serving the community for a long period of time if we send them out and get refurbished. And so I don't mean a touch up on the paint job and an oil change, right? So those refurbishments consist of electrical system upgrades, brake system upgrades. They do go through the driveline, the engine, the transmission, the pumping mechanism for the fire trucks. We can upgrade, everything under the sun in order to keep those assets in the community for a longer period of time at a much more cost-effective point than it is in purchasing new equipment. And especially in some of the areas that have lower volume calls, those trucks will continue to serve for a long period of time very effectively. And so to use our restricted funding in a more fiscal responsible manner, that's the approach we're going to take for the next couple of fiscal years in maintaining our fleet. Okay. So some highlights. I'm gonna jump past the new positions for a minute and talk about our capital requests. So almost all of our, in fact, all of our capital requests comes from restricted funding source, which is the next slide, sorry. Which is the local fire tax, right? So it's projected, the FY23 budgeted was 2.5 million. And working with Lucio and Asma and the team, it looks like for FY24, the projection is to be about $1.5 million more, which is a healthy capital budget for us to continue to address some of the needs that were identified as far back as 2018 in our station maintenance and other equipment and training supplies. But all of our capital requests come out of that budget. We don't have any capital requests that come out of the general fund. And so if you look at this fiscal year, vehicle maintenance, we actually have a truck that is ready to go out for refurbishment. That's where that $100,000 is. Building maintenance, that actually is identified for a couple of different fire stations throughout the county. The first one being up in Garfield. It's time to do actually a kitchen update there. I'm not calling it a remodel because we're not changing anything. We're updating the cabinets from 1970 and appliances, that type of thing, but we're putting it back in the same configuration. So it's not really a remodel. And it's those type of projects that we've identified. There's 4 of them identified for FY24. It's Garfield, Fair Acres, the South Valley, and I lost my train of thought. There's one more. Oh, La Union, sorry. There's improvements in La Union. So that's the $400,000 for FY24. The equipment under 5,000, that really is that's the equipment that we use on a daily basis. That is in each one of our compartments on our fire trucks. And that could be anything from saws to hoses to nozzles to axes. That type of equipment, the cost adds up very quickly. And in order to meet the needs of our growing response and replace aging equipment, that's what we're anticipating the need is for FY24. Other equipment costs, there's a slight decrease in some of our anticipated needs there. And the capital cost there, that 10 million does include the 5.4 million that is remaining on the build in Anthony. It includes the 1 million that contract that was just signed to do the renovation at the Oregon station there on Moongate in order to put the paid staff in there near this fall, and includes some of those capital improvement station projects. There's a note there in the bottom that talks about that the estimated fire distributions this year, we're estimating about 1.9 million, and that's that state dollars that was discussed earlier in the overall budget, and as well as about 166,000 in EMS. Those two funding sources end up being the primary source of our daily operations, and that's everything from fuel to light bulbs in the stations to oil changes on the trucks. To some PPE purchase for volunteers. So this year's budget request, so this does not include, as the note it alludes to there, does not include the request for new positions. The increase of the 678,000 has to do with the increase in the union negotiations that happened over the year. It also has to do with the para increase that is approaching in July, I believe is when that kicks in. And so that's just the operating increase for our current budgeted positions. There's no change in the bunker gear there for the career positions. Uniforms increased from the 18,000 to the 68,000. That's just due to the cost that we now have more personnel. That 18,000 wasn't adjusted from FY '21 to '22, or from '22 to '23, and now it's being adjusted here for '24. Medical screening has gone up. When new hires and current employees, as they go through their medical screening on an annual basis, that's just an increase in cost in working with the occupational medical services here in town. And the other operating expenses there is increasing by about 12,000. That includes cost of doing our iDetect and our onboarding, the testing processes that we use from our vendor that does the written exams for promotion and entry. There's a few other things that are in there, like cell phone costs for fire administration. That's where that 12,000 comes from. And it's slide 20 is our positions. So, yeah, sorry,
You had more detail on the earlier one that you skipped over.
Oh, all right. Okay. I was just going to talk about the individual positions, but so the proposals for this year include staffing Station 6 up in Rincon. That has been long identified as an area of need within the county. It's a northern area of the county that, though is not as densely populated as, kind of the central southern areas of Doña Ana County, it is growing. There have been, we've seen, you saw in my annual report in January that the call volume has increased in northern Doña Ana County, and that our infrastructure is growing up there. The agriculture business is not stagnant up there. We have large warehousing facilities up there, as well as fertilizer infrastructure up there that requires protection, as well as a growing EMS call in that area. As though the population is growing as quickly, the population is growing, and it is increasing our call volume up there in EMS. Currently, if the volunteers are unable to respond in that area, because Garfield, Rincon, Hatch, and Radium Springs are all covered by volunteers at the moment. If we need to send career personnel up into that area of the county, they're coming from Doña Ana. And that is depending on where in that, there you go, depending on where in that region we're looking at the emergency occurring, it could take as long as 37 to 40 minutes to get all the way up into Garfield from Doña Ana for our personnel. And it's just, again, this is in line with the 2018 decision to start restructuring the fire department, that this is the next area that makes the most logical sense to grow the career staff into, to cover that community, those communities up there with the level of service that I think we all want to provide those areas. So to staff that station, the proposal is for the three lieutenants and 9 firefighters. Those would be split up on, A, B, and C shift, just like our other stations. So we're talking 1 lieutenant, 3 firefighters a day, housed in Rincon because that's our facility, and to serve that community. It'll decrease response times. It'll increase the availability of those firefighters to be out in the community, doing both education, helping businesses with inspections, as well as responding to emergencies. And so that's the next area of growth that we've identified. So as we move in the other position requests that we're talking about, the Deputy Chief of Volunteer Recruitment Retention and the Training Specialist, they kind of go hand in hand with the growth that we've been experiencing within the department. So the current fire department fire administration structure was actually developed almost 20 years ago when, with the establishment of a fire marshal and an assistant, that was meant then to manage a much smaller number of volunteers and no career staff. As the department has grown, we have focused, rightfully so, on meeting the needs of the community where they're happening with firefighters on the ground. But in order to continue to do that and to grow as we're discussing, we have to be able to provide the support and oversight for those positions to maintain the department, the high level that we want to provide those services. So currently, we have, including myself, there's budgeted 59 paid personnel. And we have 204 volunteers on the rosters. Back when the fire administration, again, when it was first formed, there was no paid personnel. And the best records that I could find from back then, we were looking at near 120 volunteers countywide. And so we've seen that much growth over the years, and now I think this is the best time to start talking about how do we continue to support that growth and meet the needs of the community. So the deputy chief of volunteer recruitment and retention, their primary focus would be to, though it is a high-level position within the department, it is to focus on the combination part of our department. Up till now, we've talked a lot about career. The volunteers are going to be an integral part of the fire department for years to come in Doña Ana County. And we need someone that can not only support them at a high level with everything from support on recruitment, retention, oversight of the volunteer stations, the volunteer officers, to supporting them in their training efforts to improve the volunteer standards, to support them in their safety measures of getting equipment into the stations. And so that level of position would be able to dedicate to that. Up until now, the deputy chief has had to split his time between career staff and volunteers, and I have as well. And as we increase the career staff, I mean, they're in our face daily. And so it leaves less and less time that we're able to focus on that key piece of our department, which is the volunteers. And so that's where this position would really focus. It would also support the training division, which is the next position that I want to talk about. So that training specialist, I currently have one captain of fire training within the department. Again, that position was created in 2012. At the time, there was 12 paid firefighters working 40-hour shifts. It was not a 24-hour operation then. And we had 186 volunteers at that time. Since then, we've increased to the numbers that I was describing, and also our training standards have increased dramatically. Just to give you an idea, if we were to try to achieve the highest level of training evaluation at our next ISO, we would be looking at needing to document 240 hours of training annually for every firefighter. We would need 30 additional hours for every officer and 40 additional hours for every driver position. All right, that would achieve the highest level of training category possible in an ISO audit. Well, in order to do that, it needs a lot of oversight and a lot of people focusing on getting that done in a timely manner. And the one training position that we have now running the career academies, which is something that we've done new since 2021 to raise our standards, it's very difficult for one person to help maintain that. And over the years, we've used volunteers to help support those positions. And we will get a lot of support from the volunteers for a short period of time. And then then that person inevitably changes jobs, has a family situation that they fall off. We recruit another volunteer to come in and help support in those areas, and it kind of train them up, and that cycle happens again and again. And so that's why we're requesting not another captain level position, which is what my current training position is. This would be what we're calling a training specialist. It falls in line with other areas that we've negotiated with the union contract and our fire prevention specialists. And they would focus on supporting training across the department, both volunteer and career. And the inventory technician, I think you're going to see the theme here as our operations have ramped up. We now have the need for someone that can support us on a daily basis for logistics. This is something that the department, as far back as 2019, had identified the need for and had actually used the stipend to entice a volunteer to fill that role. They incurred increased stipend amounts in order to try to fill this role for us. Over the years, since 2018, that position's been filled by no less than 7 people that have come and gone. And over the last year, I haven't had anyone consistently willing to fill that role, even with the increased stipend amounts that are available to them. And where this becomes so important is in using our resources effectively and appropriately. And the example I'll use is recently in Chaparral at Station 9 there was a request for equipment. And we started looking around and we realized that equipment was actually already in Rincon at the fire station there, and they had extra equipment. They didn't need it. It was sitting in a closet that was kind of a backup to their primary systems that were on the floor on a fire truck. And so if without what fire administration has done of centralizing kind of our equipment needs and operations, we would have purchased that at the cost of about $8,000 for Chaparral, not knowing that it was sitting in Rincon. With centralizing someone like the civilian inventory technician, we could get a much better control on those type of events and reallocate those resources across the county appropriately. So with that being said, sure. With that being said, that's where I was wrapping up, and so he.
Thank you.
I'll stand for any questions.
Sherry. I do have a question regarding the Moongate Fire Station, and I was trying to catch up with you speaking so quickly, and I didn't take complete notes.
Sure.
So that update is not completed yet?
No, ma'am. We just signed that contract. Actually, believe the county manager signed it yesterday in order to get the construction into that station on Moongate. Phase 1 was completed in 2018 for that building. This is phase 2, so that when this academy graduates in August, they'll be able to move in.
And what was the cost of that?
This phase 2 is a little over $1 million.
And how many firefighters will you have at that station?
At that station, they'll be permanently assigned 9 firefighters, 3 a day.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Not so much a question as just a comment, and I think kind of what it sounds like we're going for with Chief Cherry explaining here. I know it's a bump. I mean, there's several things here with the increase in pay and wages as well as para, but as we've continued to put in investment into the fire department, we've in Anthony, in Chaparral, and not to mention the existing fire departments that we've been retrofitting that Chief Cherry talked about. I think it's important that we, really kind of put, at least in my mind, that we work to continue to staff the fire departments. And I know it's been a change because as Chief Cherry was kind of explaining the history of going from all volunteer fire department to a hybrid of full-time and volunteer. And I think but I think we've seen the effects of it. And I think we've talked about the ISO ratings. I think Commissioner Reynolds, that's something I know that's been near and dear to your heart since you've come on board. So I think while it's a kind of a big, at least an investment here, I think it's an investment in our communities and being able to respond quicker. And I think we've seen that investment also with ARPA funds, the emergency response vehicles, et cetera. So I think we should, if we can, continue to support this, the growth here for the fire department.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I have a question for you, Chief Cherry. I know there's a lot of cannabis places opening all over the county. Can you give us an idea of what the impact of that will be on the firefighters?
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioners, so there's a couple of different areas that it impacts. The first one, that if we kind of go in order, is the amount of inspections and new businesses coming in require work in our codes enforcement and inspections division, our fire prevention division, in order to get those places operational. The second area of concern is in cannabis operations that are doing extraction, right? So it's not so much retail. Retail cannabis is really no different than other retail. The standards are the same across the board. It's the extraction process that a few cannabis operations have moving into an county are proposing. Those operations happen under high pressure, high heat, with a really a volatile fuel source, usually propane or butane. And so those are the areas of when we do our code and plans review that we focus on making sure that they're putting in the correct fire suppression measures, that lots of times we have a discussion with those commercial businesses trying to move in, because they do tend to have at a cost to provide that safety level.
I thought so. And there's going to be more fires.
No,
perhaps.
By doing our jobs and enforcing the code, we don't anticipate an increased load in fire, like actual structure fires. No.
All right, and another question, just to further just explain that to me. So if we're having more extraction businesses located throughout the county, how many man hours do you anticipate in the next year that you're going to spend on inspections alone? It doesn't have to be an exact amount. 25% more, 30% more?
I think the 20% more is a reasonable guesstimate on how many more man-hours we would be spending on inspections. I would be hard-pressed to quantify how much of that is, though, in cannabis specifically, but in the number of businesses that are moving in, I think we're already seeing the number of man-hours increasing in those inspections.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the chief?
Madam Chair, just so that the
Mr.
commission
Macias.
is aware, I'm anticipating that there'll be at least another $1 million that is coming from the state for renovations at our fire departments. I'm anticipating that there'll be $580,000 for the Chaparral Fire Station renovation. Also, I'm anticipating $437,000 to the South Valley Fire Station for its renovations as well. So there'll be ongoing assistance from other sources. We haven't talked about it. Obviously, we had anticipated paying for this kind of expansion if we were to have received the SAFER grant. We did not. So we're certainly going to pursue another application, and I think it's being finalized to be submitted soon.
This Friday.
This Friday. So again, some of the discussions that the commission will have to have, deputies, firefighters, where's the balance? We haven't had an opportunity to kind of sit down to review all of the different positions, how we can achieve it, where's going to be the balanced budget. But I can assure you that this has been kind of a priority area for the administration in terms of trying to make progress because of the difficulty of maintaining a strong volunteer firefighting force.
Commissioners, any follow-up questions after that? Thank you, Chief. That was a nice presentation. Appreciate your time. Engineering and Road. I was looking for you over there, Mo. And you moved over here.
I scared them a little bit. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mo Mobed. I'm the county engineer. I had to tell you a story about one time there was a factory broke down and the owner got excited because of 400 workers couldn't do nothing. So they called the company that makes the machine and they send the engineer down. The engineer walked in, a little suitcase, he opened it. He walked over the machine, got a hammer out of the suitcase and hit the machine. The machine started working. 2 weeks later, he received a bill for $10,000. He said, I'm not going to pay it. I need justification and detailed bill. So they sent him a detailed bill. Picking up a hammer and hitting the machine, $20, $9,980 to know where to hit it. So that's the engineers for you. So it's really an honor to be here in front of you presenting our program for engineering and road department. The first one is a priority for the 23 is completing and finishing the roadway and sidewalk projects. Those are ARPA funds. And the total comes out about $3.57 million, and the completion is June of 24. And I don't know if you want the detail of it, but detail of it, I will go a little bit over them, and if you don't want to hear it, please let me know. And we have on those projects is La Union sidewalk in La Union, Doniana sidewalk and lighting, and Carver Road in Messiah Park, El Camino Real. El Camino Real in Doniana County, half of it is done, so we have about half of it left to finish. And Easy Lane in Butterfield. And then Tres Caballos in Mesquite. That's, we just started the design on that one, had a public meeting on it. And I think the sidewalk, we had a public meeting, Commissioner Sanchez was there in for Doniana. And the next one is completing local government road funds. And those are the 3 projects we had from last year. And one is the Golden Sun, Westmoreland Road, and Wiggins Lane. And I should finish that one next year, this coming year. And then the third item is road paving initiative phase N1. And we are trying to finish all those projects. And from that one, we have, on the initiative one, we had 31 projects and we have completed 29 of them. And on phase 2, we had 35 projects and we had completed 29 of them. And we also paved several county roads, San Isidro, Engler, and some of these roads, you haven't finished them because we're waiting for the water districts to move their lines out of the roadway. So we don't have to come back and cut our roadway. So we are is a cooperation between us and them to finish their water lines, so we can finish that. And then we got a road in close to San Augustine Pass on Tierra Alta. We paving a dirt road completely to a new road. On 24, we have applied or applying for all kinds of funding throughout federal government and the state government. And actually, we were successful receiving money for one of them right now. We got $400,000 for Safe Streets for All grants. And that's, and you're all going to be involved in it because we're going to hire a consultant to have several public meetings and also a stakeholders meeting to get input from all the players to see what you're expecting to see as a program for the safe streets. Because our goal is to reduce fatality and injuries to zero. And we have applied for the railroad crossing elimination. That's a $40 million project. So we have applied for 32, and a few months ago, you all approved our match for $8 million. And we have applied for bridge investment program. That's, we have 12 bridges in the county that do not meet the safety requirements, and they are structurally obsolete. New Mexico DOT picked the top 3. They applied for bridge investment funds. So the 9 of them we applying for them, which is total $6 million. And hopefully by end of this month or middle of April, they will let us know how much money, if you have it, if you got any, we come back to you and let you know. And also we are initiating the planning for the Road Initiative 3 that hopefully you all approve it, and we have about 12 miles of roadway we need to redo. And those roadways came out of a study. We hired a consultant 5 years ago, and they did a study on our roadway, which they rate every roadway by driving on them. They do ground penetrating radar. They do laser rides on it, and also rideability. And based on that, and also they look at the structure of the pavement, how much cracks we have in there, what is cracking, if you have any rutting and everything. And they rate the roadways. And these 12 miles were rated the worst, and we're trying to fix. And we also have, we have a project right now completing the design on the Desert Wind Way project. And also, we are doing a railroad consolidation, which we are right now. This is a railroad crossing, actually raising the roadway over the railroad on the UP Pacific Railroad in Santa Teresa Industrial Park. And hopefully the project would be, we thought we might have enough money to finish the 30%, but the project is going a lot faster than we thought, so we might have money to finish up to 90% with the same amount of money. And feds are giving us the blessing on it to approve to go ahead and complete the 90%. Any questions, comments on that one? Yes, sir. Pardon me? Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And these are the requests we have for the budget. Our equipment, we're trying to lease two loaders, two large loaders and one small one. That comes out to about $582,000. And the fuel, we increasing the fuel from $400,000 to $200,000. And that's not just because the cost of fuel has gone up. We are increasing our roadway work. We are doubling our roadway preservation. I'm a roadway preservation guy. I did that for 10 years, so I believe in that. And we are trying to increase our preservation of the roadways so we can keep our good roads in a good shape a lot longer. So we are doubling our budget for that. And asphalt emulsion, that's what we use to preserve the roads. As you can see the picture on the left, we show you that's what we're trying to do. And that's called asphalt emulsion, and we're increasing it again. That one is double. And then gravel and base material to fix the roads that have a lot of road failures, potholes, and also buy material to do the pavement preservation. We doubled that one too, from $195 to $395. And the contractual services, which is we're hiring, again, another consultant to do pavement evaluations to tell us what our roads look like after 5 years. This is recommended you do it every 5 years to keep track of your roads. So hopefully your health of roads are getting better. And also we are buying some software so we can keep track of our construction projects. And that's all included in that budget. This is the summary of the budget request. As you can see, we are increasing by 18% the total operations. And the reason, like I said, we had increased our budget and doing more. Last year, this time, we had 17 vacancies. Right now, we have 6. Thanks to you all that passed a good compensation package. So a lot of people are joining us, and we're hiring a lot of good people. And our vacancy, hopefully by a couple more months, should be almost non-existent. So we're trying to fill all the positions. And our department, again, we are trying to help other departments. We are helping the fire department with the fire department projects in the Anthony, working with NMDOT to move the couple of the fences out of the way so our fire department can complete the project. We're helping with community development on the trail they're building, and we do all the inspection and testing on it. We are helping with Steve at the Office of Emergency Management doing the surveying for them. So we are not just working as the engineering department, we are part of the county. We have the same color as Jersey and everybody else, and we are proud of it. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mo, what's included in other operating costs?
I'm sorry?
And you, on page 57, the bottom item is other operating costs. What does that include? Is that some of the stuff you mentioned, like the fuel and non-fuel looks like it's separate?
That would be any the material that we have not, accounted for. Like right now, we received Highway Department wanted to get rid of the asphalt, and I found out they going to give it somebody else, so we asked for it. And this is a recycled asphalt pavement. But that material cannot be just grinded and used again, so I have to process it. So I'm looking at it. If I buy virgin material, going to cost $37 a ton.
Right.
I'm getting recycled asphalt for $9 a ton.
But you have to treat it.
And we do the same thing. Actually, it's better because it's asphalt coated, so it sticks better to the road. So it's a win-win for all of us. So some of this stuff we're trying to do. Innovation as part of our mission statement, so that's what we're trying to do.
I think that's great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Mo, I have a couple of questions. Regarding the emulsions on the road, how many miles have we done in this last year?
How many miles?
How many miles of emulsions have we done?
The county has 1,400 miles of roadways. And from 1,400, 700 of it is paved, and 700 is not paved. And the biggest challenge, Madam Chair and Commissioners, the biggest challenge every road department in the whole country has, we keep, and it's a good thing because we have a lot of needs, so we keep building them. But these roads need to be maintained. It's like your house. You cannot let the shingles fall off and add another room first. You got to fix the roof. So, and that's the biggest challenge for engineers is we got to keep maintaining what we have to keep it in a good condition. I have a curve. Hopefully one of these days I do a workshop for you all on the roadway. We call it the pavement life. At a certain point when it goes down, it really goes down. That's why we keep saying, spend $1 now or $14 later. So it's one of those things that is a business decision, but at the same time, we try and hopefully share the information with you all to can help us with a budget that we cannot let it go past certain points because it really drops.
Well, Mo, when you have a chance, I'd like to take you up to my district. I got stuck
Yes,
there
ma'am.
last month.
Thank you.
And I think a lot of that oil is still on my car. Commissioners, any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
just one question for clarity. You had mentioned the Roads Initiative 3. That's not included in this slide, is it?
Yeah, it was, it's $5.11 million. Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, 5.11. Oh, it's not added in the budget?
Okay.
See,
No.
they have the hammer here. I can't help you now. So-
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure because it seemed where the numbers were adding up, it didn't seem like it was, so. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Who do we have next? Oh, Sandy.
Dan?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we will be skipping over utilities temporarily. They'll be moved to the end of the day, and facilities will go.
Thank you. We were confused. We thought maybe Andy had moved over.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andy Segovia, Facilities and Parks. So, Facilities and Parks priorities initiatives for fiscal year '24. We have the district court expansion. The architectural drawings have been completed, and now we're just looking for the funding to be able to actually build the facility. The Del Agua Community Center, we received about $550,000 in capital outlay last year, and we're in the process now of redoing some of that building. It needs to be refurbished. The adobe is crumbling, and when it rains, the water seeps into the actual ground because the ground is higher than the floor level. So we're in the process now of replacing all the doors, redoing the site layout so that the water doesn't drain into the building anymore, and also to repair all the adobe so the building doesn't collapse. The Anthony Fire Station we're project managing that for the fire department, and that is in its initial stages of construction. I think either the slab has been poured or it's getting close to being poured. OEM facility, again, we're project managing and working alongside with Stephen. The Shalem Colony Park and Trail is in the design stages still. They're still trying to work out details with I forget what it's called, but the International Boundary Commission, basically to get a land lease for that property. The public health building is currently in works. They're redoing the entire HVAC system, and so they've done everything that goes on the roof. Now they're currently working in the inside of the building, and that should be completed in the next 3 to 4 months. The Dolores Wright Community Center continues to get major improvements. Of course, we added the BMX track. We're adding the media center. The actual old building has been fully remodeled. It should be turned over to me this week. And then we've done some additional work on the outside. Representative Madrid has gotten me about another $1.2 million to do some additional work there. And so I'm waiting for him to return from Santa Fe so that we can work on what exactly we're going to move forward with there. The Doñana County Fairgrounds, $250,000. We're going to redo the arena, the ground, and we're going to put in a permanent arena around that on a Pete Domenici cover. And then the rest of the money will be used to enhance all the other electrical issues and desert kitchen issues and things of that nature. The Government Center HVAC upgrades, Victor had a meeting with Train today, and we're hoping that we're going to be starting that in the next month or two. I'll get a construction schedule here in the next week or two, and that will affect our building substantially because we will be removing a unit and replacing it, and it will affect the heating and cooling in the building. So I'll address that with our County Manager Macias so that we can kind of figure out the schedule on that as well. The highlights for '24 is I'm looking for an electrician. We are overloaded with electrical requests. So we're looking for a licensed electrician and a licensed plumber. We do not have a plumber on staff at this time, and we have one electrician. We're looking to upgrade all our grounds maintenance equipment, so our lawn tractors, our weed eaters, all that type of equipment needs to be upgraded. It's getting old, and it's becoming more of a maintenance issue than for us to keep on trying to use it and repair it. Doñana, we're looking to upgrade the lighting there. We've upgraded it in Mesquita. We've upgraded it in La Mesa. So Doñana is, and that's only about $120,000 that we're requesting on that. Most of my increases are going to be in the utility costs. So if we go to the next page, the majority of my increases are all utilities. Utilities have increased, and that's really the biggest increase that we have at this point. The special projects, if you see, that's a lot of money, $304,000. The reason for that decrease is because that's money that we received for sale of county property this past year. And so that's why we had that additional money. So we're not, unless we get more sales, then we won't see additional revenue in that line item. Questions?
Commissioner Reynolds?
I didn't know you were taking over. I thought you were going to say something. Thank you, Andy. I was out at the fairgrounds this summer, and a couple of things were actually I was aware of or made aware of. One is, of course, some facility upgrades. We need some of the pins and other things and some pavement. But they also pointed out something that was that I didn't expect. They said that we are the only facility that has the ability to park trailers and horses and animals and basically allow somebody to overnight those between, I think it's Phoenix and Amarillo or Midland. And we don't, our facilities are not set up to do that. But if we did increase a few facilities, not many, and lease that property for people traveling through, they would be able to overnight get their animals taken care of, have pens for them, actually be able to make it a working facility full-time, and could possibly generate as much as maybe $1 million, $2 million, $3 million a year for the county if that facility, if we just basically opened it up to like an Airbnb for horses and campers and trailers and animals coming through. And the person who runs the facility actually, I think I spoke to him, and he said that would be something he would actually think would be good for us and also would provide more revenue for the facility so we could even upgrade it more. The other thing that's lacking is internet services.
Okay, Commissioner Reynolds, Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, we already have that. And we have people coming through all the time. I get calls at midnight asking me for the code so they can get in. We already have the facility to house horses and animals or camping trailers, and they come through all the time. So our facility is already set up that way. We have on the south side of the Pete Domenici Arena, all of that area there, they can hook up to water, sewer. On the other side in the grassy area, they can hook up there. The stables are available for them for their horses. And so we have quite a bit of traffic that comes through and stays overnight. On your second comment, the internet services in the livestock barn we've installed, or OEM has paid for us to install a small building where we're going to be able to have better internet services there. That is being funded through OEM for some of the projects that they're doing out there as well. So I'm not sure how far we are out from getting the internet services or getting better internet out there, but it is, the building is there. It's just a matter of getting, I understand, the connection through the either Comcast or whoever's going to do it.
As usual, you're already 2 steps ahead of me.
So, yeah, we already have those.
Yeah, I would like to have a little bit better understanding of that, maybe presented to the board sometime as actually how that facility works when we're not doing the fair facilities, because there's a lot of other things that go on there besides the state fair.
That's correct.
And I think it'd be great for this board to have a presentation about that sometime.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. Appreciate it, Andy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Segovia, I just wanted to verify, I didn't quite get, while people are spending the night, do we charge them for the overnight stay?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, yes, we do. There's a payment box there that they leave their deposits with. We have a full-time groundskeeper at the fairgrounds. He lives on site. And but we do have a payment box, and they do pay
great.
for staying overnight.
Awesome, thank you. I think the only thing missing out at the fairgrounds is a EV charger now.
Yes, there's not one of those. There's 110 outlets out there, but there's not an EV
That might take a little while. All right, thank you, Mr. Segovia.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Any other questions, comments by the commission? Mr.
Madam Chair.
Macias?
I anticipate that from this legislative session, there'll be somewhere between 1.7 and 1.8 million dollars for just the community centers across the county. So there'll be a lot more work, a lot more improvements as we go forward. So even the projects that Mr. Segovia is reviewing is not going to be as comprehensive as with the new projects that will arrive. And I'm anticipating that there'll be another $250,000 for the fairgrounds, so that'll give us working capital of $500,000. And again, for the kind of consistent improvements that have been going on out there, that's another nice step forward.
Madam Chair, I did have
But
one.
that's not incorporated into any of this budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me, I'm just going to push to this if you have any questions regarding this. There was one more slide that shows, I have 3 budgets. I have the vector control and the fairgrounds as well. Thank you, Lucio.
Mr. Segovia, just a quick question on slide 64. The increase of almost $100,000 in electricity, what caused that, such an increase?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, as we grow, I mean, as we continue to grow, we continue to use more electricity. But in the first couple of years with me here as manager, we started to see some decreases. So I had her pull down in the following 2-year budgets. But we're not meeting that requirement right now because we do have, the hot summers, all of that, the additional people wanting more comfort. We're having to push these systems to their limits now. The community centers, I mean, we've got contractors in there that are using and utilizing these systems, even though probably more so than when the community centers are in full operation because there's not very much usage of all the centers, just certain ones. So we are seeing with the increase of more staffing, more people, the technology, all the computers, it's just pushing us higher in the electrical bills. But I mean, we'll see what happens over the next year or two. I know, like for instance, the detention center with their solar panels that they have in there now and all the energy savings program that we did there. I got a call from El Paso Electric the other day, and they're amazed to see how much of a decrease they're starting to see. They're wondering if we're not doing, or we're doing something different because they're seeing such a huge decrease in the electricity there. So we've benefited there, so this might be something that we look at down the road.
And that was going to be that was where I was going to go with it, is as we've done the changes at the detention center, I know we've shied away from doing a lot more with Tran outside of the HVAC here at the government center. But one of the things that I know I think there was interest in doing was seeing how we could start switching over to LED lights in all of our community centers. You know, those types of energy savings projects, I don't know if that's already been done. Do we have it in, you know, what is the plan for energy savings? And then the other part of it is, if we need, do we need to also reevaluate the energy usage at our facilities again, and maybe look to see, is there an opportunity where it makes sense to use solar PV to offset some of these? And then my last question, you can answer after this, but did we get any type of rebates from the work that we've done at the detention center?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, yes, we did get rebates. We have gotten rebates from the detention center project. I don't know the amounts off the top of my head. I mean, I've seen them as they've come through, but I don't know the total amount. We're in the process of potentially seeing another rebate from there for somewhere around $300,000 to $350,000. Train presented us to the other day because we finished the CHP this year, or because we shut down the project and finished it this year, there's a potential for us to get a rebate. And so he met with myself and the manager and a few others, but I mean, that's something that's in process for us to look at. As far as LEDs upgrades, so as I've been upgrading the community centers, as you know, probably the majority of them have seen some kind of facelift. And then part of that is, I mean, it's taken me a while to get them done because we've had some major issues in these buildings that are health and safety issues that we've had to upgrade. But as we progress through these, we're upgrading their HVAC systems, which again will get us some energy efficiency, and we converting to LEDs. The district court building, I had requested a phasing of changing their lights over to LEDs because we have a lot of issues with having replaced lights there all the time. So we're about to start phase one with an expenditure of up to $125,000 or $150,000 in order to upgrade that much lighting in this fiscal budget. So I had planned, and it's in there for next fiscal budget, to do another $150,000 there. So, and we want to start including the government center as well in phases to be able to start getting the LED lighting in here, because it's substantial.
Correct. And I understand, like, when the changeover is costlier, but as over the long run, we save more money. So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Segovia.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, talking about having some money coming in order to upgrade the community centers, something I believe we desperately need is we need toilet facilities at every one of our locations where people gather outside. Okay, like our ballparks, or any place we have a jungle gym for the kids, a skate park, things like that, and the community centers are closed. I think we need to have a plan and start thinking about putting outdoor toilet facilities and make them available to the public somehow, sometime. Because I think we're encouraging them to do things that may be even illegal if we don't provide facilities. So is there a plan to do that soon, or hasn't been a plan, or should there be a plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. So the ones that are heavily used already have facilities, but it's very problematic because if we open them, they destroy them. So we have to find a balance on how we're going to utilize the ones that do have restrooms. Dolores Wright has restrooms, Colquitt has restrooms, Butterfield has restrooms, Doña Ana has restrooms, et cetera. Mesquita has restrooms, La Mesa. They have restrooms. It's just that if we leave them open, then we're in there replacing plumbing, toilets, sinks, windows, glass. I mean, it's just, they get destructed. So half the time we have them sealed. If they have a big event, then they request the key, then we'll give the key to someone to be able to open it. So
Maybe that's the solution is, you know.
as far as all the other facilities, I would say that would be something you would look into the future to try to get capital outlay for additional facilities on the outside.
I have seen, excuse me for a little bit of expansion, I have seen facilities that were totally block, you know, nothing else, and maybe a little roof, and metal sinks, metal toilets, things like that, which are a lot harder to damage than ceramic. So, I mean, I see those sometimes when I'm driving on the road
I
and
mean,
traveling.
if
places, so we
the
might look at
individual has, if there's a volunteer for that resource center and they're having an event outside, there's no reason why they can't get into the building and use the restrooms there. It's just a matter of having it organized so that there's a volunteer that can open the building and monitor the building.
I'm more concerned about the family who wants to take their kids up on the weekend and nobody's around. They've got 3 kids or, you know, 2 families want to go up there and have a picnic. I'm more kind of concerned about that as well. And I know facilities-wise, you're right. Anybody has 30, 40 people gathering, they can let us know and use the facilities. But I still don't know that services the public when we have baseball games and soccer games and basketball games and people out skateboarding. I mean, I just don't know if we're servicing them enough. I'd like to believe that the community says, yes, we are. I just don't, have trouble believing it. So anyway, just something I'd like to think about, work on. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds. I just have one last question for you, Andy, regarding the courthouse, where COVID is manageable at this point, and there's a lot more of the members of the public coming into the courthouse. And I know we have a new judge and we have a visiting judge that's there a lot. How are we going to accommodate those 2 additional judges? Because I don't think we have any more room up there, do we? I know we're using that little courtroom that used to be the grand jury room upstairs, and we're using Judge Fitch's room for the grand jury. And so people are moving around trying to serve justice. So do we have any short-term plans for that besides expanding the courthouse?
So, Madam Chair, I can't answer that question because I've never had them come and tell me that they don't have enough space, that they're shuffling people around. I'm not aware of that. Nobody has ever approached me with that problem. The only issue that we have presented in front of us is the potential of hiring or them funding more judges, and so that's why we initiated this district court facility or expansion. So
And
I'm
also,
not aware.
I appreciate the lights because I know some of the courtrooms are a little dark, domestic violence courtroom. If we might take a look at that, I think they only have a couple of lights working in there, so.
So they send us in a work order when they have these issues, and the biggest problem, 2 of the problems that we have is, 1, we have 1 electrician, and so if he takes time off, then we don't have nobody. I've subcontracted, but the subcontractors only want to work if they can be there for a week. But the other issue behind that too is the scheduling of the courtroom and for us to be able to get in so that we can fix the lights. There's a lot of times that we're ready, but then there's a scheduling conflict. So we try to work around those scheduling conflicts to get them lights, and sometimes it takes a little while.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Segovia.
Thank you.
IT is next. Mr. English.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kent English. I'm the Director of IT and Communications. And so looking at our priorities, you can see a lot of our priorities are multi-year. And so a lot of the same ones from 23 are also over on 24 with the exception of 1. And as we're making progress on these priorities, you'll see sub-items drop off. But security, obviously security, disaster recovery is a very high priority for us. And most of the things, even some of those other priorities we have do relate back to security. So we have implemented things like active monitoring and did penetration testing and things like that to actually improve our security posture. And those will continue to go forward as we will have recurring costs for like the monitoring and things. Also looking at getting as far as the disaster recovery or the business continuity piece of that, putting in place, identifying our critical systems and making sure that we can have failover systems. Getting those out in the cloud is also a very high priority. And then moving on to community broadband. Obviously, broadband across the county is we have some areas that are either underserved or have no service. And so we're working with a lot of the vendors and the ISPs and we monitor the grants as they're applying for grants in our county. And we try to partner with them to get the broadband in place, especially the areas we need, and then if we can piggyback off of those for some of our like community centers and health centers, even helping out with some of the fire stations and OEM and things like that to help us connect there. I believe one of the vendors is waiting on to hear about a grant awarded that actually is going to address getting connectivity out to the fairgrounds. I think they're going to extend from Hatch out to the fairgrounds. So hopefully that helps out at the fairgrounds for that. And then the big one that you've heard about a lot for the last couple of years is the ERP. I think everyone's really excited about that, getting off the software that we've been on for 20 years and getting something new and modern and also in the cloud. You're reducing the amount of systems that we have on premises that we have to support and requires personnel, and getting those things in the cloud, that is a high priority for us, and moving those resources up. Hardware infrastructure upgrades and software, those both have security components in it, because if you have outdated hardware, which is, I think, one of the reasons that Bernalillo County was hacked, is they had an old piece of network gear. And so making sure that we keep our hardware updated and we eliminate any of those possible vulnerabilities. And the same goes with a lot of our software too. We got to make sure it's patched, coming out with the latest versions, getting up to the latest versions helps to close some of those gaps where they've identified some potential vulnerabilities. Also, completing some of those things, we just recently did a SAN upgrade, providing services for the county, so getting more storage out there. And even as we look to do some consolidations to save costs, and also, again, when we're looking at software, if there's something that has a version that we can move to the cloud, then we're also looking at that as well. The only new priority for 24 is training and resource development. You've heard a lot of the departments say we have trouble getting and retaining resources, and just in the short time I've been here, I've seen that firsthand, especially for technical resources. And so being able to provide training to our current staff and provide opportunities for them to move up, I think will help us fill some of those higher level that are more difficult, and then we can backfill at the lower skilled levels that I think we'd have better opportunities to do that. So getting some good training and resource development, I think, is going to be very key moving forward in the priorities. So with communications, the highlights we have going on is most of our expenses go to contractual services to support our radio towers and for monitoring. We are working on getting a new monitoring contract with a new vendor that's going to be a little more reliable, going with Code 3. Capital hardware, we do have an expense. We have the East Patrios Tower. Its sole power is solar, and so we have to have those batteries in place. And our vendor has been telling us for the last few years, as they have reduced in capacity, and then now our generators have to come on and help support those batteries, that we need to get those replaced. So that's why we have the capital hardware request in there. And as far as communications, equipment, maintenance, just troubleshooting those radio sites. We get high winds, and we have to have vendors go out and actually realign the dishes. So that's to cover those type of expenses. And we are actually updating some of our radio programming software to help us support DASO and OEM and the other radios and fire that we help support. And then the last, we've had some turnover in our radio area, and so we're bringing on some new hires. And so obviously those people don't have the experience with the county or the higher level experience that we really require. We didn't foresee we were going to lose our senior person, so budgeting some more training in there to actually get those newer individuals with the proper skills that we need to support our radio environment. Highlights for the IT services, what you'll see in the budget is they actually added a new account, and so we're splitting our subscription services from our data systems maintenance. So the subscription services, those are basically licensed to use. As long as we have the subscription, we can use the software. Unlike the data systems maintenance items that are in there for things like Banner, we own the software at its current version, and we're basically paying for support to get the later versions that we need to apply. And supporting all of, so most of those are the two biggest expenses in general, because our software is obviously a large expense for us, and maintaining that support. Professional services, we do at times have to augment our staff and bring in some professional services to do things like data migrations or do some of the more complicated upgrades. And so that helps us with that. I do have some capital project in there for some hardware. We do need to upgrade our access control systems for the government center. And so our current system, it's dated. It relies, it needs a lot of manual intervention when we're adding people to the system. And so looking at a new system, being able to replace it not only with the new equipment, but also moving that application to the cloud and tying it in with our Active Directory, so when people join and leave, they're automatically entered into the access control system rather than, risking human error and someone forgetting to take them out. Our leases has always been a big expense. We have our SAN storage, our phones, and our network that we pay leases on. IT equipment purchases. So this one, I did increase on the budget. It won't have any impact on our budget because there's a revenue account that counters it. But what we found is in servicing the other departments and helping them to buy IT equipment, there's a lot of back and forth getting quotes, and then the department ends up buying that. So what we're going to do is, as we advise those departments, we'll buy the hardware, and then we'll just transfer the cost of that back on the back end. So, but we'll need some more additional funds in that account for the initial purchases. Our data equipment maintenance and communications, internet service upgrades. So that is helping us get internet out for the like the health human services and the community centers that don't have internet. That's helping us get that out there. Or maybe they have unreliable internet, and so we're looking at some cellular options to be able to increase or get better connectivity just in the interim until we do get some of these ISPs that can get us high-speed internet out to those locations. Let's see, hardware equipment. We do have a network upgrade that's coming up. We've got some audio, video, and UPS requirements that's going to address. And then employee training. Again, focusing on our training, we've got to get our staff the training that they need to be able to get those, move up into those other positions and be able to support the environment that we have. So for our communications budget, you can see we've mostly stayed about the same as last year's fiscal year. And a lot of the accounts actually adjusted down, just projecting out our current costs. And so a lot of the things on the communication side with our monitoring contracts and our vendors, just helping us to keep a closer eye on those sites, has also helped us to curb some of the maintenance costs. For the IT services, again, you'll see that the subscription cost, it wasn't in their last fiscal year because it was actually split out from data systems. So you'll see between those two, it actually went up about about 700,000. And so about 700,000, the new ERP system with Workday, when we start our year 2 paying for our software subscription, that's going to be over 600,000. So the largest portion of that increase is basically from our new ERP system. Data equipment maintenance went up slightly, and then our IT equipment purchases, that was the thing I mentioned earlier, where we needed increase to have that budget up front so we can help buy the equipment for the other departments and then transfer the cost in the end. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. English. I do have
Discussion about the coordination of the purchasing of equipment with the other departments.
Yes, so as the way we were doing it now is there's, as I mentioned earlier, when the departments need IT equipment, they'll come to us, we'll help them, we'll go through our suppliers, our preferred suppliers, and we'll get quotes, and then there's back and forth with the quotes with the department. And once they accept it, then they actually purchase it, and then once they get it in, it comes to us for us to configure it. So just kind of taking out a lot of those middle steps for that equipment purchases. And so we can give them general cost up front. So if they need a monitor, tell them it's $200, we go ahead and purchase it, get it all set up and get installed without the back and forth. So hopefully saving us a lot of time.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the East Potrillos Tower.
Yes.
I don't even know where that is located.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm not sure where it's located either.
Well,
Mr. Lopez.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Lopez from the Office of Emergency Management. That tower is in the middle of nowhere. It is off of Highway 9, halfway between Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, and the county line on your way to Columbus. And that is why it is a solar and battery-only site.
Got it. Thank you.
And also why it's a paramount tower to keep running too, because there's no coverage out there for the officers and stuff.
Yeah, that is a primary user of that tower is Border Patrol.
So how much is the battery replaced? I mean, what is the life of that battery?
I think the batteries that have been out there are at least been 10 years. So I think with the replacements that we're looking at, and also there's newer technology with the lithium batteries. We actually can, take a stack of batteries that's a 4x8 and not quite get it in half, but a much smaller footprint as well. And some of the space around those towers, I mean, there's limited space. I was talking to my team earlier, and when one of the contractors drove up there, they basically could park their truck and open the door, and then just beyond that was down the mountain. So space is also at a premium on those as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other questions for Mr. English?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I think one of the things, I'm excited with the idea that, I think there is an increase in budget, but I think trying to encourage training and certifications and really kind of helping, hopefully, if and when we need to recruit, that can be a good tool for that. But for our existing, I know with these costs, with the proposed budget, what kind of, do you have a time frame or a calendar you're planning to implement the training for the current staff?
With current staff, I'm trying to, so we're evaluating some LinkedIn training right now. And so hopefully and looking at it more than just for my department, but county-wide, because there's some significant discounts for that. So we're going through a trial right now for this month. And then after that month, we're going to evaluate, do we want to open up for the county? I'm at least going to pursue it for my department, because they do have some very good technical training out there, but they have a lot of other training, I think, that could help the county as well.
Okay. Just kind of curious, I know you've already mentioned, kind of coming in from outside of the county, from the private industry and coming in here. You mentioned a couple of things, obviously, like the training that you're going to work on. Is there anything else that you can foresee, even if it's not this year, that we can focus on, whether it be for IT security or continuing to improve the infrastructure that we have, not just for constituents, but our employees?
Yeah, looking at, I know we've got a project coming for a network refresh. So we're looking at some new options to refresh our network with some better gear. And obviously that's going to increase security with the newer revs of that. One of the things I guess that concerned me when I came in is there's some of our hardware, obviously, that we have some that's aged, we have some that's already near end of life. And so those really need to get replaced. Some of it is in the budget, and some of it we'll project out a little bit farther as we get closer to that. But that really opens us up to more risk as we have those systems that, and sometimes it's identifying I think we still have a really old Windows system that is required by the software that one of the softwares that DASA was running. So it won't run on anything newer. And so trying to work with them to say, can we replace that software with something else? And I think they are looking at a replacement, just so we don't have that dependency. So for that is actually preventing us from upgrading that system because the software doesn't run on anything newer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, comments, Commissioners? Thank you, Mr. English. Appreciate
you.
your time.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'm sorry, I did want to say thank you. I think your team is doing, from the interactions that I've had with them, they've been very professional, very quick in solving a lot of problems. So I want to give them kudos. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Pass that along.
Thank you. And we're moving on to community development.
Thank you, Madam
Good
Chair.
afternoon,
I'm
Christina.
Christina Ainsworth with the Community Development Department. Okay. So we have up here our priorities for fiscal year 23 and 24. There is some overlap. Of course, I didn't put them in both columns, but some of these projects are going to take multiple years. Our biggest project and our highest priority for the next couple of years is the development software implementation. As you all have heard me say multiple times, we've been working on this project for several years, and we will start imminently on the development of that software, which we anticipate will take 12 months, perhaps 18 months, depending on how smoothly it goes. We are also working on amendment number 4 to the UDC, which includes some amendments to the special use permit process, clarifying some language and making it a little bit more stringent, so that we know what development we're going to get. Improving the language in there so that the requirements to the applicant are more clear and we have more clarity in the site plans that they bring before us when they're applying for these. We do have some, we're building in some requirements and regulations for community solar. That's a new type of facility that the state is allowing and providing some incentives for, and so we've seen a lot of activity with those. And so what we've been doing is putting in some requirements into the special use permits when they're approved. However, we'd like to have them codified, and so we're working on those in that amendment as well. And then, of course, we have the cannabis regulations, which, as you all know, we found some flaws in that ordinance already. And so we are writing some amendments that would help to curtail that type of development within residential subdivisions. And so that will be going to the P&Z this month for the first consideration. And so subsequently, it will be coming to you as well. We're also continuing work on dilapidated structures throughout the county. We've had a lot of success just letting people know that they have these dilapidated structures and that they're on our radar. We've had a lot of people come in, do their own demolition, remediation in other ways. In some cases, they just board and secure it. In some cases, it's led to rehabilitation of structures. And so we're continuing that work. As we continue to have reports, we'll go through the same process. There are ultimately a few structures that we consider in very poor condition that will need to be remediated by the county, and so we hope to bring some of those forward as well for formal condemnation before you as well. Operation Community Sweep, this is through our Codes Division in partnership also with Animal Control. And this project is, they go to various communities throughout the county. They knock on doors, they educate people, and they typically do it in conjunction with a cleanup event where the county will provide dumpsters and will collect tires and just general trash that people need to get rid of. We also have our Connectivity Project Initiative, which we've been doing for several years now. We've acquired several $1 million in grants for these connectivity projects throughout the county. We've done several in Chaparral. There's one on Elks Drive, down in Santa Teresa on Airport Road. And these are designed to connect people to community facilities, typically schools, parks, community centers. And so the idea is to have walkable spaces that can be used for various purposes, not just for kids to get to school, but for active communities and just to bring some nice amenities to these communities. We also are planning to market the foreign trade zone more heavily in conjunction with Mavida, which assists us with economic development. The foreign trade zone provides incentives to companies that locate typically, these zones are located in the Santa Teresa area. They get duty-free and other benefits that really are enticing to some of these companies, and particularly because the foreign trade zone in El Paso County has much higher fees. We want to be able to put that information out there and help recruit more businesses to that area. So for year 24 priorities, I will be assisting, or my department will be assisting with the development of the county strategic plan, and there will be a consultant assisting us with that project as well. The adoption of the UDC in the Crua area, this is something that has been on our priorities list for quite some time. And because that area uses our old code, it's very cumbersome. And the hope now is that the planning authority will actually come back to the county, and so that we will be able to formally adopt the UDC in that area. One of the recommendations in the efficiency review was to conduct a fee analysis. The county has not reviewed development fees probably in 30 years, and so while that's a nice incentive for development, it doesn't assist with the cost that the county incurs in providing that service. And so with the addition of new software, increases in staff, it's an appropriate time to review our fees and see if there's, if there's a way that we can maybe have a stepped increase over time so that we begin to recover some of those costs. The proposal for a satellite office, we did contract with a consultant to help us determine the feasibility of having a satellite office, particularly in the southern part of the county where we have the most activity. There were some recommendations for kind of not necessarily a full office, but to have some presence in that part of the county, assisting people with answering questions, receiving applications, and putting them in contact with the right people, and just having an in-person presence. So we will be pursuing that avenue and looking for a location and putting together a proposal as to how that will work. Expansion of solid waste services. We, in conjunction with South Central Solid Waste, we will be working on continuation of the curbside collection pilot project, as well as looking at the feasibility of expanding the collection sites on the East Mesa as well as down in Anthony. And lastly, we have the Regional Innovation Accelerator. The county did receive over $1 million for this project, which will look at primarily ways to recruit more businesses to Santa Teresa, basically more job creation, and looking at what type of infrastructure would assist with continual expansion of that hub that has been pretty active in recent years. So highlights, development software implementation, as you know, is the largest cost that we have. The fee analysis project, local matches for connectivity project grants, and we will also be renewing the ESRI contract, which we renew every 3 years. Our cost increase this year is not very much, it's only about 7%. So you will be seeing that contract as well on your agenda in the future. So looking at our costs, the majority of our cost increases are related to the software development. We do have an increase in our data systems maintenance, which is used to cover the cost of our software contracts. The ongoing maintenance for our new software will be quite a bit more expensive than what we currently use. And so that's where you see that increase. And that also covers the cost of increases in the ESRI contract. Contractual services, we do have a couple of temporary workers in our building services division. And they have been not just covering for some vacancies that we have, we also will be needing their services throughout the next year as we develop that software. They will be assisting with cleaning up our records in preparation for transfer of those records to our new system. So we do anticipate that we will need to continue those temporary services at least through the implementation of the software. Other miscellaneous costs, we all know the cost of fuel has increased. And so you see that cost also in our budget request. So our total increase in our budget is about 14% in our request. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have one?
We could go ahead.
No, mine's really quick. You talked about setting up a satellite facility,
Yes.
possibly in the southern part of this county. Might I recommend that you can reach out to some other of the offices here to see if you can share that facility?
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
Treasurer, assessor, clerk? Okay,
Yes.
So we can capitalize on the facility and make sure all the services we need down there are available.
Absolutely, Madam Chair and Commissioner Reynolds. That was actually one of the things that our consultant looked at is the possibility of joining with other service providers within the county, particularly because we do receive payments. And so in order to do that, we need assistance from some of these other departments. So
And I did want to thank you too for getting on top of, getting ahead of some of the areas that have some, what I would consider blight. Okay, blighted property that we need to deal with. And I can see a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Sanchez.
may I supplement that response? Actually, the concept is to have, create a joint office between the county and Sunland Park in terms of having one office that handles all permitting within that region of the county as within the city of Sunland Park. Some of those discussions have been delayed because of some of the transitions that were occurring in Sunland Park, but that's part of the discussions that we're having related to amendments to the CRUA Joint Powers Agreement, as well as the perhaps transfer of planning and zoning authority away from CRUA to the county. But that's all a global discussion that will be occurring.
I support that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christina, I notice when I look at the priorities, one thing that I don't see, and I think it's just kind of appropriate given what we discussed on the February 28th meeting with Mavita, is there's no priority to create an economic development office on here. And I guess I would ask, because one of the things that when I look through our 2040 plan, and trying to see what have we've done to work on the initiatives of Plan 2040, and I go through economic development, and the very first item is 6.1, establish an Office of Economic Development that would report to Community Development. And I'm not putting it on you, I'm just saying, I'm bringing it up because I know this was discussed last week, or like I said, the previous meeting with Mavita. And I go through, that's 6.1. 6.2, trying to make the county more financially and resource efficient. And so it talks about energy efficiency and things like that, and we've had discussions about that today. 6.3, how do we coordinate resources for education? And I know that can be, probably not as much that we've done through that, but just going through each of these, 6.4, building energy efficient, or building energy efficient buildings, improve water resource efficiency, maximize value added to agricultural production, et cetera, et cetera. I see all of these, a lot of these in which either you've done in the past few years or going into 2024, where we're trying to make things more business friendly. We see cannabis on the rise. We could go, like I said, there's so many examples that there is a lot of these going on, but the very first one is making an economic development arm that reports to community development. And so what I would kind of wonder is, because that was one of the things I said on February 28th, is that something we should be doing as a county, is looking at creating an economic development arm or office where we're not always relying on Mavita to do the work for us. They are there to augment what we're doing and what the efforts we're working on. And so I just want to bring it up, and I'd ask, I don't know if that's something we can continue to look at. I don't know if we need to have more discussion here or what the rest of the county commission thinks, but I think, this was something that was a plan that was developed 8 years ago that felt like this was a priority going to 2040. Should we maybe consider that going into this next fiscal year?
Madam Chair, may I make comment to that?
Macias.
Again, I want you to know that as a result of that discussion, that I'm going to be meeting with some of the major stakeholders in economic development to have a discussion related to the economic development portion of that plan. to basically go over it to see where it still maintains some degree of relevancy. As I go through these priorities, there's some that are, to me, way beyond the capacity of the county to really be necessarily a driver in that area. However, that is the purpose of the strategic plan, that we anticipate beginning this process, because I'm hoping as a result of that and the creation of a new strategic plan, that we really have an opportunity to revise and look at all of these priorities, because there's some that were, from my perspective, impractical, and others that were never funded, and the mechanism of funding it was never there. So certainly this county commission can create whatever entity or body that it wants within the county structure. It's just a question as to where is the money, where is the priority, what is more important, having a few people here in terms of economic development officers versus the funding that I believe is ultimately going to be necessary to create the kind of planning and zoning satellite office, the inspectors, dealing with all of the permitting. Where are the priorities? And I think that through this, and that's why I think it's timely to start the strategic planning process now, as we're still going forward with the budget development for next year. But I would suggest that you give an opportunity for there to be a little bit more discussion related to the what are we accomplishing, what gap is there to fill in terms of the creation of an Office of Economic Development. What is it supposed to look like? We've never undertaken an evaluation of how to staff it, how to fund it, and then what role does it play in relationship to both the MAVITA and the Border Industrial Association and the local Chamber of Commerce.
Well, but I think that's exactly, those are that's exactly the reason why I think it's important. You've just named 3 different groups that we may have a seat on the boards on, but we don't control that. We don't control the direction they're gonna go. We don't get, they don't have, they come to us for funding, and they take that willingly. But at the end of the day, MAVITA takes another $300,000 from the city of Las Cruces. They take monies from other entities across the county, you know, from within the county, other businesses, other organizations. The BIA, the same thing. So I guess what I'm saying is that they're not beholden to the county. And that's where I think it's important that we do have a group that is responsible, reporting up through you, or actually through Christina up to you, that works for our interests. And that way, if any of those 3 are not necessarily working for our interest, we can guide them maybe in that direction. Or if not, then we reevaluate our membership for these different groups. I think in a case like I agree with the priority of trying to make a of an office in Sunland Park, because without a doubt, there's so much growing and there's so much growth down there. But I think it's like what I said last week, if there was that economic development group within that was within community development that can work together with the permitting and so on, man, we would get real-time feedback as to what's working, what's not, how can we be better at attracting businesses. And, you know, while we do get some of that from the different groups, I don't know that we get the value of the amount we're putting in for these things. So just wanted to put it out there. Like I said, when I looking through kind of the 2040 plan, we're doing a lot of these things, which is, you know, kind of a step in the right direction, and I agree with. I just think that's one of the things that I feel is missing, and that's the very first item under economic development. So, again, Christina, I'm not throwing you. I just bringing this up because as I'm running through and trying to figure out where we're going to go as we're having these discussions, was trying to figure out, this is the one thing that we have had as a county was this 2040 plan. That how do we use that? And if it isn't, yeah, we can reevaluate this 2040 plan and create a new one. But this is the only thing I figured we could go by, and this was approved by the previous county commission and by their having an ordinance that this was something that we would use as our planning. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I think part of that will be addressed with the planning of the strategic plan, and we can address different issues. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you on your response, Christina.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for looking at the comprehensive plan. It often is a document that once it's created, it goes on a shelf and not too many people are familiar with it. So I can't thank you enough for paying attention to what's in there. And I just also want to say, you know, the comprehensive plan is a very long-range plan, and it's broad, and it expresses the vision of the larger community. And sometimes those things are not necessarily feasible quickly, whereas the strategic plan is supposed to be a shorter range. And, you know, how can we pay for this? How soon can we do it? That's not to say that there isn't a need for an economic development arm in the county, but as Mr. Macias said, competing with all of the different things that my department is trying to do, I think having the discussion is where we can start, but where that goes, I think, requires a lot more input than what I can provide at this point.
And I understand. I think it's so important because community development is kind of one of those big, sometimes whether we realize it or not, it's such a driver for this, for what we do in this county. And it's a driver for GRT. If we don't have GRT, we can't do all these initiatives that we have. And I think that's why we've been fortunate, from the governor's office to our federal delegation to our state legislators that are investing in us, that the things we talked, I mean, all the things we're talking about is because we're going and trying to invest in what is best for the county, especially in Santa Teresa. And so that's why I say I look at your department, and there's so much that goes on in there that I want to make sure, like I said, this is the driver that we're going to continue to see those increases in GRT and continue the growth. Because if we have no growth, we get stagnant, and then we have to start, we're a whole different conversation of what we're working on. And I think we're at a point where financially, as the county manager has pointed out, with the reserves that we have, you know, I want to continue, how do we figure out, make the investments that we continue to have that growth, and we're continue to set up for that. So, thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize to cut you off. I just wanted to, so thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I just want to go back to the FY '24 priorities regarding the adoption of the UDC in the Crua area. I can assure you that the board is now actively moving forward with any ideas that we can come up with the county and the city. I understand and recognize that there's a lot of subdivisions that are coming in that area, and I think they need to be addressed very, very quickly. So I would appreciate, Christina, very, very much a meeting with the county manager, yourself, and the Crua executive director and myself, so that we can start working on that very, very quickly. And we had also spoken about the satellite office. The commission had spoken with Mr. Macias about that satellite office. Gosh, it's been maybe 12 months now. And so the Crua board is very anxious to start working on that. So if we can get together maybe the next month or so, or maybe, you know, whenever it's appropriate for you all, because we're ready. Crua is ready to move forward.
Again, that's very encouraging, because we've been working on trying to make that modification for the last 5 years, and I can assure you that it's failed every time politically. So hopefully this time there is that consensus, but it is perhaps tied to modifications to the Joint Powers Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And what I find very frustrating is that we have different codes in different parts of the county. Well, in the unincorporated parts of the county as compared to what Crua is in charge of, and that just can no longer continue. It needs to be uniform throughout the entire county. So if we can just get the ball rolling, Christina, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioners, any other
Madam Chair.
comments? Yes.
With that being said too, and I just want to echo what Commissioner Sanchez said, And if this is any preview to kind of where the strategic plan is going, I think this is very much so becoming a focus of what this board wants to do and focus on, and that is expansion and growth, especially when it comes to the economic side of things. So I don't know what we need to get in line before our strategic plan to make sure that we can get things moving on this. But I would say that this conversation that was just had is probably a really good indicator of where we want to head. So I would just make a little note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldron. On this, commissioners, any other comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and time. We're moving on to OEM priorities and initiatives. Mr. Lopez.
Good afternoon, Chair Chaparro and members of the commission. My name's Stephen Lopez with the Office of Emergency Management, and my staff has bet me half a dozen donuts that I can't get this done in 7 minutes. So we're gonna move through this really quickly, and your questions do not count against my presentation time according to their rules. I'm not gonna really go over much on the FY23 priorities. Some of those have been achieved or are about to be achieved, and then some carry over into FY24 priorities. So we're gonna start with the FY24 priorities. Number one is the public safety radio system and interoperability. We are working with the Sheriff's Department and the County Fire Department to move them towards the state's 700 megahertz radio system. This is as a result of IT having contracted a year and a half ago with federal engineering to study our county radio system and what it would take to bring the current county radio system up to the level of performance that we need. They came back with it would be at least $14 million. And so we started looking for options. The state radio system will allow us to come in at a cost of $20 per radio per month on a subscription base. That totals out to less than $250,000 a year. And the state has invested $26 million into Doña Ana County in putting in new repeaters. And we hope to have that accomplished in the next 12 to 18 months. Our second priority is our Emergency Operations Center. You all have heard about that. Unfortunately, we are getting word from Santa Fe that we're not getting the funding from our ICIP request that we were hoping for. So we'll be working with the county manager to find our funding options and opportunities moving forward. We will be working on updating our joint powers agreement, our emergency and disaster plans, and then continuing to close resource gaps. For our FY24 budgetary highlights, we are asking for approximately $35,400 for a part-time volunteer coordinator. While we typically ask for full-time positions, the reality is we don't need a full-time position for this. A part-time position makes sense and is the best fiscal use. We are also asking for $46,800 to continue our license with WebEOC. That is our disaster management cloud platform. It allows us to store plans, utilize plans, maps, GIS links, as well as share data back out to the state, to elected officials, to White Sands Missile Range, and to El Paso Office of Emergency Management. That it would be a continuation of what has been funded by ARPA up to this point. We're asking for one-time funding of $85,000 for a consultant to update our 2011 emergency operations plans, and one-time expense of $10,500 to bring our staff up to the advanced level of WebEOC so that we can modify that platform on our own without having to pay the vendor to do it, and asking for another $4,500 to handle the increase in fuel and vehicle maintenance because those things have gone up. So if you look at our final slide there, you'll notice that there is a 10% change in personnel cost. That is primarily due to the increases that have already been provided mid-year. I will say that out of our personnel costs, half of our emergency manager professionals' salary and benefits are paid from a FEMA grant through the state to the county, and we are going to be reapplying for that here in the end of March. It's really good bang for the county's dollar. And then the city of Las Cruces is currently paying half of what remains out of that. So really, when you look at the personnel cost line, the county is paying just a hair over 1/4 of what you see up there, but the entire amount is accounted for in the county's budget just because the county is the fiscal agent for all of those items. Professional services, you notice, is $86,000. And in anticipation of Commissioner Reynolds doing really quick math here, I understand he's probably noticed that that is $1,000 more than the $85,000 we're asking for our professional services consultant to come in, and that is because we are asking for $1,000 to do translation services. OEM historically has only focused on English language products that we have pushed out to the community. That is not appropriate, so we need to start somewhere. We have no idea what it's going to cost us in the long term, but $1,000 will help us start getting at least some of our products. And for those who are not aware of what the difference is in Google Translate versus a professional translator, words like shelter and shelter in place are frequently used in emergency management. Shelter is a noun, and we verb it when we say shelter in place. That does not translate well to any other language outside of American English. So we need to really start looking at how we message at least the emergency messages this first year, and then our other products as we move forward. We're looking for that $46,800 in the Web EOC. The travel and training does include those one-time expenditures in there, and then the vehicle maintenance and equipment's there, and then our other operating costs include all of the rest of our office, which is toner, copier fees, paper, et cetera. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. That was concise. Appreciate that. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Mr. Lopez?
Just one quick one, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Does the 7 minutes include our questions? Or?
No, you are now free to ask and take as much time as you would like.
I was going to say, because if it was, we could hold you for ransom for some donuts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Lopez, I think the request for the $1,000 for the translation services is rather low because you're looking at between 15 to 25 cents a word for a translation.
So Madam Chair, you are correct in that we are probably going low, but we've never budgeted for it and we've never done it. So we do have some pricing from the language line, and from what the language line has given us, that should allow us to translate up to about 10 to 15 pages worth of material, which at least gets us our messaging templates for disasters. Again, that's not all of our products, but at least when we send out a message utilizing things like the iPause system for warnings, we should at least be able to put it into proper terminology in Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioner Reynolds, I know you have a question.
You think, thank you. Actually, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I appreciate that your organization is taking the time to recognize that we are a majority-run county, and it is required to actually publish the information necessary to communicate to everyone in the county and not just the English-speaking people. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds and Chair Chaparro.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And Commissioner Sanchez did bring up a point. The Spanish is different in different areas. So to obtain a local translator, it would be wise, in my opinion. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Mr. Lopez, thank you very,
Thank you,
very
Chair
much.
Chaparro. And on
Appreciate
that
your time.
question, the language line translators for Spanish happen to be 45 minutes south of here. One of them
In El
lives in
Paso.
Sunland Park, but works out of the El Paso office.
Are they certified?
Yes, they are.
ATA certified?
I don't know what the certification is, but it's got a whole long
I'm picky on
brochure.
that. I'm
And
picky on
they
that, Mr.
also do
Macias.
for us, if we need, they'll do live video translations with American Sign Language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move forward to fleet services.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Gabe Silva is on the line. He was not able to come into the building.
Mr. Silva, you're present.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Silva. Are we audible to you?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gabe Silva. I'm the fleet manager for Doña Ana County. And we're going to go forward with our priorities. Our priorities for FY24 are level 2 charging stations. We have locations we're looking at the government building, we're looking at the airport, and then we're looking at centralizing the stations there at the Griggs area. to one location, which would be close to Fleet. And then we're also looking at adding cameras to our current GPS system. And then we'll go to the highlights. City Department highlights. We'll start off with a vehicle replacement. We're looking at replacing or purchasing 25 new Ford Explorers. Now, these Ford Explorers for the Sheriff's Department they are hybrids, which means they're battery and gas engine. They switch back and forth. They get a minimum of 24 miles to a gallon. We're also looking at, for the other departments, $1,772,000. That's approximately, well, there's 13 vehicles and 3 dump trucks for the road department. And again, we're looking at charging stations for various locations. The cost, we had received a quote. We're still working on reducing the cost and centralizing the place, but we're looking at $600,000. Our fuel account, we're increasing it by $200,000. Currently, it's $700,000. But because the price has been kind of up and down, but they stay high sometimes, and it puts a burden on our fleet, on our fuel account. We're also looking at repairs. We increased it last year. So now we're looking for next year. Right now we're monitoring. Prices have been high and they seem to get higher. So just something to keep in mind for next fiscal year. And again, the video cameras adding to our GPS system is going to be $110,000. We're also looking at adding the accessories department to our GPS system, which is another $8,000. And then we're also looking at increases with a diagnostic information software, like for our laptops, kind of software for diagnosing vehicles. Pretty much that is the what we're looking for FY24. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Silva. I do have a question regarding the GPS systems. So I'm assuming that all county vehicles have GPS systems, sheriff's vehicles, county vehicles, crew of vehicles. Am I right on that?
No, we do not have on the sheriff's units, and we do not have on the fire department. All the other departments is yes.
What about CRUA?
No, currently CRUA does not have it either.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Silva? Oh, I think we're missing a slide still.
Yeah, there's still a last slide, which shows the increases that I just talked about. We're looking at 7% total increase for fleet's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. We have a question from Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. I'm just going to shorten it to Hernandez from now on.
That's fine. On the vehicle replacements for fiscal year 24, are any of those cost rollovers from fiscal year 23 for vehicles not yet relinquished to us, given to us? No.
There is. It was for facilities. There were 3 vehicles that was not purchased last year because they were unavailable. So we put them in this budget. The other vehicles we did receive, and the other vehicles are going to be replacements. But there is approximately 3 vehicles from facilities that were not purchased from last year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Along those lines, I thought Mr. Duran earlier during Dasso's discussion, and I know maybe because it's not here and it's not included in this budget, it's with Dasso, but he had indicated that out of the 25 fleet replacements, that several of these would be carryover or weren't received this year as part of the budget. But like I said, I don't know. Like I said, looking at it, I don't think that 2.6 million is part of the fleet budget. It's coming out of Dasso.
There's 25 vehicles, 23 vehicles coming in this fiscal year. Now, they already received them, but they're getting put, the emergency equipment is being put on. They're in Albuquerque, so they're not in service yet. But there was this is vehicles that need to be replaced on a yearly basis.
Madam Chair, I believe that there's 600,000+ that is a carryover from the sheriff's department because of the inability to, from last year's $1.9 million allocation by the board. So this is something, to me, it's separate. The 2.6 million is literally to purchase an additional 25 vehicles for the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Mr. Macias, would you please, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you remind me how many vehicles were budgeted for the sheriff's department last year?
25.
So that's 25 and then an additional 25?
Now, this is another 25.
All right, so that,
And out of those 25, not all of them could be delivered last fiscal year, so there is a carryover of over 600,000 to complete the purchase
50.
of the full 25 vehicles from last fiscal year.
and we need the additional 50 replacements, is that correct?
Again, I've had some detailed discussions with Mr. Silva to assure me, because Mr. Silva is, I think, very accurate and very candid in terms of when vehicles need to be replaced, and he's indicating that these additional 25 have to be replaced at this point.
Thank you.
Can I add this? On the vehicles, on the sheriff's department patrol vehicles, they put about 30,000 miles per month. So you're looking at over, 3,000 miles per month, which you're looking at over 30,000 miles a year. And they're used hard, so they need to be replaced at a regular basis. If you don't replace them, they'll bottleneck, and you're going to start replacing more than just 25. You're going to be replacing like 50 at a time. Just to keep that in mind.
Understood, Mr. Silva. Commissioners, any other questions?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Sanchez.
And I apologize. This is just one last question, and I think this is, with the purchase of these, just happens with, this is just an example, with the Dasso vehicles being hybrid, and with them supposed to be getting better fuel economy, with us starting to move into EVs, is there ever a point, like, are we going to reach a point in which we're going to, instead of seeing fuel increase, we're going to see it decrease?
Madam Chair, and Gabe, I'll take that question to give you a little bit of a break. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. I support and oversee fleet. We have evaluated that, and to put a more finite point on the replacement, the 25 from last year, we were trying to get those as hybrids to replace those 25. Because of the chip shortage that the world saw at the height of the pandemic, we could not get a guaranteed VIN number. So we went with the traditional only internal combustion engine. Now for everything going forward, the sheriff has agreed to adopt the hybrid vehicles, so we will order at a number of 25. The manufacturer gives us an estimated fuel saving cost based on mileage of around $7,000 a year that we'll see per unit, give or take, depending on how the cost of oil changes over the life of the vehicle.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
That clarification, because I see that number increased by about 30%, or 29%. But, wondering as we start that transition, when we would see that. So thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. And also, the sheriff is not looking to integrate full electric vehicles at this point for patrol. However, there are other opportunities that we can evaluate to see where we can integrate that. And that's why you see such a high cost, so that we can be ready as we place those orders, and we can be able to coordinate with the increased use of electrical needs. You'll also start to see in future years that perhaps we'll see higher costs of acquisition costs for the vehicles, but our fuel costs will reduce. So we're really switching. If I were to give you a rough number, it'd be about a 1-to-4 conversion for utilization of electricity versus gas. And then Madam Chair, if I may make a point, you were asking earlier about the telematics or the tracking capability for the vehicles. While Dasso and Fire do not have that integrated, there are other systems that they have on board that gets reported back to entities like MRVDA through the computer automated dispatch. So we can always see en route where they are and how long it took them to get there. It's just not typically public information that's available through traditional GPS systems that connect to the OBD ports on the vehicles.
I was just wondering about the safety of the officers, and just in case one of them is missing for a longer period of time than anticipated, then we would be able to know where they are.
Yes.
That was the basis of my question.
Madam Chair, we are able to, and of course, their WatchGuard body cameras also go into effect depending on how they have the parameters set, so you can see from call all the way to when they've answered the call on site.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And one more question, and I don't know if Mr. Silva is able to answer it, or you, Mr. Macias. How much is the GPS system per vehicle? What is the cost of that?
Gabe, could you chime in?
I believe it's like $30 per vehicle. We're paying right now yearly, it's 96,000. Now with a camera, there's gonna be an additional 100,000, so you're looking at 200,000 a year.
Thank you. You were a step ahead of me, Mr. Silva. That was going to be my next question. All right, commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Silva? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Silva, as far as the mileage on the vehicles, is that the only parameter you use in order to determine when they're to be replaced? Or is there some maintenance schedule where at some point in time the maintenance exceeds the value of the vehicle, or how does all that work?
Yes, there is. We have software that looks at it. We're looking, for instance, for the DASO units, the patrol units, we look at 6 years or 20,000 miles. 120,000 miles. But we also look at the maintenance. Once the maintenance gets really high, it's an indication that that's where we're going to replace the vehicle. So yes, there is the maintenance part when we replace a vehicle.
Now, is that something that you decide, or is that something that the Sheriff's Department decides?
We both decide. We get together and discuss this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Mr. Silva, and thank you and your staff for the wonderful work that you do. We appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Thank you.
And there's been a break requested.
Yeah, Madam Chair, real quick, but something about the cameras. And I was out. I don't know how much discussion you had on that, but Stephen Meyer and I have talked about that. And sometimes when there are accidents in the vehicle, without the cameras, we have no way to hold anyone responsible. So having those cameras will actually help us to reduce the county's risk and possibly recover some money from private personal insurance companies as well.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
That's fine. Thank you.
A break has been requested for 5 minutes.
Can we really keep it to 5 minutes? Because
Yes.
it is after 4 o'clock, and I think that there's still another 10 departments.
10 more departments? All right, then the time right now is 4:05. At 10 after 4, please. Thank you. audible to you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mary Lou Ward, Animal Control. I would like to start by apologizing for not being able to be present today. I was not foreseeing being able to not be there today, but my apologies to the Commission and to you, Madam Chair, for that. So I'd like to start with our priorities for the 2023 priorities and 2024 priorities. If you look at the priorities, they are pretty much 2023 will roll into 2024 priorities. The JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement priorities, will roll over. That's the Animal Services Center, Mesilla Valley, currently set at $1.75 million, which is expected to increase but has not been set yet. And then you look at the SNAP, which is the Spay and Neuter Action Program, that will continue for the spay and neuters. Also, the rabies vaccination and microchips of the dogs and cats of the unincorporated areas of the Doñana County. And then if you go into that and further, hopefully we look at hoping to fulfill the veterinary position in 2023. But if we don't, then we will work to continue to post to explore other avenues for candidates for that veterinary position. We'll also work with advocate groups for continued input on things like our the animal control ordinance that we just had passed and such. And then community suite for the educational outreach, as mentioned with the community development. We do work with codes as we go out into the community and educate and provide resources for them. And then updates to the Court Hole facility. We will be looking at updating the Court Hole facility on different types of projects that we were looking at for the FY24. That would be some things such as reestablishing the south gate as you're going into that facility area. The south gate is not an electric gate, and every time the wind comes in, it pretty much takes that gate with it. The outdoor area, looking at providing an outdoor sitting area, and then providing some type of either a sod or a grass area for when they're walking the dogs, and providing some type of a security cameras for the front of the animal control building in the future. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So going into the highlight of that, into our highlight, looking at the Spay and Neuter Action Program, right now that program is set for $120,000. $100,000 comes from the PILT fund, which is a pay in lieu of taxes fund. Additional money from that will come out of the animal control fund. And then, of course, we have the veterinary position, hoping to have that filled. Currently, that position is already funded, so it's not a new position. It is a position that is currently funded. We are requesting another part-time live evidence position since we only have one live evidence position full-time right now, but that is a position that cannot provide care and maintenance for the animals 7 days a week. So currently we have to contract out other help, which doesn't always work out for us. So we're trying to find somewhere that we can have, a person that can come in that we can also, it'll help with accountability and consistency, especially with the animals at that facility. Like I said earlier, continue to work on that Court Hole facility to have the updates and have some improvement there. And then contract help is needed for assisting on court required process So currently, when the officers would issue criminal complaints to individuals that have had violations, the sheriff's department used to go out and serve those subpoenas. Well, they are no longer doing so. So those subpoenas are either not getting served, and so those individuals do not have a due process. So our cases are either getting dismissed or having to get rescheduled. And if they get rescheduled, then that comes back to our office to have to serve those subpoenas. So that is money for someone to go out and contract them to serve those subpoenas for us. So if we can go to the next page, please. And on the next page, we will talk about the budget process of that. And so if we look at the personnel costs, you'll see an increase on the personnel costs, and that is basically due to the wage increase, since the animal control officers are blue collar. They have received a wage increase for that, and so you'll see that go across the board for that wage increases. Contractual services has basically stayed the same, and that'll be used for contract services. For, like right now, we've got it for ITS Quest, which helps us for, contracting out. We actually have 2 animal control officers, which are on contract until we can get those positions finally filled. And then we have it helping us with some individual at the court hold facility. We also want to use that for additional to help with the court hold facility improvements. And then going into special projects, that has not changed. That will help with additional money for, as I mentioned before, with the SNAP, with the spay and neuter program, which is not included in the PILT fund. And then going into our vehicle maintenance is basically for 15 vehicles, an RV, and a trailer. And then our other operating cost is just pretty much gone up $3,200. And then as the slide shows below, it doesn't include the 1 new position, and the animal services contribution is budgeted based on that $1.75 million. And then of course the FY24 request is still to be announced. And so for that, I'll stay on the phone for any questions.
Thank you, Mary Lou. I have a question, and I guess this question is for Mr. Gooden, not so much Mary Lou. Under the FY24 request highlights, contract help is needed for assisting on subpoenas. Wasn't there a district court order regarding that very issue?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that dealt with subpoenas that were being directed. Well, the subpoenas are issued by the courts, even though attorneys can sign those. And so, yes, there was a district court order that ordered that the sheriff's department serve the subpoenas that were directed to them by the district attorney's office. It's basically what that court order came down to.
So would that in any way impact these subpoenas? Because if we have evidence, animals that are held in evidence, and we need subpoenas in that regard, how would that affect it, Nelson, just real quickly?
That would take a little bit of analysis, but
let me try to respond. If it's an animal case involving the district attorney's office that is prosecuting it, and we're holding animals for that purpose, then certainly that order would apply. Here we're talking about subpoenas to individuals who have been cited by the animal control officer, and those subpoenas aren't covered under the order. But again, I have suggested to Ms. Ward, there's plenty of process servers. Don't let that be an impediment. Just hire or have on contract process servers who can get them served. It shouldn't be an issue, and I will follow it up with Ms. Ward, but the order only applies to those perhaps felony level cases that are being prosecuted by the district attorney's office for animal cruelty or some other charge.
So in the past, were these other subpoenas, the ones we're talking about right now, for animal control, were they being served by the sheriff's department?
And I believe that my discussion with Ms. Ward indicated that yes, but that they don't feel that they're able to do that.
Well,
She can correct me if I don't recall our discussion.
thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Ward.
Yes, that's correct, what Mr. Macias said.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Commissioners, any other questions or comments for Ms. Ward? Commissioner Sanchez?
Just, I guess a thought, when we look at the veterinarian that I know we've been trying for some time to fill, and I know the Animal Service Center is also looking for a veterinarian as well. I don't know if it would ever make sense that to have the veterinarian be within the ASCMV organization, and we fund that through them, along with, as we're working through the JPA for the ASCMV, that there would be something with an understanding that that veterinarian could provide the services we're looking for as part of spay and neuter and the efforts we've been working at for the county.
Madam Chair, let me please address that because there's political overtones to that. We came exceedingly close to being able to recruit a veterinarian, exceedingly close. I thought we were there until an issue arose related to a family member because the individual would have had to have relocated. So that at the last minute, I believe, derailed the ability to get an affirmative commitment from that veterinarian. The issue has come up again at the Animal Services Center. The whole purpose that we actually started going out to recruit a veterinarian was in order to use our mobile unit to go around to all of the communities in the unincorporated areas, basically working to reduce the animal population. And the purpose for that was because 4 years ago, the discussion that was pending before this board, I don't think anybody here was serving on the board at the time, was a proposal to eliminate the JPA and basically have a per animal charge imposed for every animal brought in by the county. Again, that was unclear how that was going to impact the contribution that was being made. It went by the wayside, but basically what they were wanting to do, what the city was proposing, was to charge for every animal that the county delivered. So the goal was to shrink at that time some 4,000 animals that were being taken by the county to the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley, and to reduce the potential. We went even further. We were having discussions with Tier C to see if we could take animals to Tier C. We're having discussions with the El Paso, I think they still go by the Humane Society, to see about animals being picked up there, whether we could use those facilities so we are not in a chokehold here by basically having to pay per animal. I think they decided not to pursue it because they weren't clear if it was going to actually increase the contribution that the county is already making to the Animal Services Center. But recently, and I'm not, you may recall, recently that issue was raised again about basically the city, since it's technically their facility, charging the county per animal. So I would caution that we try to hire a vet and then basically send it over to the Animal Services Center if for any reason we're headed in this direction where there is a desire to charge the county per animal. If there isn't, then, you know, perhaps there might be that kind of discussion, but then rather than hiring one ourselves, we would just right? Contribute the money in order to help for the hiring of another vet. It's that their efforts, the Animal Services Center's efforts have been just as unfruitful as the county's efforts.
I understand, and I guess that's why I'm asking is where the ASCMV is looking for one, we're looking for one, and we can't even, between the two open positions, we can't get one, neither of us. But at the end of the day, if we're now looking at the latest ASCMV request, that's continuing to increase. And if they're gonna have a veterinarian that we may or may not, that's up to the BOCC to determine how much we're gonna provide to them. But if we're gonna pay for veterinary services through them, and then we're gonna pay for another vet, it seems like we're paying for redundant costs. And that's why I ask. And now I understand the political piece of it with the city. I don't recall, unless it was at the meeting that I missed this past Friday, that they had indicated that they were gonna be looking to pay, or they wanted the county to pay for animals. That would be a violation, as far as I know, of the current JPA, would it not?
Right, unless, again, parties have a ability to give notice of termination of the JPA.
Now, if I understand the wording in the JPA, should the city decide to terminate their participation in the JPA, ownership of the ASCMV would turn over to the county as the remaining party in the JPA. Maybe I read it incorrectly, but that's the way that I've read it, is that if one of the parties decides to leave the JPA, the remaining party would take ownership of it. So the city, in the meantime, can threaten to do that. If they try to do it, I would think, obviously, we can eventually talk about it if that's the case, but.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there is some language in there that I refer to it as a poison pill. You don't want to be the party that withdraws from that, because there's some dire consequences to that party. Now, there are some questions about what of that property belongs to who, because the city just, with their GO bonds that they just did, they, I think we're building some additions, some changes. So, and I'd have to go back and review it specifically as to what the consequences are, but it's a tough consequence for the party that decides to withdraw unilaterally. That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden.
So I just want to, like I said, I know we're not going to figure that out, but I understand kind of the political overtones of work, with the ASCMV, with the contributions over the last few years, and even with some of the requests that are going on. And so that's why I just bring it up, because I know we're looking at this, and I think it's absolutely makes perfect sense because of the initiatives that we have by animal control to reduce the pet population in the county. And that's one of the goals I know you've worked on, Mr. Macias, for the past few years in various ways, and I think this has been the way that we look at. So I'm just trying to figure out where does it make appropriate, or where does it make the most sense to put our funding? Is it for a veterinarian under the county, or a veterinarian under the ASCMV? So,
Commissioner Sanchez, I don't want to overstate. The issue was raised again. We haven't gotten any notice. There isn't any formal discussions that are occurring. The comments that were made was that we should perhaps look at that option again.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments by the commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ward, one thing I'm hearing from our community is that they're starting to get real concerned about feral dogs. What is are you doing anything about that?
Feral dogs, I haven't heard anything about feral dogs, sir, just the feral cats. Now, if that has become an issue, then if we could get information on that so that we could address those.
Okay, I'll try to get some more details for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, with the feral cat program is kind of the return. There is no such thing as a feral dog. They're just strays. And all they need to do, your constituents, is call animal control and they'll go pick up the dog.
Well, so it's like a wild dog. I mean, wild dog, feral dog. Yeah, we call them wild dogs instead of feral dogs, but I think it kind of equates the same thing as nobody owns them and they run around in packs and cause
Well,
problems.
and again, if they just reported, animal control will actually go out there and pick them up, and they won't be returned to the community.
Okay, I'll remind them.
Maybe
Thank
to
you.
an owner if it turns out that maybe some way to identify an owner, but normally they're just stray animals that are picked up and.
Yeah, I'd say if they're chipped, we'll find them. Yeah. If not, then, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms. Ward.
Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Ward? Commissioners? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Ward. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to airport priorities and initiatives. Mr. Province.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Bill Province, the Airport Manager. As we discussed this morning, the need for air cargo operations is evident, and so our priority for the next year is the completion of planning for the runway construction. Our target timeline for the completion of the planning phase is July of this year, with the bidding process to follow. We hope to start construction in late December and the completion of the project by June of '25. And that's a drop dead date because of the grant. Taxiway Delta is on the west end of the airport. We plan to extend that south about 200 yards and then turn east for about 800 yards, where corporate hangars can be built on both sides. This will open up space for about 30 corporate hangars, big box hangars. We currently have 31 corporate hangars on the jet ports, so you can get an idea of how many that would open up. The initial phase will be for planning for infrastructure and construction. At this point, we do not know exactly where we're going to come up with the money for that, but it always seems to arrive, so. The Burrell Aviation lease has its final approval from the New Mexico State Board of Finance, and they are in design phase for their warehouses. The other business opportunities that I'm working on are to develop a small aircraft paint shop, a combination flight school, and A&P school. A&P stands for Airframe and Power Plant, which is a school for aircraft mechanics. I don't have plans for a new position for FY '24, but with some of the increases in the revenues that we'll be getting from the business development, I'm hoping to put in a second maintenance person in FY '25. I would like to replace the aging vehicle that we have. I plan to do that this year, but with the hiring of a new airport administrator, we needed a third vehicle, and so I wound up with an electric vehicle. I think I'm the first one in the county to have an all-electric vehicle, so it's been a learning experience. The aging vehicle that I have been driving for the last 9 years now has 218,000 miles on it. So, I would like to upgrade the interior lighting of the 3 county-owned hangars to LED lights and to do some needed work on the hangar doors, adjusting and lubricating the rollers and repairing any damaged railings and door seals. The current security gate actuator was not designed properly for the gate that we have, and when the wind blows greater than 25 miles an hour, the gate ceases to work. So we need to replace the actuator. The personnel costs increased this year because of hiring an airport administrator, and we have half of it, he's here for half of this year, or part of this year, so the increase is not a full salary, but it is enough to show us the increase there. I've already talked about the hangar maintenance increase. The $20,000 is a rollover from last year because we weren't able to actually get to do the work on it. So it's just basically $6,795. The telephone increase is also due to the filling of the airport position, and the phone is necessary to be notified to respond to aircraft emergencies and other critical incidents at the airport. Any questions for me?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
I just have a question on the priorities. I don't see the Franklin Mountain Management Land Exchange under the priorities for 24. Where is that at exactly?
The Franklin Mountain? We've kind of run into a snag with the aviation, or the FAA. They were not prepared to come up with a plan or a way that they can release 12 acres of land so we can get the 6 acres back and then develop that into a airport logistics division. And so we've been sitting with, waiting for them for the last almost 2 months. Hopefully we can get that done, and so that will finish up before the end of the FY23.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez.
So it either happens in the next 2 weeks, or we probably have lost that opportunity because we have been unable to get a final determination from FAA. So that's why it doesn't appear in the 24 priorities, because either it's happening now or it may not happen at all.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Reynolds.
I just have a quick question. Is it, I mean, you have somebody you just hired, is it possible to provide them with one of the vehicles we're auctioning off? Because they don't have a lot, they don't drive around a lot, do they? On the airport, I mean, it's not like driving from here to Las Cruces every day.
Well, both of us live here in Las Cruces, and we go down, both drive down to the airport. We go at different times and have different schedules, so if we do have an opportunity to share a ride down and back, we do that, but
Not all the time. Okay. So I thought this was just on the grounds that you needed it. I didn't know that you were both up here.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, my bad.
Not at all. I think it's a good idea. Maybe we'll look at some of the vehicles that we're disposing of to see if there's still some life for utilization.
I've managed to get this one through 218,000, so it's, as long as it keeps working, I'm willing to drive it.
Anything else, Commissioners?
By the way, I agree with you. I mean, I find that the maintenance cost to keep my 15-year-old car running is much less than buying a new car. So I kind of stick with that.
Commissioner, I've seen you push the car.
You know, my car, I actually can. It's not that heavy. I could probably push it by myself. Pushing it and driving at the same time is a little tough, though. I have to be closer to the steering wheel.
Hearing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Province. I appreciate your time. Ms. Starwood, Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For financial services, our priorities are, first is replacement of our financial and HR software, which is a joint project with other departments, IT, HR, and Treasurer's Department. We've been working together. Collaborative Solutions was selected through RFP, and we had brought it in front of the Commission. So we would be working on implementation. We have already started meeting with Collaborative, and by FY25, it would be fully implemented. Our other priorities are the budget for FY24, which we are currently working on, and to be able to meet all DFA deadlines. Our preliminary budget would come before the BOCC in May, and it's due 1st June. Our final budget would be submitted to DFA by 31st July, and we will be preparing a budget book in September. For audit, our deadline to submit our audit report to the OSA, Officer of State Auditor, is 1st December. So we would work towards completing our audit work as well as the final reports in November. The special project priorities, these are not in finance budget, but we oversee all these programs. The first one is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The total amount we had received was 29.2 million. We have spent 19.6 million. We still have 9.6 million on which we are currently working on that, and we have till September 2024 to spend these funds. We are also overseeing the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA money, where we had received 42.38 million, of which 14.6 has been spent. The balance 27.78, most of it has been encumbered. We need to encumber this money by December 2024 and spend by December 2026. The Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund, we have received 4.7 million. Most of it was encumbered, 3.7 was encumbered for the new ERP system. We are expecting the second set 4.7 million during this calendar year. And another priority for our department is professional development training with focus on cybersecurity. The biggest increase in our budget is in professional services. That is for the contract with Insight Consulting. It is increasing by 90,000 plus tax. And we are also contracting to assist with GASB rules for our audit. If we look at the other increases, other than contractual services, there is a 3,000 increase in audit cost. Printing, publishing, and operations cost have gone up due to having more staff and increase in costs. The other thing which we have budgeted this year is overtime, which has resulted in higher personnel costs to help with the implementation of the new ERP system for more testing and training. So please let me know if there are any questions.
Commissioners, questions for Ms. Dawood? Comments?
Thank you.
Ms. Dawood. Thank you for your time.
Now, we get this about every month, so.
Pardon me?
So we get this quite often, so it's pretty easy to read.
Yes. Human Resources is next. Meg?
Good afternoon, Chair Chapato, Vice Chair Sholjo Hernandez, and Commissioners. My name is Meg Haynes. I'm the HR Director, and I'm here to present the Human Resources priorities. So as you can see, a couple of the priorities are the same for fiscal year 23 and 24. The recruitment and retention improvements and compensation and market competitiveness. I'll go into the recruitment and retention improvements in just a minute, but on the compensation and market competitiveness, back in 2021, we had done a full market survey, and we have just implemented a 5.25% increase for unrepresented positions that was effective January 29th. That brought us up to the 50th percentile based off of that 2021 study, okay? So at this point, the reason why it's also on 2024 is based on COVID and the market changing after COVID, we will be looking at our pay scale, and I'll make any recommendations to management and commission based off of that research to see if there needs to be any change in July. And then two, with that, we should probably go out and do another full market study in fiscal year 2025. So also on fiscal year 2023, going back to that, we implemented and had a successful summer enrichment student internship project where 850 students were hired from local businesses, from pretty much Hatch all the way down to Sunland Park. And so that took a lot of effort from a lot of people and a lot of coordination and just communication between schools, HR staff, the coordinator for the program. So that was our second enrichment program that we did. And then in fiscal year '24, besides the first two priorities that I've mentioned, we will update the Doña Ana County and the CRUA HR Policies and Procedures Manual. As stated earlier, the last time the DAC HR Policies and Procedure Manual was updated was in 2019. So it's due for some editing. And then also, as previously mentioned by a lot of other departments, one of our main priorities for 2024 is to design and implement the human resources component of the new ERP system, which is Workday. So that'll be a lot of testing, implementation, building, looking at processes as we go along. So that's our highlight. So to go over some of the priorities in more detail, we have requested some overtime salary for the ERP system. We want to make sure that we continue to deliver excellent customer service while being able to implement the system. And where normally we would do comp time, I think overtime is needed in this case to make sure that operations continue. And then, as you can see, and I'll go over the next slide here in just a minute, we have minimal requested increase in operating costs. So, and I'll go over those in just a second. And then we're not requesting any additional positions. And then, as I mentioned on the last slide, our recruitment improvements so far is, one, we have a consistent recruitment process for all public safety positions to where there's checklists, there's processes, and so that cuts down time along the way. We have also offered testing and evaluation for fire and rescue services that has been in the evening and or weekends, and that has seemed to be successful. So we're going to continue working with fire and rescue on that. And then with our applicant tracking system, we have implemented text engagement. You know, email used to be the way everybody liked to be communicated with. Well, now it's text. You know, most people have their phone in their hands all the time. So we implemented a pilot with our text engagement through our applicant tracking system, and we're getting ready to roll it out to where our HR staff and the recruiters in the other departments are using it. And it gives the candidates a more real-time feel to the application process. And one other thing that we have implemented just recently is when there is a vacancy in a department, our department immediately reaches out to the department where there's a vacancy. We start the process talking to them, what their needs are to fill that position. We fill out the recruitment form for them, and then that also saves time in that recruitment process. Finally, here's a snapshot of our budget. As you can see, that $39,552 is for projected overtime for the ERP system. And other than that, we're just requesting $1,150 increase in our operating costs, and $1,000 of that goes towards records management and storage, and then $150 of that goes towards phones. So, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, any comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Haynes, and I know this is, you're stepping into this, so just curious, one of the things, and I know this is from several years ago, we had a main investment for Franklin Covey training for supervisors. One of the things that I had brought up then, and I'm wondering, when we look at employee training, is there an HR, well, no, I was gonna say a person in HR that helps coordinate training for all departments in the county? Because I know right now DASO and fire do their own training. And they have the training coordinator. I know we saw that was what, one of the things that Chief Cherry had asked for. But didn't know if we had someone in HR looking at training requirements, recurring training, et cetera, to make sure that the different departments are keeping up with their training as they need to.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, yes, we do. Our senior HR administrator is also our training coordinator. And, you know, with COVID, it was a little bit difficult, but even through COVID and continuing, we have a learning management system that we have pre-recorded trainings available for supervisors and employees. And, excuse me, those trainings can be assigned to individuals or groups of people, or they can just be taken by the individual upon, you know, their need. We have also implemented in-person training effective today with our discrimination training for supervisors. And also our senior HR administrator training coordinator and our HR administrators can work with departments to find out what their needs are, schedule training, work with them if it needs to be contracted out. And then we also have our HR administrators going into the departments doing supervisory training on specific topics, whether it's based on the policy manual, whether it's issues that the department's seeing, or just kind of a refresher for people. So we do have that component, and we are continuing to make sure that we're meeting the department's needs whenever they need training.
Okay, great. And I know that's why I know is that even, you know, it seems like a recurrent one. We've seen it several times, and I think as Mr. English had mentioned in IT, you know, talking about training within his group, and I know he's coordinating that for his team. But I said I think it's. I just want to make sure that that's something that we're looking at, trying to make sure we have a solid training plan that we, you know, I think it all goes in. I think where I'm going with this is that with the new ERP system, I think Workday has a ton of potential for especially the HR piece and personnel piece. And so I'm excited to see where we go with it. I just want to make sure, like, when we look at standard processes and things like that, I would love to kind of see more of that, because what I've understood anecdotally, we don't have consistencies between different departments when it comes to evaluation or just some of those things. And so maybe that might be an offline conversation, but I just want to try to, at least, like I said, I'm excited for where we're going, but I want to continue to see how we build and what you may need to build.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez. The departments do a certain amount of coordinating their own training, such as assessors, going to specific classes for appraisers, et cetera. But we're always available to help and do a needs analysis for the departments on where their training needs are. And then two, we do have standard classes that we do offer, such as the supervisor series of curriculum. So, yeah, and
Thank
I'd be willing to have that conversation.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions? Commissioner
I
Reynolds?
just have a couple. Ms. Haynes, on the 2021 market survey that put us in the 50th percentile, did that also include the benefits?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, no, that was just on compensation. It wasn't total compensation, including benefits.
Seems like because we offer much better benefits than anyone else, that we'd want to include that in order to determine where we really stand. Have we done any kind of analysis with that at all?
Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioners, there was some analysis, and in terms of where we compare to other public entities, the perspective of our consultants was that we're very similar in terms of public entities offer a broad array of benefits that generally outpace the public sector. So they did look at it, but they did not do a specific dollar value because of the variations in plans and the fact that public sector tends to have very generous benefits regardless of which public entity it is.
Okay, so did we determine under this analysis that, in fact, most of our competition is from the public sector? So are we hiring from the public sector, or are we trying to figure out a way to hire away from the public sector?
Commissioner Reynolds, it's both. There are some positions, of course, that only exist in the public sector, so that is where our competition lies, unless they're coming directly out of school. For other positions, we compete with the private sector, so you really have to evaluate both, and it depends upon the particular position.
So it seems like that this survey should have included in the comparison of benefits to other organizations as well, so we have a complete picture. Because as I understand it, we're still struggling with hiring people, and that was about 2 years ago. So if we're still struggling with hiring people, then maybe we need to revisit the data to see if there's something we missed and try to change our process according to what the data provided so we can do a better job of hiring and recruiting. That's why I'm asking the question. It's not that I challenge the survey, I'm challenging maybe our use of the survey in changing policy and direction in our hiring process. That's one. Second question, updating the DAC and CRUA HR policies. Are we responsible for the JPA's HR policy?
Commissioner, I'll go ahead and jump in because you don't have the history. Yes, Commissioner Reynolds, as part of the agreement with CRUA, they are supposed to be on the same policies and procedures as the county where applicable. They have been revised for CRUA, but I don't believe they were ever taken before the board. And so as we do this rewrite, we will be working with Mr. Westmoreland to get them before the CRUA board.
I'm just surprised I haven't looked at the JPA for CRUA, so I didn't know. The next thing is the third year summer internship program. You've talked about the second. Are we going to do a third? I'm being asked that by everyone.
Commissioner Reynolds, we are not sure at this point. That is a discussion, but there is the potential that the funds that had previously been distributed to the counties may go to the school system so they can run the program. So we're waiting for a decision.
Okay, and the last question is that you have one of your bullet points that says consistent recruitment process for all public safety positions. Shouldn't that be all elected official positions because they kind of fall under the same guidelines, don't they?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, not necessarily. The public safety positions have many more requirements that candidates have to go through in order to get to the point of hire, such as medical, psychological, physical agility. So you would have the sheriff's department, you would have fire, you would have detention center have more steps to that process rather than the clerks, treasurers, or assessors' office.
Okay, so it does include detention center and fire department as well? Okay.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ms. Haynes. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And we'll move forward to Legal Department, Mr. Gooden.
I'm going to say good evening at this point, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So our priorities, we've set them out there, and basically our priorities is to continue to be the providing the assistance and support for the other departments. We really don't have anything that we jump out on our own to do. We just do what help other people get done what they need to do. But we do set in there a couple of things we provide that we do. We're working with our outside attorneys on the El Paso Electric cases. We work with some outside attorneys on the opioid litigation. We've had those discussions with you. We do provide some defense for some claims against the county that are not covered by our insurance. For example, just this week I filed a motion to dismiss a case from an individual who's continuing to contest the elections. This was by an individual for the last election wanted to throw out all the absentee ballots. I just filed that brief yesterday. Then asserting some claims on behalf of the county. So what we do in that area is we assist with animal control codes. In some of their cases, they file in magistrate court for codes violations. We actually had another one recently. We had an individual who'd received a hiring incentive, supposed to stay here for a year to get it and to get the entire amount. Well, he got the entire amount, but then left immediately thereafter. And pursuant to that agreement, when he got that, was supposed to repay it, didn't do it. Despite several attempts, he didn't do it, and we had to file a lawsuit against him. Shortly thereafter, he paid back the money. And then we also do some of the internal affairs investigations, EEO types, that's done within our department as well. So that's just kind of what we do. I guess I took us to the end. Well, I don't know where we are here now, so, just a quick recap of everything we've talked about so far today. And I told you 3 minutes, but maybe it can take that long to get to my right slide. All right, so basically our budget for this year, what we're asking for is a flat budget. Talks a little bit of there, some of the same stuff I already mentioned. But here's kind of the overview of our costs. So our personnel costs, what we're asking for is actually a reduction, despite the fact that we had pay increases throughout at the beginning of the fiscal year and in the middle of the fiscal year. We actually are asking for less in our personnel costs. And the basis for that is we hired an individual to be our IPRA coordinator, to kind of help with the other departments in coordinating what's going on with IPRA requests and stuff. And the way we did that is we actually took an attorney position that we had that had not been filled and converted it to that. So our last year's budget, or this year's budget, was budgeted for an attorney, and this is for a position that pays less than an attorney. Now, that does create the potential that some things may get delayed a little bit in legal, depending on what the workflow is. But as a general rule, Mr. Ken and I are able to keep pretty much on top of what's coming in. If we have a lot of requests coming at the same time, it might get delayed a little bit, but we didn't feel that it was sufficient that to fill that other position. We're doing fine without it, so that's why we did that. Everything else is the same as what we've asked for before. You look at our professional services, close to $500,000 in there, so you ask, what is that? Those are contracts we have with other individuals. Those are the contracts we have with several outside law firms to help us with stuff that's more specialized than what we feel we can handle. We have a contract with an attorney assisting us with the treasurers on a bankruptcy matter. It's a large amount we're trying to recover from a bankruptcy in taxes with the treasurer's office. A large portion of that as well is for our bond counsel. That always becomes an interesting one because when people apply for industrial revenue bonds, we have to hire an attorney to go over that. We recoup the money on those, but we pay for it up front, and then it gets recouped and goes into the general fund. So that's part of what that goes to, and then just for other areas as well. We include with that a couple of costs that we basically are handling for the Human Resources Department. Per our policies, if for certain disciplinary actions can be appealed, and it has, per policy, goes to an outside hearing officer. And so we have several attorneys on contract for that, and we've run those contracts through the legal department as opposed to the HR department. And so that's basically what we've got. And so that's pretty much where we are as far as legal department, and we're basically flat.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Any questions for Mr. Gooden, commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, a quick one. Does this mean that Madam Clerk, Amanda Askin-Lopez, is now no longer our records custodian?
What we've got is each entity is supposed to designate their records custodian. And so we've got different departments within the county have their own record custodians. So it's, I know, and some counties designate the clerk as their record custodian. Some of them designate the county manager. This isn't for stuff like the deeds and stuff. That's still the clerk. The clerk still handles all the deeds, stuff that is recorded. That's still handled by the clerk. But other departments, when an inspection of public records request comes in, that goes to the individual department. And there are individuals designated within those departments to serve as the custodian of those records.
My confusion is, according to the state statute, there's supposed to be a single source so that manages the initial requests and then can filter to other departments. But there's supposed to be one person that's actually not only responsible for the activity, we're also legally responsible for the successful completion of that. Do we have that one person, and is it the clerk still?
And it does not require one individual person. We can do that within the various departments, which we have done. But that is what April, our records coordinator, does too, is she monitors every single request that comes in and makes sure it gets to the right department. So I wouldn't say she's our records custodian per se, but she is coordinating those because we have a computer system, it's called Record Book, that those come into, and if they come in another source, such as by fax, mail, which they can also be, then they get input into that system as well. So she helps to coordinate that and oversee that, and making sure that those requests get sent out to whichever department within the county that they belong with.
I think this might be another statute that we agree to disagree on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Mr. Gooden, just on a finishing note, thank you for always taking my phone call. I really appreciate it. I've called you after hours, so thank you. We move on to risk management.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. All right, risk management for our priorities for 2020. As you can see, we're trying to obtain better camera systems for DAC, the government building. Also, last year, we were talking about the multi-factor authentication for our cyber insurance, and that's what we've kind of gone into. And then cyber insurance, due to some of the premium increases went up, and then also our deductible went up to $250,000 through the associations of counties on their insurance that we have. And then we were talking about the decreasing workers' compensation claims. So we've gone out and done some more training, and we've done some more walkthroughs and trying to make the employees understand that to work safe and not have workers' comp claims. For this year, for 24, for us, the same thing, to identify risk and assess any types of risk for the county. Also, we're talking about putting cameras into the county vehicles to decrease auto claims. I know Gabe Silva had talked about that. This is a process that we came up with through risk because we actually had a county employee hit an individual late at night, and we couldn't pinpoint how it happened and how things went on it. So he wasn't cited, but we did have a claim on that whole process. So going forward, we are looking at putting cameras into all our county vehicles. We're going to run a pilot program. I think it starts this month for 90 days and see if that works. And then we want to get that funding to take care of all the 200 vehicles that we have for Doña Ana County. Placing new cyber insurance this year was kind of rough for our new insurance that's going on. Cyber insurance travelers turned around and declined us, and then so did 8 other insurance companies, you could say. We finally found one, Renaissance, to take care of us, and then on top of that, we're taking a little bit more premium onto them, but they're going to have a team come in here and actually help with our firewalls and find out what we're actually missing to make things better for Doña Ana County. So we won't have, or hopefully we don't have an attack, a cyber attack for something that goes on like Bernalillo County, the Gadsden school districts, and also Las Cruces Public Schools. So we're working on that part of it. Always looking for better law enforcement multi-line insurance for us, because it's sometimes the policies and premiums go out. They're pretty much, the last meeting we had, you guys heard that we spent $3 million on both those line items for insurance for Doña Ana County. Get better cameras for the government center, working with IT. Right now, we're on a camera system called Milestones. The next one that we're looking at is bringing in a camera system for here. It's called Verkada. Ken sit here in the audience too. The Verkada system is a whole lot better for Doña Ana County. We can actually pick up cameras pick up license plates that drive through here. We can see those type of things compared to what we have right now. It can actually do facial recognition. So if we have something going on, we can recognize people's faces and stuff. So it's a very good system. It's just going to take a lot of changing out all the cameras that we have throughout Doña Ana County. And then also on top of that, through our group, get legal and risk staff to complete what they call an adjuster training class. We're working on a class that all the paralegals and myself and Ron can go through a class to get better knowledge of how the adjusting system works through the Doña Ana County Association of Counties that we're working on. And maybe we can speed up some of the claims, speed up some of the processes that's going on up there at the county, Association of Counties for insurance. So the highlights that we talk about is incurred law enforcement claims deductibles billed for the presents and past for fiscal years. So you'll see in my budget, I was asking for $500,000 more into this. It's a new line item for the deductible line item is what we're trying to get into. As you all know, when we have claims against the county, they don't get terminated that year. It probably takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Well, the budget system is closed for 2020, 2021. So trying to budget through my side of this house and to have to pay the claims and pay the deductibles, that's why I'm asking for that type of money. Just off the top of my head, I know we got like 9 claims that are probably big claims right now. That's probably looking at about $650,000 in deductible money if they were to come to fruition today. So just trying to get ahead of the ballgame on this part of it. I'm looking for a little bit of increase in contractual services. That's for our security guards here at the Doña Ana County building to walk around, take care of us and make sure that there's no threats to the building or anything that's going on. And that's part of the contract that we have with them. And there's the increase in that contract. Increase in the phone system for the leases. That's gonna be an annual thing. I guess every couple of years I'll have to go up on that type of deal. Increase in travel account for the county business required to travel for meetings, NMC and risk affiliated conferences, and to go to some of the other meetings that we have for NMC. And then I sped ahead. Oversee contract till protecting county assets of the staff. That's the other $20,000 that we're looking at. So there's the budget, a little quick overview of my budget that we're looking at. And like I said, it's pretty flat. Increases for personnel costs is throughout what the county has already given. The deductible law enforcement, like I said, that's a brand new line item, and that's what I'm looking for to take care of some of these deductibles that we've got going on. The other operating costs takes care of our workers' comp costs, workers' comp deductibles, and some of the training that we have in there. And for that, I'll have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds, I knew you were going to ask a question.
Why would I be asking something? Mr. Mayor, a question. I think I kind of drew a conclusion that us putting 26 officers in the schools for protection would increase our risk. And I don't have any idea what it would cost. First, do you agree with my statement, or more or less? And secondly, do you have any idea what impact it would have on our risk model and the cost of our insurance?
Yeah, it would take our liability up a little bit higher on that part of it, but it would increase our premium for our law enforcement.
It would increase our premium and also increase our risk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you're looking at statistics as you've studied, do you think it would also increase our claims? The amount of claims that we have, the number of claims and/or the cost of those claims?
I'd have to go back and look and see what kind of school resources offers, like Las Cruces does, Las Cruces Public Schools, how their school resource officers have done their stuff. But yes, it would always increase any type of claims, because if you put your hands on a juvenile or false arrest and stuff like that, then we have other issues that are going on there.
Okay. If you have the time and you feel like I'd appreciate for this board that you might do a study to see what's happening around the country, to see what kind of impact it has.
Sure.
If this board takes on that responsibility.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. Next is Public Information Officer, Ms. Skipper. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Is it evening or good afternoon, Commissioners? Anita Skipper, Chief Public Information Officer for Doña Ana County. I won't go through the 23 priorities, but you will notice that some of them carried over to 24. But there has been some conversation around getting some of these going this year or even in this fiscal year. So just please note that as I go through my numbers, you may see a difference by the time the budget is actually approved. So 24 priorities: introduce a branding style guide and new county graphic standards. I believe you all have received a copy of that. at least the draft of it or what we've been working on. Launch an image and branding campaign to clarify the resources the county offers and how the county government works. That ties into the branding campaign and the branding style guide. If we're going to change something, that's been in limbo, because if we are going to change something, there's no need to launch a new branding style guide and then say, oh, by the way, we've changed some things. So they really are connected. So that has moved over from 23 as well. Introduce a new ticketing system for all internal communications. Currently, we are using an in-house spreadsheet. It's essentially a spreadsheet. It's something IT designed years ago that was already in place when I started, and it gave us a place to start at least tracking and receiving requests from our internal partners. So we are looking forward to transitioning over to Freshworks, which is the system IT uses. It allows us to not only receive those internal tickets, but be able to track them, assign them, connect other departments, create reports showing the kind of work we're doing and how often we receive requests. 2022 year-end review brochure, an e-brochure. That actually came at the request of Mr. Macias, but I thought it was a great idea, and so we've already started to implement that and look to have something out by the end of this month. We were talking in a lot of these conversations with the department heads. I heard, how are we making the county look appealing, or working at the county and sharing what we do? Well, often we hear the stories of when something goes wrong, and so it's the PIO department's job to talk about when things are great, the great things we're doing every day that maybe the residents do not understand that the county is doing on their behalf. And so this would be a year in review of what the different departments have done. Thankfully, they've all shared their information with us, and we've been compiling them into what will be a brochure, and we will have a copy online as an e-brochure. And then the last priority is promotion of BOCC-approved county news. Everyone doesn't sit through the meetings, and we understand that, but it is important to share what's happening in these meetings and how it impacts our particular districts in the county. And so we will make a concerted effort to feature more of the things that are either on the consent agenda or come before the commission, either in a news release or social media, but just getting the word out better. Talk about some of the highlights. Position requests. At the time of submission of my budget, I added this because I wanted to say it's been a request I've had, but I have since learned that something is in the works, and so I may not even need this position, and so I'm excited about that. Requested increase in certain operating costs. Just notice there are a few things. Previously, this department was not only the Public Information Office, but it was the Special Projects Office. And so some of those items on my budget, you'll see particularly the largest 139,675 falls under special projects. Just know that that is what's being held for the branding campaign. And that tends to be the pool of money when one-off requests come in, such as the year in review, and we add some new software or something. That is the pool that I tend to draw from, because I learned my first budget cycle that I should use money that I already have. So we do an internal budget revision, and we just move some money over from that pot. But if we move things forward with the branding, that likely would not be there for next year if we actually complete the project. Data systems management, there is an increase from $8,409 to $25,845. And that is because we have added Archive Social, which is an archiving software for all of our social media sites. This was important because it allows us to be able to pull reports and track all county-owned social media pages in case we need to pull some information. Or something that Mr. Macias needed to do recently was create a report on our usage of a particular social media page, and we were able to turn that around in minutes versus having to do that manually if we needed to do it, let's say, a year ago. And we've also added the Design Pickle software, which is a software that allows us to have designers on demand. if we're using them right now for things that we know are coming in the future, closures, even the cover of this brochure, we'll have them work on that. But it's a little bit difficult to use them for items that are internal where we need to meet with our partners to constantly change the information. But they've been a nice addition to our team when we don't have the bandwidth for design work. And then promotions, that's a new category this year. Purchase branded county goods items for community outreach. Recently, when you all were in Santa Fe, there was a call from the chamber to share different paraphernalia from organizations, and they asked for a large amount, and we didn't have a large amount. And I know Constituent Services was going around asking people to chip in, but this is just to make sure that we buy some things that are county branded that we have on hand for events like that. And here you'll see the budget. I didn't change anything in the budget except the items I just pointed out, and you'll see the increase just with the data systems maintenance and the promotions item. I will note that Community and Constituent Services, who will be up after me, will be moving to its own department, so my budget actually decreased because we removed those personnel costs. And just keep in mind that special projects requests may change depending on the project timeline for the branding and the payment. It may fall in this fiscal year. Okay, and I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Skipper. I do have a question, and so you mentioned that we are having promotions of BOCC-approved county news, and I've seen them on social media, and I think they're fabulous, but we're missing something in Spanish. And I've seen the live feeds, you know, the opening of the fire station in Anthony, but I think it's so important, especially in this area, to have, I think you have Luce in your office, do you not?
We do.
That is very fluent in Spanish, that can do a feed in Spanish because so many people visit Facebook, Instagram, and whatever else they're using. But if we can also include Spanish-speaking feeds, I think it would be very much appreciated by the residents in this community. And I know that a lot of the residents in the southern part of the county a lot of them are just Spanish-speaking only, so I think it'd be useful. Commissioners, any other questions, comments?
I agree.
Thank you for that feedback, Madam Chair. The good thing about all of this is there's such an upside to the things we can do. And so that's definitely something I'll take back, and that's usually some things that I do on the spur of the moment, just to bring the community in. That's my community relations background coming in, and Luce is usually not with me at those events, but we'll look at how we can incorporate that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, thank you for your time, Ms. Skipper, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to Flood Commission.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Michael Garza, Engineer Supervisor for the Flood Commission. You'll see a lot of carryover between there, so bear with me on the organization. Hatch Dam for fiscal year 23 was $2 million. Hatch Dam was $2 million. We expect our current grant funding to carry over through the remainder of the fiscal, so we carried that same $2 million over to fiscal 24. For Doniana, you'll see $120,000 that are for Abeta, Elks Channel, and Elks Pond. Those were all Colonia's match dollars for design. So you'll see on the fiscal 24, we have $1.35 million for Doniana projects, 750 of which is for Abeta Pond. We currently have enough money to do complete construction of Elks Pond and Elks Channel, but not enough for Abeta Pond. So that 750 is kind of a bridge fund to bridge the gap there. We also put in for a Colonia's appropriation, so that covers the match component of that if we are awarded with those funds. In fiscal 24, the $600,000 for Datil Pond and Channel is for a new Doniana project. That is for a pond on a parcel, 8-acre parcel that we just purchased on the southwest corner of Doniana School Road and Elks Drive, just to the east of the elementary school. That is going to catch some water from Elks Channel. We're diverting it a little bit earlier than we originally planned to alleviate the burden on the downstream Abeta Pond. And that is for purposes of allowing some public amenities on that property that some other stakeholders are interested in. In fiscal '23, we also had 975 for Gardner Dam construction and property purchase. We were lucky enough to have that project fully funded through construction. Right now, it's 60% completed, and we're going on a pace that basically gets it done before the end of the fiscal. So we're only carrying over $475,000 into fiscal year '24, and that's for mainly property purchase, because now that we have a pond that has a discharge, we need to take care of the downstream properties. So part of that is what we're calling the Mountain Vista Diversion Structure. It's a structure about a mile to the east of the new pond. It breached during the large event in 2021, and so now currently flow goes to the McNutt and Kugel intersection. We don't want that to happen, so we're going to purchase that property, rebuild that structure, guide it to the east to a natural low-lying area that we're going to be calling the McNutt Detention Facility. That's the other portion of property that we're going to acquire, and we can all do that next year. Fiscal year '23, we also had $825,000 for La Union land purchase and construction. We originally started with a Mendez Street project, starting on those properties that we condemned as a result of the flooding. We started some design on that and determined that we weren't going to be able to do a project that was effective enough in that little space. So we are purchasing the property across the street from Mendez and building a more effective, larger project. We also realized that there is a need for a much larger project to benefit the entire community that we plan to do on the parcel that our dams, the 2 dams that we operate and maintain are currently on, 625 acres. We're going to need a substantial portion of that, and we're in the process of navigating through that process, and I expect to buy that sometime soon. So you'll see higher up in our priorities for '24 is $400,000 for construction match and property. I have some other funding lined up to start some construction activity in La Union. So we did put in for a Colonia's appropriation, so that will be a match component covered in that. Also with those structures that we're going to be putting in, I realize that there may be additional volume going downstream, which I'll need to account for by purchasing some property to store some of that. And lastly, for the '23 priorities, you'll see the $450,000 for Vado Lily Pond. That was to also another funding gap. We got an ARPA appropriation. We're almost in construction on that. I have basically like 100% drawings, just waiting for permitting and property to come through. But I don't expect the project budget to exceed what we have, so I'm not carrying that over into '24. But the only other thing you'll see in fiscal '24 is the $500,000 for Dragonfly Channel. That's a very large project that I'm going to be putting out to bid very soon. I have 100% drawings, I have bid docs, technical specs, everything ready to go, just waiting for BLM to sign off on the environmental. I even got state engineer approval, so I'm almost ready to go for that, but I have $11.4 million ready to spend right now that I expect to cover 3 phases that, based off the engineer's cost estimate. So I fully expect that the bid will come in lower than that, so that $500,000 is kind of a safety net in the event that it does come in shorter than the cost estimate, that I'll be able to potentially build another phase and keep the project moving. Some other priorities we had in '23 included an expansion of our flood warning system, $60,000 there. $700,000 for Telbrook Arroyo improvements. That one's been around for a while. I'm around the corner for that one too. I have 100% drawings, and I'm meeting with the contractor this week. So as soon as I can get a task order, I can get moving on that one. $150,000 for Radium Springs drainage improvements. That was for design of a project we put in for ICIP this year, so we were hoping that design would be taken care of by the time we got to construction if we were awarded with that ICIP money. And also $127,000 for vehicle replacements to kind of update some of our aging fleet. So for fiscal '24, you'll see $50,000 for replacement survey reference network year 1. We plan to phase that replacement of our infrastructure over a couple years, mainly so we don't end up in a situation now where a lot of our equipment is becoming obsolete at the same time. So basically what that is new receivers for the network, and it's going to essentially provide faster, more precise data output for our network that is used by members of the public. So That'll be helpful. We have 77,000 for upgrades to our aerial survey systems, which is a fancy way of saying I want to buy some new drones. Basically, the ones that we have limitations. They're old equipment, so they have limitations for flight time and coverage area. So the ones that we're going to buy have a little bit different capabilities, bigger batteries. You can fly them longer. So some of our bigger projects, it becomes a more efficient, productive, survey that we can do during construction and after construction. I also have 15,000 for the replacement of obsolete video inspection systems. That's a little buggy that we have on the end of our ATVs. We drive it up culverts to check for blocked obstructions and do just routine maintenance inspections. That equipment's a little bit outdated. There's no longer software support, so we're updating that. 89,939 for vehicle replacements. That's for a new Ford F-150 and 2 ATVs that will help us with flood response and things like that. And then $16,028 for 2 new attachments to our skid steer, which is a pallet fork and a sweeper attachment. Pallet fork allows us to move stuff over at our shop building, and then the sweeper for maintenance activity. Some other highlights from our fiscal 24 requests are 2 new position requests, project manager 2 and 3. As you can see, we have a lot going on, and right now we have a significant burden on our existing staff to cover what we have. And based off of what we have staff going from Hatch to Gardner to East Mesa to Telbrook and everywhere in between on a daily basis. And it's spending a lot of time behind the wheel and not being able to spend enough time in the office, getting our day-to-day stuff done. So I think it's a better alternative for that. And 7 out of our 10 positions that we currently have staffed are dead-end positions. We've had a lot of talk today about retention, incentivizing, and making sustainable growth for the county. So I think I'm working with HR right now to do a career ladder, a project manager 1 through 3 that will kind of solve some of those issues. And I'm going to phrase it in a way that could be potentially used by other departments, not just the Flood Commission for maybe facilities or something like that. But I think it's going to be a good thing for our department and allow us to increase staff and be more effective when we transition to all these construction activities that we're going to be heading into pretty soon. And other things like capital requests, we're buying property, equipment, vehicles, same old flood warning expansion, and then obviously construction costs. We're going to be, it's hard to plan priorities when we have a lot of match components and other funding sources floating out there. So a lot of our stuff is just trying to bridge the gaps and make sure that we can fully fund a project whenever we actually start breaking ground on it. The other requests that you see are for certain operating costs like hardware, furniture, uniforms, membership, lodging, meals, travel. We're going to be requesting more positions, more staff, more operating costs, and an increase in data systems maintenance is for a lot of our technical software. We have licenses, software support, warranties on some of our hardware, things like that. And then obviously testing for construction compliance. We're going to be in construction. We're going to have a bigger need for testing, and then other consumables, water, fuel, due to the overall price increases that you've heard 1,000 times today. So in regard to total operations, we're expecting our revenues to go up a little bit to about 9%, $3.2 million. You'll see our personnel costs going up slightly. Again, more staffing, more we are encouraging more overtime with the expansion of our flood warning system, doing a lot of monitoring activities on nights and weekends during the monsoon season and everything. Aerial photography, you will see a big decrease in that from 800,000 to 50,000. That's because in this current fiscal, we are doing our drone flight, getting new aerial images for the county. We do that every 4 to 5 years, so next year there will not be that large of an expense. Grounds maintenance, we're increasing from 450,000 to 500,000. We've built a couple structures the last couple of years, East Mesa, or El Camino Ponte Doñana, so we're preparing for some of these other projects to start being finished. So we're trying to figure out where that magic maintenance budget is, and it's going to be changing, going up quite a bit, I think. Contractual services, you'll see a big decrease there. In fiscal year 23, we had a couple cost share agreements for some flood studies that we don't plan to be budgeting for the next year. So that $100 is our magic $1 a year flood commissioner salary plus some miscellaneous like background checks, things like that. Other operating costs, same old overtime, other personnel costs. But If you have any questions, I stand to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Commissioners, any questions?
I have one
Commissioner
question.
Reynolds?
Yes. Do you have any pictures of your new family member?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any pictures of your new family member?
I have a lot of them, and we don't have enough time to show you all of them, but.
Congratulations.
Anything else, Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I just want to reinforce that these priorities are internal to the commission using their funds.
Yes, yeah.
It does not describe the enormity of the projects that are actually going on that are receiving funding from other sources. So I just wanted to make sure that it's clear those numbers really kind of diminish the reality of the responsibility of the
Yeah,
flood
we
commission.
currently have $26 million of grants that we're working on right now. $20 million you see up there, that's what we have to spend. But it's over 8 different areas in the county, and I have 13 active capital projects right now. And I expect up to 9 of them to be in construction within the next 6 months. So project manager 2 and 3, I need a lot of help, but I think we're making good progress, and we can start spending a lot of these dollars and drawing down some of our funds very, very soon.
And we're anticipating a few more additional $1 million out of this session related to some of the very projects that are being discussed. I just didn't want the commission not to understand, because when I saw these priorities, those aren't quite the priorities that John and I have described on paper. This is the commission's portion of them.
And a lot of the priorities are phases of these projects, like you were saying, $20 million projects, $30 million projects. We can only do so much, but that's why you'll see them from year to year, because they take 4 to 5 years at least to prepare for them, and potentially up to 10 with Dragonfly to build the whole thing. But we're making progress.
Mr. Garza, I hope that the county can enjoy your stay for as long as the city enjoyed your father's stay. And on another note, I spoke to a developer, and I don't mean to embarrass you in any way, but I got wonderful compliments about your work. So
Thank
good
you very
job.
much. I appreciate
And
it.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll continue with community and constituent services.
Good evening. Liz Reed for the record. All right, so just a list of our FY23 priorities and FY24. So as the commission knows, you approved funding for us to move forward with Internet Quorum. And so the contract has been signed and executed, and we're working with the vendor on setting up a kickoff meeting between IT, our office, and of course their staff. Ethics Point Hotline, I don't know if you're aware, but that's actually part of my job description, is the external hotline. So that's always a priority in reminding the public and employees that is an avenue to report allegations of violation of policies and procedures. And then, of course, per policy, employees have other avenues that they can report violations through as well. ArcGIS, I heard Christina talk about that, how the cost has slightly gone up for next fiscal year. And that is a tool that Susie Cordero and I use pretty frequently when it comes to receiving complaints from constituents in relationship to who owns property and so forth. So I use it all the time. And so we're also proposing, and we're working on a direct mail postcard pilot program. And so as we all know, I've been in public service for a while, we always hear from the public, I didn't know about it. So this could be, we're seeing this as another mechanism to engage with the public, especially in those areas of the county that are extremely remote. I know I've traveled throughout the county. I think everyone in this room has. Garfield, you really don't have very many options up there for outreach. We've partnered with the school numerous times. We've dropped off flyers at the post office, and that's basically it. So like La Union, very limited in regards to outreach. I look at Chaparral, and Chaparral, you have various organizations and businesses and stuff like that. But I'm thinking more of like really remote areas. And of course, this would be a dual language postcard. We're working on a design with PIO right now, and we're meeting with Joseph, I believe it's tomorrow, to go over that. And it's going to be similar to what, if you watched what we did, our office did during the census, everything that we produced was in English and Spanish languages. Even the video that we did with Spectrum that got the International Tele Award, that was in English and Spanish languages. So working on completing the Title VI plan. So if you're unaware, the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 basically says that no person in the U.S. shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in or denied benefits of or subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal funding assistance. So Meg Haynes, when she was ADA EEO coordinator, in 2007 wrote the initial plan when HR was notified by community development that one of the grants that they were applying for said the county had to have a Title VI plan. So that's how that came about. And I'm the Title VI coordinator. So been working with HR and legal on the update to the Title VI plan, which will come to the board. I just have to do an agenda item for that. So stay tuned on that. So basically, you know, our FY24 priorities are similar to FY23. We'll arrange to have training for staff on internet quorum, which we're very excited about. And I'll facilitate another Title VI training. Last fall, I had an attorney from the U.S. Department of Justice do training for the county departments because they're the ones who are more directly involved in federal funding and infrastructure projects than I personally am. So this is the first time that our office is having a standalone operational budget. When we started in 2015, we were in the county manager's budget, and then we were merged in PIO, but I've developed budgets before. So those are, again, our focuses or priorities. So the personnel costs, as you know, in community constituent services, there's two of us, myself and constituent service specialist Susie Cordero, who, of course, I couldn't do this without Susie. Data systems maintenance will include the $56,000 for intranet quorum for next fiscal year, and around $5,200 for the county's Ethics Point Outline, and of course the ArcGIS licenses for Susie and myself. And then the $50,000 under special projects is for the direct mail pilot project, the postcard project for when commissioners are having community meetings. So, and that's basically it. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Commissioners, any questions?
No, I just wonder if you could start over.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Let me go get some more chocolate in my office.
Hey, Madam Chair, just a comment. I'm looking forward to having that direct outreach to constituents and the postcards. I think one of the things that we've seen, and I think hopefully, I think we've learned over the last, let's say, calendar year, has been really kind of those, how, you know, the difference the outreach can make when we're having public meetings.
Right.
And I know, just to speak of one in particular, was in Doñana, along Doñana Road, around Sunland Roads, the roads and engineering department working on. You know, the first meeting was not well attended. Then I think they leveraged you and Susie, and we had way better attendance that second time. But I think it was that outreach in particular that made a big difference. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to see this in action and really make sure that we're reaching out to constituents, because I think that's one of the things that we hear the most, and is hey, I didn't know about this, I didn't hear about this, I didn't, those are the things that we don't want to hear. And I know you and you have really tried, you and the department really tried to make sure that you reach most people and inform them as best we can. So I think this is just taking it to the next level. So really looking forward to it.
And also like to say we also, Susie and I, augment our outreach capacity or ability with our partnership with HHS. Because the fact is they have an outreach division and we work with them all the time to help us spread, flyers and information, and they're just wonderful to work with.
And I'm just a quick other last note is I will say it every time I can. Thank you to you and Susie. I know Susie in particular has saved my butt in public meetings with being,
Our notes and your business
notes
cards
and,
stuff, yeah.
just bringing some information that maybe I forgot or missed or things like that. She does an amazing job, so.
Well, thank you. I'll let her know tomorrow and I'll tell her to watch this. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Anything else, commissioners? Again, thank you, and thank you to Susie for everything you do, because I join in what Commissioner Sanchez has stated, which is painfully obvious. Thank you for returning phone calls and messages and emails. I'm truly appreciative.
You're welcome. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you for your time. All right, on to internal audit.
Good evening, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Ernest Harvin. I'm your internal auditor. And don't have a whole lot of information to share with you, but I do like hearing myself talk, so this may go a little while. Okay. So when you look at the priorities, out-of-state travel for training, so professional development is something that COVID kind of shut down for me going out of town. So now I'm looking at picking that back up, and that'll be one of the priorities for the new fiscal year. So give you all a heads up when you see it on the consent agenda. Set up an internal audit department page on the county website. Fortunately, the IT director, the PIO director got with IT and got us some training. And so it's very common for auditors to post their reports on the county website, on their website. So, and I've referenced quite a few of them, so now I'm looking to set one up. As you look at the third bullet here, conduct an audit of the PIO department, focus on social media, applicability of some of the policies that they have. Actually, the Internal Audit Advisory Committee has pushed this up. So this is actually happening this fiscal year. As for that, there will be a follow-up in the next fiscal year, so FY24. So normally you have your audit, and then 3 to 6 months later, you have a follow-up to see how we've done on some of the findings. Okay, so our highlight is out-of-state travel with some peer-to-peer liaison. In consultation with Mr. Jonathan Macias, I was challenged to not just take some training, but to actually sit for the Certified Information Systems Auditor examination. So thank you for the challenge there, Mr. Macias. And so what does it have to do with the training? The 2-day training that I'm looking to go out of town for will be geared toward information systems auditing. And of course, I've spoken to Mr. English already, so we're not blindsiding him, that I'm looking at his department and kind of preparing to go there. A couple of locations, you have Vegas and you also have Dallas. I'm quite biased as for where I choose by location. However, the Internal Audit Advisory Commission, who you all have put in place, they're the ones that are very meticulous with looking at the training, and they decide, hey, we recommend you go to this location, the county will get more bang for the buck out of it. And I'll go with their recommendation. So hopefully it's the glamorous location, but we'll see.
What is the location?
It's actually, Madam Chair, Commissioner, it's actually Las Vegas in September or Dallas in October. And they'll look at the curriculum for both of them and see which one would be a better fit.
You'll love Las Vegas, New Mexico.
You know, I don't think that was in New Mexico, that one.
I figured you was going to say it was going to be sometime in the fall or in South Carolina. You might.
No, not back to East Coast. I don't want to, it would be actually be Florida, and we don't want to go that far when we can get the training.
Oh, I was thinking the Clemson.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually from South Carolina, but the training,
okay.
they don't offer it there, so. So you'll be pleased to hear my final slide here. Internal Audits has maintained a 0% vacancy ratio for the last 5 years. I know, thank you, thank you. So personnel costs have gone up about 6%, and that's just keeping up with inflation. Training and travel, that's actually gone down 2%. And other operating costs, it's only a 3% increase. Office supplies, printing costs, things of that nature. And I'm anticipating your question, how can this guy go out of town next year and actually have a lower travel and training budget? I'm glad you asked me that question. Efficiency and effectiveness. So when you look at the training that I take now, it's piecemeal. I may go to El Paso for 4 hours. I may go up to Albuquerque for a 6 to 8 hour training session, take quite a few online. Each one of those is a registration fee. Here, I'll be getting 16 of the 40 hours, nearly 40 continuing professional education hours that it takes to maintain my certification as an internal auditor. And I'll be getting that in one sitting. And so that actually brought the cost down $95. So, and it's also great when the board blesses off on the training early, because I can take advantage of early bird specials, which are much more affordable. I don't have any more slides, so I guess I'll stand for questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Surprise. How many audits did you do this last year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I have that written down. I didn't bring it with me, but I can get you a copy of it.
Okay. How can we get access to the results of your audits?
So once I complete an audit report, and go through it with the director of that department, it's passed on to the county manager, who is able to now sit down and go over it with the county manager, and then that can be passed on through him to you all.
I'm not sure about the rest of the board, but I think it would benefit us to see what audits you've done, have a presentation on that in the next meeting, so we can understand what you're actually auditing and maybe have some idea of what the results are. I mean, I personally would like to understand, but I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, if you would, Mr.
Certainly, we can
Macias,
do
just
that.
share it with us via
Yes, but
email.
once it's finalized, because there is some degree of editing and discussion and making sure that the report is concise, they're sent to the board.
Okay.
And I'm
I've seen a
certainly,
couple.
there's
I've seen a
two that
couple,
are
but not
pending. One is the audit of the Community Development Office that I requested, which was to look to see if they were complying with the timelines that are stated on our website in terms of the issuing of permitting. The other one is the facilities. That's right. Which we have not discussed yet. But as soon as those two are completely finalized, then copies will be sent to the BOCC.
If we, the board, decides we'd like you to do an audit for us, can we request that?
You can request that.
Okay, thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Already? That's, okay. Well, thank you.
I do love your outfit, the color
Thank
of
you.
your
Thank
outfit.
you very much.
Really do.
Madam Chair, if we could go back to the utilities that was passed over earlier, it's on page 58 or slide 58. The Utilities Department, and we have
I did
Midea.
have it marked with a sheet.
We have Midea on the line.
I'm sorry, who do we have on the line?
Midea?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Mireya Carnero with the Utilities Department. And I'm here to present the priorities for this coming fiscal year. So let me start with an overview of what we have out here at the county. So pretty much we operate 4 wastewater treatment facilities, and we also have 30 pumping stations. Our largest wastewater plant is the South Central, which we currently treat about 400,000 gallons a day. Then it's followed by the Chaparral wastewater plant, and that one treats about 87,000 gallons per day of waste. And then followed by the Salem wastewater treatment facility, and that one we treat 25,000 gallons a day. and then followed by the Rincon wastewater plant. And that one, we are treating 15,000 gallons a day. So pretty much, if you want to put into perspective, a normal household pool has about 13,000 gallons. And the way we figure out how much per household we receive is we have typical numbers. So typically a household of like 3 individuals puts out about 250 gallons a day. So we have quite a bit of flow that goes to our facilities per day. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start with the priorities of this coming fiscal year. So the first one is we're trying to complete the utility operation assessment that was requested by the county manager and is being handled by Wilson and Company. And it's currently going into phase 2 of that assessment. And we're hoping to have it completed this coming fiscal year, hopefully sooner, hopefully still in this fiscal year. The next item is the Mesquite Liquid Waste Facility. This facility was receiving septic hauler waste probably about over 20 years ago. And we are not receiving the liquid waste anymore, but we do have monitoring wells that are existing. And those monitoring wells no longer, we can no longer get samples due to the groundwater level dropping over the years. So Environment Department has requested that we re-drill a well so we can continue monitoring the groundwater level, the groundwater quality for any pollution that occurred during when the facility was still taking septic waste. Next one is the South Central Wastewater System Improvements. So this is an ongoing project. We are currently in phase 2, which we're going to complete by June of this year. And then right after June of this year, phase 3 will follow. So pretty much the improvements that are going on is we're getting a whole new headworks to this facility. We're getting a brand new UV disinfection system and also effluent aeration that is required by EPA. For the next one, Chaparral Wastewater System Improvements. On this one, we already went out to bid. It was awarded to a contractor, and they are going to commence soon on expanding the collection system on Edna Drive, which is right off of Lisa Drive. And it's going to be about 40 new connections to our wastewater system. And then the last one on our priority list is the Rincon and Salem Wastewater System Improvements. So for this one, we got $240,000 of grant money, which we will be using for design to do some improvements and be shovel ready so we can ask for more funding to install. We got to re-drill monitoring wells because the same problem exists. Groundwater levels dropped. So NMED is requesting we re-drill wells and also replace some old equipment that needs to be replaced because it's pretty much, it's at its end full use of life. It's over almost 20 years old at the Salem plant. And pretty much there's equipment that needs to be replaced. So these are ongoing projects that we're hoping and should be completed by the end of June of 2024. So we can go to the next slide, please, which are the highlights for this coming fiscal year. We are requesting $150,000 for tipping fees. We have an agreement with South Central Solid Waste Authority. They handle all the solid waste from all the transfer stations, and they increased their tipping fees. So we have to, of course, accommodate for that, for their new bill rates. Second item is the Rincon wastewater permit. So this permit has to be renewed through NMED every 5 years, and it's up for renewal. So that's the cost for the renewal. And then South Central Wastewater Treatment Plant. This is for pretty much operation maintenance. We're going from 300,000 up about 67,000. And that's just for cost of inflation of parts and just to keep the wastewater plant in operation. Then the last one is the La Union system maintenance. We are requesting 33,500, and that is to do some replacement of some air release valves in the collection system, and also to add water service to one of our pumping stations that we don't have water. And my operators need fresh water to wash down equipment, wash their hands, whatnot. And the next slide is our budget request for wastewater systems. So there's a change of 13% of our budget, increasing it by 13%. The pretty much the biggest ones are the wastewater system maintenance. That's a 41% change. And that is just an increase of, again, cost of parts went up, so we got to accommodate for that. And that accounts pretty much to keep our wastewater in operation at the lift stations, the wastewater facilities. Next one is contractual services, up 57%. And so with this account, what we utilize it for is for new sewer services. So anybody who has an empty lot, moving in a mobile home, they need to add a new service because there's not an existing one there for that lot. So we hire a contractor and they have to go install new services. The other one that went up quite a bit was the other operating cost by 29%. And this is cost of replacing some flow meters at a wastewater plant. It's pretty much newer equipment that we got to replace, pumps as well, and piping, and it's just other operating cost and the cost of inflation as well. So if we go to our last slide, which is the environmental fund. So this is for the solid waste for the transfer stations. So contractual services went up 7%, and that's just due to the CPI increase. So we have to accommodate for that. And then the tipping fees, again, that went up. South Central Solid Waste increased their rates this year. So that is the increase for that as well. And then the last one is the liquid waste facility. So this is a facility that we will be drilling that new monitoring well. If you can see, there was a 100% decrease on the liquid waste facility operation, and that's because we don't receive septic waste anymore, so we don't need operating cost, but we left testing on there because when we drill that well, we have to continue monitoring through NMED's requirements, and that's why that is still there. And that's all I have for you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Are there any questions, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds.
If no one else has a question, Madam Chair, I have one. As far as the billing goes, and I don't know that this is one you can answer, but it might be Mr. Macias, Jonathan Macias. Are we still having problems with billing to customers, and or is that being fixed, and what's the prognosis there?
Maybe I can take that question. Chair Chaparro and Commissioner Reynolds, we have fully transitioned over to a new billing system. We are now with Invoice Cloud. And so unlike our former system, we're now able to deploy bills directly to folks' cell phone for when they want a bill reminder. They can check autonomously at any time of day their bill amount, and they can also pay it directly on their mobile device, or they can call our automated system, which is now open 24 hours a day for a fee. We started this in soft launch mode, but now we're going to be more aggressive and start marketing it now that we've got all the kinks out of the system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Macias, I have a question. I understand that our billing system, well, the CRUA billing system is sent out through the county. Am I correct on that?
No, Commissioner, Chair Chaparro, actually CRUA utilizes the same system in terms of the billing mechanism on the front end through Invoice Cloud as well. We do support CRUA extensively with some of their administrative staff for some of the reconciliation. That is handled more through OSMA's side of the house. but there is a sharing of resources, which is one of the reasons that the administrative costs went up for that contract a couple of months ago.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I know.
And we are moving on to, just a second. County manager budget request.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Lucio Luttrell, Budget Officer. I will briefly go over this slide. It is the county manager's budget request for FY '24. As you can see in personnel costs, there's an 8% increase, and that's primarily due to the pay increase during the year and health insurance increase. Professional services, you'll see a reduction of $65,000, and the county manager's office primarily uses that line for consulting, investigative services, translation, and any other items that come up throughout the year. Travel and training, you'll see an increase, and that is due to us being fully staffed in the county manager's office. We have our 2 ACMs on board now, and they'll also be traveling, so our budget will be increasing for travel for them. And then other operating costs, and that makes up everything else in the department: printing and publishing, office supplies, telephone lease, their monthly cell phone costs, things like that. And as you can see, the total increase is around 3%, or $36,000, and that is mostly due to personnel costs. Operating costs are actually having a reduction. And with that,
Commissioners.
we stand for any questions.
Thank you, Lucio. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
do we have a priority for 2023 and 2024 and goals and things like we have from the other departments?
Those are everybody else's priorities. That's the way it's structured. They're divided in among the different departments that have the responsibility for those areas. But it's management that develops the priorities with the departments. So there aren't any unilateral, you can say that all the priorities are the priorities of the county manager's office.
Madam Chair, Mr. Macias, it's my understanding that like 4 or 5 years ago, you had a list of like 29 priorities that you wanted to accomplish. And you don't have anything like that that you are aspiring to do for the departments and for the county and for the community or anything?
As you know, I shared with all of the commissioners a couple of weeks ago, basically 48 pages of priorities. So that's where we have evolved to. 4 years ago, we developed the first list. That's what you're addressing. A year and a half later, we came up with a second list of priorities, but the way they were organized was by departments, and it continues to be this way as well. They were priorities, but they were assigned to different departments.
Thank you.
So again, I haven't heard a lot of additions from the commission. I have heard at least 2 of them that we'll follow up on in terms of priorities, but these are the priorities of the county, of county management. Let me put it that way.
Madam Chair.
Were you done, Commissioner Reynolds? Yes, thank you. Commissioner Sanchez?
I have a couple of comments, and I had, well, given what we have here, I think one of the requests is that, and I know, and I think I'll just communicate this, and I think one of the things that we've seen is that, yes, I know that what we've been reviewing still takes us to a deficit. And so with those being said, I think, like I said, I think we've kind of communicated, I think, where our priorities, where we have some concerns. But one of the things that I believe, or I would like to see, and I know it's not in this budget, is that that we work on building a team or have assistance of some sort to support the commissioners. I know we've discussed having constituent services, And they do an amazing job. Like I said, I will always say that but I think, is there a way in which we could develop a plan that we could theoretically have some part-time assistants that reported to the commission that could help us with either policy, following up, along with constituent services and the things they're doing on, the issues they're following up on, following up with some of the calls to constituents. I would like to see that some sort of setup so that we have someone that can help us with our priorities. And I know one of the concerns that comes up with sharing of a resource could be running into violations of the Open Meeting Act. If we are communicating with one person and then if we were sharing, say, 2 or 3 of us could be sharing a person or kind of sharing a resource, I could see potential for that. But in the end, I guess what I'm getting at is I would like, maybe just me, I don't know what the other commissioners think, but I would like to look at the possibility of maybe adding to the budget some staff for us, even if part-time.
Again, it's the priority of the board. What I thought that we would be doing at this point, or after there's further discussion, is that we go back into the normal phase of how we're doing things, which is now all of the departments will be meeting with management to have a discussion related to all of the requests. Because again, you have to have a balanced budget. You can't just be relying on infusing reserves into recurring expenses. So we're going to go through that process. If you want us to look at adding monies, and again, it would probably be into the commissioner's budget if they're going to be reporting directly to the department, we certainly can study the issue of the way that other governmental entities provide individualized services to county commissioners. The city has a mechanism, but they aren't employees, they're university students, advanced students, my understanding, that come on a rotating basis. The city of El Paso does have specific assistants for each individual commissioners. So we can take a look at what the different options are, what they do in other Class A counties, and then come up with a proposal that can be considered by the commission, or if the commission gives direction at this point, we can discuss it as an individual item on one of the upcoming board meetings, or we can come up with a proposal for the preliminary budget in terms of incorporating into it. But we have to be told that it's a higher priority than, the funding of deputies or the funding of firefighters or the funding of additional inspectors. There's just not going to be enough money to cover all of the requests that are being made. So it is helpful to know where the priority lies.
Well, I think right now, hopefully maybe we can just get an idea of consensus, because maybe I'm the only person that thinks this. But what I would like to see is that, before we say this is more important than this, if we had a plan that says, okay, like you said, the city of Las Cruces utilizes students from NMSU, so this could be a potential way to do this, and the cost would be this. If we did it this other way, this would be the potential cost. So so I say right now, that would be where I would hope for direction is I would like for you or have someone on the staff to develop a plan that we could possibly look to choose from. If we decide not to, we can. I mean, that's the prerogative of the board. But if we did want to pursue it, we have options. And then we would have to, yes, build it within the budget. And then we would have to make those determinations as to where that would lie. But I don't know, and Madam Chair, I don't know if we want to just get an idea. Is there an interest of doing that, or?
Well, it's been brought up, and commissioners chime in. Commissioner Murillo, I'm going to start on your side now.
Well, I don't really want an assistant, so, on my side, so I'm being sincere.
Commissioner Hernandez?
I brought it up before. I think that it would be beneficial to have someone that assists with certain things like resolutions and or policy, following up through email, phone calls to constituents, working with constituent services, working with our management office, admin office. I think it's something that would be beneficial.
Commissioner Sanchez, we already have your opinion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I was looking for someone else. I thought there was another Sanchez. Absolutely, I think there's a huge benefit in it, because I know that I don't have enough time with all the meetings and things that I'm responsible for to actually do a lot of the research that I'd like. And in preparing resolutions and ordinances and just researching the history, it's cumbersome enough to even to find a lot of things, a lot of documents that we've produced. So yeah, it would be beneficial to be able to delegate that to someone else that I would expect to get it. But I might make a recommendation, rather than impact the budget. I think that I would recommend that we look at it as a temporary program. So that way we don't have to attack recurring funds, and we do it for a year, this next budget year. So we allocate it for each of us to have a temporary or part-time student resource for a year. That way we have a fixed budget that we can take it out of other funds and not recurring funds, and that way we don't have to look at other budget items to do a trial for 1 year. I think that's the first approach. If it works good for us, if it works for us, if it works for the county, then we see if there's some way we can fund it and adopt it in a more permanent way. But to just jump in and say, yes, we're going to allocate money to provide us assistance over everything else in the county, I'm not sure that's fair to all the other departments. But I think if we do it as a trial basis for 1 year, I think that would be an excellent idea for all of us to choose it. If we allocate the money and a commissioner doesn't want to use it or it doesn't work out, then there's no harm, no foul, and we get to try it. So yes, I would recommend that we actually do a trial basis where we get to hire a college student, high school student, or somebody at a temporary pay scale of $15 to $20 an hour, and use them as needed and pay them accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I know that at times I struggle to return phone calls, but I can pick up the phone and call any member of the staff and have those questions answered, quite frankly. I know it takes time away from us. I just wouldn't want to sacrifice a deputy or firefighter. If we're able to obtain interns at a very low rate in conjunction with the university, I think that might be something that can be presented to the board, and maybe, as you suggested, Commissioner Reynolds, on a part-time basis, so that, maybe we can try it. I wouldn't object to that, but I'd like to caution us on using reoccurring funds for assistance.
Madam Chair, let me just suggest the first meeting in April, give me until then, and I'll come up with the different options. I like Commissioner Reynolds' suggestion, except for you have to have someone of an elevated status. You have to develop a job description. We'll do that. We'll take a look in terms of the variety of options in terms of additional support, so that you have the ability to give direction, because to get like a Liz Reed or a Susie Cordero, it takes years to develop them. And they're able to do things because they have that skill level. A university student will never have that skill level, just will not.
And certainly not a high school
it'll take a lot
student.
of time on the part of commissioners to help to educate them. And so, yes, give us an opportunity. Let us look at potentially 3 different scenarios, basically a full-time commitment, a part-time commitment, what the funding will be, how the job description would work, and then also look at university level kind of support. And again, remember, you have to choose, because what happens with university students is that they rotate. So you give them a little bit of experience and they're gone. The benefit for trying to do either part-time or full-time is that you do have to make a commitment because nobody's going to come in and work for just a short period of time. You're just not going to get the skill levels that you want and that you're looking for, that I think that Commissioner Sanchez is advocating for. So give me until the first meeting in April, and we'll come to you with different proposals that can be discussed, and you make a determination if you want to have it as part of the preliminary budget.
And Mr. Macias, I don't think we need it on the 1st of April. I
Well,
maybe give you 30 days, a little bit longer. I know that we're in a crunch time with the budget, and we're throwing something new at you.
no, but it's not something that I don't think that we can respond to quickly.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
It-
Commissioner Sanchez.
And I don't think it necessarily has to be someone I'm looking for that would be super experienced. But I think one option, and I don't know, because I don't know how the city does it, but, throwing a thought out there, right? You work with the School of Government at NMSU, where they could use a valuable experience of working in the government with, an elected official. That might be an option to look at, because if that's what they're looking at, that might be, a good way in which we can pair what our needs may be with the needs of a student and NMSU.
All right, well, so if you're giving me direction to keep it at that level, then that won't be an issue at all. I was trying to suggest a variety of levels so that you can choose from. But if you're satisfied with that kind of commitment, I'm sure we could almost just piggyback onto what the city is already doing and basically get another 5 students at either a master's level or at least a junior or senior at the university, because you'll need bare minimum at that level for there to be a real value.
Commissioners, is that acceptable? Is that option acceptable to everyone?
I'm open.
I think that's great. As a graduate of NMSU's government department, the bench isn't that deep. I think that's a great direction to go. Give them a mentorship opportunity that is a paid internship to help, get them interested in government, because once again, the bench is not that deep in New Mexico. We need to work on that. And that is the step to get people interested in government, running for office and serving in that capacity.
Or maybe being the next assistant county manager or county manager, once they see, they can understand what goes on really to make things work within the government. Madam Chair, I did have one other question and not associated with that.
Well, if I may,
Yeah,
before we move on from that subject, I'd also like to remind the commissioners that some of you might have more time than some of us because we have full-time jobs. And we may not be able to provide that mentorship to those university students, and that's what worries me. That's a concern that I have. I know that I may not have time to mentor someone for, I don't know, X amount of hours per week because I'm either in court here or in meetings. And so I just want to put that out there.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds.
I'd like to suggest on that behalf, on that point, is we don't have to all take advantage of the program, and we can do it at our own pace. So like if you had extra time with your assistant, I might need 2, okay? Even though I have time to do it, I might have more to put on their plate. But I'm just saying, if we had a program, and especially like with the government students, and like an internship that we could offer, I think that we would benefit, I think they would benefit, and I think it being an internship, we could actually do it at a lower cost as well. Let's try it. Let's see what happens.
No, and I'm not
Yeah, and if we can get there,
arguing with
great.
you at all. I'm just saying it has to be fair for the students as well, and it has to be consistent with all the commissioners. And some of us might have more time than others, and we can't just do it for 2 commissioners and not 3, or 3 commissioners and not 2. It has to be fair across the board.
So with that being said, Madam Chair, let's not tie our hands to that one idea. Let's go ahead and give Mr. Macias the 30 days or whatever it is, bring 3 plans forth. We'll look at them. We just ask that one of those plans maybe include the NMSU government department. And that way we
And I
can
think
look at
we
all 3
agreed
of
on
them.
the interns. Did I hear that incorrectly, or?
Madam Chair, I agree with Commissioner Salzo Hernandez that if Fernando comes up with a better idea in the next 30 days to augment that or to provide us another option, I think we should absolutely explore it.
There you go.
Be sure we have all the options on the table that we can
I'm
afford.
just trying to clarify the direction for the county manager because we're jumping around from one thing to the other, and I thought we had come to an agreement on the interns. I heard 100% here, I heard yay here, and so let's just try to clarify the direction for the county manager and the staff so that they can research what we're truly asking.
I'd agree with the vice chair, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I guess when I brought it up, I was just as a suggestion that we don't have to tie ourselves that it has to be someone very experienced. But if we provided the county manager with some freedom to be able to investigate or find what he feels, you know, with his experience, that might work or might not, I'd love to see some options.
All right, so is everyone in agreement that we'd like the three options because we need to give the staff direction? Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Hernandez? Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, just one other question, and maybe this is, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I don't know if we're going to wait until the 25th to be able to review budgets or contributions for JPA organizations like South Central Solid Waste Authority, the Animal Service Center, the Mesilla Valley, the South Central Regional Transit District, et cetera. Or if we want to take some time in a future meeting before the 25th or the April 25th?
That's going to be tough with my schedule,
Okay,
quite
'cause
frankly.
I don't think it's as much, but I have questions, and maybe we said, I just figured it would be a good conversation to have with the commission was, you know, when it was mentioned that the SCRTD has asked for a $145,000 increase, I have a ton of questions of where that is, because I haven't even seen the proposed budget, and, you know, having been back on the SCRTD board, so.
If you'd like, we can put it on the next agenda and basically have the representatives from those agencies come in and basically make a budget proposal. The only thing that I'm foreseeing, and the reason we didn't try to organize it here, is because some of them haven't finalized their requests.
And that's fair. I mean, like I said, I just had the question. I don't know how we go about it. It was just, I know those were just items that I had questions on. So I'm open to how we look at those as well. I'm not tied to
To a certain
yeah,
specific date.
but I also understand that what Mr. Macias just said, they don't all have their budgets yet.
Well, and not only that, but I think trying to have some time management on other projects or meetings or jobs that we may have, because I know that some commissioners are planning their agenda well into November now. And so to have a heads up would be really nice.
I think we can probably organize a work session like we did today. Let me just see how.
Well, I understand
how
that, Mr.
complicated-
Macias, but I'm already scheduling in November. And so,
No, I'm talking about the November, forgive me, the March.
25th? March 28th.
March 28th board meeting.
so how long would it be extended?
The board meeting?
Yes.
I would think that it would be at least a 2-hour extension, but not much more, depending on the questions that the board would have.
And Madam Chair, I would even suggest that if we wanted to split it up between the April 11th and the March 28th meeting, you know, so we don't have to do all of them all at once, at least that would, I'd be open to that, so that we're not having to push so much in one meeting.
Again, what we.
Mr.
have-
Macias, could
Yes.
we send out an email and see what everybody's schedule looks like? Because at my next meeting, I have the next scheduled board meeting, I have something at about 2:30. And so I don't know if we're able to just squeeze everything in.
I don't know if that we can squeeze everything in, but we certainly can squeeze the major ones that have the biggest request and the biggest financial impact so that they can get some direction and they can justify why they're looking for these monies. The time frame is like with Animal Services Center, they have to go to the board first. And most of these JPAs have to go to the board first and get their approval and then recommendation to the county and to the city. I'm hoping that they're have that done before the 28th. So we're going to.
Does that work for the commissioners?
So tomorrow I have
and half?
the agenda review for the meeting on the 28th. Let me see. Okay, what I'm seeing right now is primarily just consent items. There's going to be some presentations. In fact, I asked Mr. Westmoreland for him to be here to make a presentation on CRUA and the infrastructure needs of the entity.
And Mr. Macias, for the crew, may we also invite the consulting engineer and the deputy or the assistant executive director, because they were tasked yesterday with different.
We certainly could, but you're the chair of CRUA.
Precisely,
I
that's-
would encourage you to have Mr. Westmoreland have those individuals here as well.
Thank
So
you.
I'm anticipating that we actually could add a work session, a shorter work session, not this kind of one, but certainly at least a 2-hour one, and I'm sure we'll have enough time to accomplish it before you need to leave to your.
Commissioner Hernandez, does that work for you?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. When are those JPAs supposed to be finalized before they come to the board for approval? Is there a date in the universe somewhere?
Well, yes. Well, the timelines that they work with are the cities, depending on who it's with.
Okay.
The city's budget timeframe and ours. Normally, those discussions are occurring in anticipation of the preliminary budget approval. So that's technically not till April.
Perfect, thank you.
We can certainly bring them in with enough time to be making presentations and giving the commission the opportunity to ask them the same kind of questions that you were asking all of the departments and the elected officials.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Murillo, does that work for you? All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yeah, unless there's not another item, I'd like to have a comment, and then we can close whenever you're ready. But
Is it longer than 30 seconds?
No,
Okay.
not at all. Listen, I probably everyone who needs to hear this has probably gone already and not watching this, but just for the record, I have to say that the entire county's commitment to this process today was very rewarding, and I really appreciate it, and I'd love to have dinner with you all anytime again.
Well, with that, and thank you again for the time that you've given us and the patience that you've had to, or that you've given us as well. And thank you for enduring this long work session.
Yes, thank you to
Macias and
Ozma
staff,
and
thank you very much,
Lucio and
Ozma.
Eric and everyone. Thank you so much for putting this on
Appreciate it.
quickly.
Thank
We
you
love
very,
it.
very much. And thank you, commissioners.
Are we?
We are adjourned at 35 p.m.